get into a new building, there's always going to be the first week where you're trying to figure out the sound.
Yeah.
Because nobody knows until you step in there and start talking to it. So you start tweaking the processors and doing different things like that. This is all very inside baseball. But to me, as I get the Zoom open, like I should, the walls, because are you on Zoom right now, Chop?
I am, yes.
Okay, so guys, look behind Chop. You'll see just very beige-ish walls. And so I think what we need here is we got to give it some character. So if you've got like your local high school pennant or like a T-shirt or something you want us to put up on the wall, we'll just make it like very local high school vibe.
That's kind of cool.
That's good.
Yeah, we can get that easy. All these high school pennants and college things and helmets. We need helmets. We need helmets everywhere.
Yeah, like we've got to make this feel a little more lived in, because right now this is what the original building would have looked like on the walls. I'm imagining the first day.
Absolutely.
So we got to figure out how to make this have a little bit of life and a little bit of like school spirit. So if you got it, if you want it, you should text us.
Yeah, text us in
and tell us that you need my email, and then I'll send you my email.
Give it to you're just going to give your email. Sean is on paternity leave again. He's on Zach's paternity leave. Him and Zach, they're taking paternity leave together.
How does he get away with not being here on the first day?
I don't know. Well, the first day was supposed to be like Tuesday, right? Or Monday of last week.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't allow the facts to get in the way of me just trying to make it seem like Sean bailed on an important day that was planned for months.
Well, that's fair. I think what happened is that he wanted to let us get through the kinks of the issue. Mm-hmm. And the issues. So G-Bag yesterday, they broadcasted live from here.
I was up here with them yesterday.
All the shows will be here today. And we still got to get Aiden up here. We got to get Aiden a spot up here. That'll happen.
Yeah, we are without Aiden right now in terms of he's working. He's just not here with us in this building. He's still in the other building doing some stuff, but eventually
he will be up here. So it's fun. It's an exciting day. How was your drive in? Did it you got here? I got here much faster than I thought.
Shorter by about probably, if I include everything, the going up to the parking garage, having to do the skywalk, everything like that, I think it was about 2 minutes shorter.
Yeah. Now, did you? So did you leave earlier, or did you leave the same time? Like I left like about 10 minutes earlier.
I left the same time.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure.
I know how far this is. Now, the question that I'm going to have, because where we're over here by the high five, the question I'm going to have to wrestle with some days is going to be...
I didn't know how many people don't know what that is. My wife had... I told her...
Really?
I said it's by the high five.
Didn't she grow up here?
Yeah, she goes, I have no idea what that is.
I understand. Okay, we're going to do something in Neighborhood Watch later, and you guys can think of this now. And so I'll throw this one out. The telltale sign that somebody's a transplant in DFW, what is it? Because... to me, I would think somebody who's local or who's lived here would know the high five. If somebody said they didn't know the high five, I'd be like, oh, they didn't grow up here. That's what I think.
It was built. It wasn't like it was built before she got here. It's been here since she was like 5 years old.
Right.
It was built long after that. Hell, it was built after I got here. I got here 30 years ago, almost.
Was it built that? No, it was built before that.
No, I remember when that was being built. It took 5 years.
That's why it's called the high five.
Yeah, it took 5 years to get built.
But either way, the thing I'm going to have to wrestle with every day is going to be, do I want to, like, take the expressway?
Oh, no.
Because that's going to be like $5.
Oh, no.
Alec was wrestling with this yesterday. I was talking with him. Alec was talking about, man, I've got to drive right now. He said it's significantly longer for him, which I would bet it is.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because you're talking about he can just get on the very tail end of 75. Now he's got to figure out a way to get all the way up 75 or go all the way down 635 during rush hour.
Right. I get that. Boy, you want to start racking up bills. Get on those express lanes. You're talking $400 to $600 a month.
Yeah, especially if you're talking about going to the what's that one near you? Is it the 821? The one on 820?
There's an 821. There's one on 35.
But that one that's like 820. That one that's like 121 to 820 or something like that.
That one.
That one is like that one will be $20 some days.
5 o'clock in the afternoon when 121 and 183 merge in like Bedford. That's easily $20. Sometimes 25. It's crazy. It's crazy. Mavericks had a game last night. They lose 101-99 to the Pelicans.
This is the bottom.
This is the bottom. We have reached the bottom. In fact, literally, they are in the bottom.
Yeah.
They literally are in the very bottom of the West. That's where the Mavs sit right now. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Now, it's also not a problem because maybe you get a nice little draft pick out of this thing again. Maybe you go to the lottery and you hit again.
Fortune favors the bold.
And now it's Cooper Flagg and A.J. Dibansa. And maybe that's the guy. That's the BYU kid. 21 up in his first game. 21 points in his first ever college basketball game.
Soak it in.
He's a hell of a player, man. So maybe that's what happens. But it felt like they were playing catch up the entire time.
No, yeah, this is again a bad loss. This is another one that they had that was bad. The Wizards one was really bad a few weeks, like last week, whatever it was. The Pelicans had just picked up their first victory, and they still hadn't won a game on the road. And so Dallas getting to play this was their 20th home game of the season already, right?
I don't think it was 20.
It's pretty close. It feels like it.
7.
It's 8 now.
8
or 6. Number 6. So
right, because one of the games was in Mexico City.
This was a game they chipped away. They came back a little bit, but obviously this was to lose a game to the Pelicans like that is just I think a screaming indictment right now of this team is not ready.
No,
and I feel good about my bet against Sean. Lakers won again last night. Luka put up another 35. I believe he's averaging 39 points per game this season now.
Is that like...
That's pretty good.
Is that decent?
But
is he fat?
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not?
No, and that's why he's able to do it.
Is he injured?
No, he's not. He was.
Okay.
He is not now.
So none of the good things that Nico promised us are coming to true.
In fact, Anthony Davis is fat and injured.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, they traded diets and immune systems, I guess, or durability. Mm-hmm. But this is a concerning low right now. You are literally last place in the Western Conference, staring all the way up at the Lakers, who are second, and you're looking at it and going, all right, when you said, I think fans are starting to see the vision, where is it? Where's the vision now? Because this doesn't look like anything that's close to being ready to compete. And then last night you get what is a bit of a surprise, and Klay Thompson is put on the bench and is coming off the bench in favor of D'Angelo Russell. And so this is you're talking about a team that feels like they are just kind of lost.
Yeah.
They don't know how they want to play the point guard position. They don't know what they want to do with Cooper Flagg. They don't know apparently what they want to do with Klay Thompson. They don't have Anthony Davis.
They're figuring it out.
I mean, gosh,
at least.
Maybe this is not fair, but you remember we walked out of game one and we were talking about the way that Wembanyama played. Mm-hmm. And we said, a lot of people gave us pushback when I was mockingly saying, come on, I thought this is what you were built to do. You were built to stop this guy right here. And this is what he's done, because a lot of people came back and said, no, that's Wembanyama. You literally can't stop him. He's a freak. He's going to do that to everybody. All right, well, you allowed 40 points in 30 minutes to Wembanyama. This is what he's gotten since. 29 in overtime against the Pelicans. 31 against the Nets, 24 against the Raptors, 27 against the Heat, 9 against Phoenix the other night in 34 minutes, and last night he was held to 19 points on 35% shooting against the Lakers. Literally no one else. You, the defensive masterminds that have created this athletic, big front court that'll be able to stop the modern game, you have allowed the most prolific performance from Victor Wembanyama this year by far. Not even close.
No, not even close. He is a unicorn. He is a treat to watch. But
especially if he gets to play the Mavericks.
Especially if he gets to play the Mavericks, doesn't mean you should be giving up all those points. Guys, Peyton is in there, and there are 3 engineers in there with him. You know, like when a doctor is performing surgery and they do it in like an auditorium, and the guy's got like stands, and the other doctor's like, "Ooh, man, I got to see this." Like they're doing what to this guy? That's what I feel like. Peyton's in there, like, "All right, what's wrong in there? We're gonna do what? We got to do what? Oh, I got to come see this."
Look, he is
all the engineers are in here.
He is very tense right now. He is very panicked. I can see the look of concern on his face that he is just not about this. This was yesterday, so when I got in here yesterday, Lucius was back there, and you know Lucius cutting up, chill vibes, everything else. Lucius had a little bit of I don't want to say panic. It's not Peyton Russell's panic for sure. Mm-hmm. Lucius is a grizzled veteran.
Yeah.
He knows what's ahead of him. But Lucius, you could see on his face, he was a little like, ooh, this might be a day. Because I know the first, but he ended up, he got it together. I was standing right here. I threw the curveball at him.
Through this. We're gonna make it. This is great. The studio's awesome. No, it is. The whole building is awesome. I'm excited.
The building is great. We've lost our window to the outside.
Oh, we have lost our window to the outside.
That was it was the best view in Dallas.
Yeah, it was.
That's the biggest trade-off we're going to have. The rest of it, though, is something that I think we're at an upgrade.
It's an upgrade, man.
It's a legitimate upgrade. It's not like the phony upgrade that Nico Harrison tried to sell to us.
This is a legit upgrade.
Did you see the video of Nico?
Last night?
The one that was making the rounds of him before
signing
the autographs. And I sent this to Aiden. Aiden, I don't know if you're going to be able to get this up on the fan cam, but Aiden, we'll see if Aiden can throw this up. This was Nico Harrison, I guess before. I don't believe this was last night. I think this was a game, and he's got it up right now. I don't believe this was a game last night. I think this was the previous game. But he's over here signing Cooper Flagg jerseys. He's a man of the people. He's taking pictures with a guy and just looks totally comfortable there. And when I saw this, the first thing that came to my mind was there's still a lot of Luka jerseys. If you put one in front of him, does he sign it?
Oh.
You're not making him sign a Fire Nico or anything else. You're just setting down a Luka jersey and just like, hey, this is all I have. I don't think he does.
Now, let me ask you this. Is asking Nico for his autograph at this point, is it in any way akin to asking like a disgraced celebrity for a photo?
So I know you guys have had the photo discussion. I would sooner take the photo with O.J. Simpson.
Well, I would absolutely take a photo. I mean, he's obviously passed away. I have no problem taking a photo. He's a historical figure.
I would take
for better or worse, he's a historical figure.
I would take a photo with O.J. Simpson and post on social media the photo with hashtag he didn't do it.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Bob.
Sooner than posting a photo with Nico Harrison.
Ooh, you can't do that. You can't do that caption.
Legally, that's the case. Legally? I'm literally not saying anything that's...
No, right?
In fact, the only thing that's potentially slander is saying he did.
Yes, that is. Actually, that would... You know what? Fair point.
Lawyered.
Fair point.
I've lawyered that one. But this is... I would... Now, I saw some chatter. There were people saying this was the friends and family section. These are literally all... Because the talk on Reddit yesterday when this video popped up was these are paid actors. Zero chance that this is like paying people to come to your political rally. This isn't grassroots. This is AstroTurf. And we got that talking. But then the real criticism that came out, or not criticism, but correction was, hey, this is friends and family section right here. So that's why people are willing to be seen. These are people that are close to the organization already.
Yeah. You know what? That's paid actors. I like that one. All right, it's Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. We are in our new digs. Thanks for popping in with us. Join us on the fan cam, of course. You look right up my nose. We can look right up my nose today on that fan cam. We got the payload coming up at 6:40. Loaded show. Andy Staples at 7. King Henry, Henrik Lundqvist at 7:20. But Quinnen Williams speaks. Bobby Belt. A little around the NFL coming up next year at 105 through the Fan.
But
remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
That's the Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. We got Around the NFL along with Quinnen Williams speaking, a little bit of speaking for the first time as a member of the Dallas Cowboys. He's here. He's in town.
Yeah, he's here. He's in town. He's ready to rock. He is, he's such a, and we've always known this, his public persona. He's such just a, like, bright, fun-loving dude. Yeah. Like, I mean, he's very serious about his work, but he's just, he was the one who sneezed and blessed himself.
That's right.
He's the one who
and thanked himself.
He did, yeah. Bless you, thank you. Yeah. He also had the very famous interaction with, a lot of people may not realize this around the market. He had the interaction with Jeff Kolb from Fox 4 when Jeff was in Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. That he asked him before the Oklahoma game about Kyler Murray, and Quinnen Williams went, "I don't think Kyler Murray is a." And then, like, you see him almost, like, see the ghost of Saban tell him, like, do not say anything about somebody we're about to play. Don't say anything negative that'll get you fired up. And he just kind of chokes and goes, and they're like, what? And he goes, I'm good. Like, he refused to answer the rest of the question. I got to find that clip. It's the funniest clip. He just starts answering. He goes, I feel like Kyler Murray. And then he just stops. And then they go, you want to go on? He goes, I'm good.
Have the Jets had a bye yet?
They just had it.
So he's not going to play for like 3 weeks?
No, which is, I mean,
that's awesome.
That's cool. Give him some time. Give him some space.
Back-to-back weeks off.
Give him some space. That's all cool. But this is, Quinnen Williams is somebody who, I think personality-wise, you're talking about coming in here being a fit as a leader and as somebody who's going to set a certain tone and precedent for how they're supposed to work. I think that's going to be a big expectation for him. And you know, this is two guys they acquired, Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams, who are both captains, where they're coming from. And so I think that he's going to bring a certain energy and a certain, level and energy here that they really want out of their guys. But he was talking yesterday, it was a very impromptu session, talking to the media. And there's two things we need to analyze here. One, just kind of what he says. But the second is, after it's played, I need to analyze maybe the way he sounds. Okay. So this was Quinnen Williams yesterday talking with the media.
I don't think Peyton's listening.
He's not listening. It doesn't look like. Oh, it's stuck.
We can't play that.
There's no audio. There's nothing.
All right.
See, these are the...
It's okay. It's all right.
This is the growth.
Yeah, we're good.
This is the growth. Now, here's the thing that was pointed out to me yesterday, and what I was going to analyze, and hopefully at some point we can analyze, is the fact that Quinnen Williams, Birmingham, Alabama, like one Charles Barkley. And Nick Harris pointed out, he said, he sounds a little Barkley-like. And he said specifically, listen to when he says Kenny, as in Kenny Clark, or the way Kenny Smith. But this was Quinnen Williams yesterday.
It's unbelievable, though, man, to be able to come to an organization with so much history, so much talent on the team, great ownership, and great group of guys in the locker room, and a great head coach, and the things that they guys are doing here. So I'm super happy to be a part of this. I'm super happy to be a part of this defensive line group that's super loaded and super talented with Kenny Clark and O and Dante Fowler and Coach Aaron. Man, it's unbelievable to go to work with those guys, and I'm looking forward to it. So.
The way he said talent on the team, head coach, yeah, Kenny.
It's two Birmingham boys, but
that's it. That's
either
exactly
way,
it, man.
The white cotton connection specifically.
That should be exciting because that's when he played his best.
It's a big thing. So if you remember, there was the blow up. I can't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. You remember Quinnen Williams had the blow up on the side. That was with Aaron White Cotton. They were very, it was a tough love kind of relationship. And then it's something where those two, though, are super excited to be back together with each other. Aaron White Cotton had talked about yesterday, he spoke with the media a little bit, and he said that This is like the exact person. This is the exact athlete. This is everything that you want in the kind of guy that you would trade for, the kind of guy that you give up these resources for. And somebody who Aaron Wycott got the absolute best out of him as a pass rusher. And got the best out of him as a player. And that was something that Quinnen Williams credited him with, was saying, this is somebody who really kind of changed the trajectory for me and made me the player I was. And I'll tell you what, it's obvious to say, boy, Quinnen Williams, you sure have an eye for talent. You thought Quinnen Williams was good. That's great. But for Aaron Wycott to maximize Quinnen Williams, who was thought of as not a bust early on, but was thought of as not living up to expectations, to bring that out of him around year 4 of his career, and then for him to be the guy that was really gung-ho in the building this past April about Donovan Ezeraku. He thought Ezeraku was good enough, Aaron Wycott did. He thought Ezeraku was good enough to take in the first round where they took Booker. And so he was really high on him. And so far, Ezeraku is your most consistent player on defense, probably.
It's been good, especially of late.
Yeah, you're starting to see...
It took him a couple of weeks. That's to be expected.
You're seeing him round into form. Last night, and we'll probably play some of this audio, I would guess, tomorrow. We had Leighton Vander Esch on Cowboys Crosstalk, which Vander Esch did not like speaking to the media very much when he was here as a player. Mm-hmm. You can understand it. Culture shock from everything. Dude, he told this last night. And when you think about it, he went from playing 8-man football in high school. How many do you think were in his graduating class?
50.
11. He had 36 people in his school when he graduated. 36 people in the high school. 30 boys, 6 girls.
I'd have found a way to finish bottom 3.
So he was valedictorian of this 11-man class.
Was he really?
He was. So he went from 8-man football, goes to Boise, red shirts, doesn't play the first year. Third year, he finally plays. So you're talking about 8-man football, 1 year at Boise, Dallas Cowboys. And it was just that's a kind of jolt to your system of what you're used to go from 36 people to, whoa, Boise feels very big now, to Dallas. And he was talking about, just in general, the guys that they got, Logan Wilson, Quinnen Williams, but Ezeraku had come up, and he had said that, like, look, the middle's fixed now. You got to have difference makers on the edge. And he's like, Ezeraku's getting there. He's young, though. Yeah. He's a rookie. It's a lot to put on him.
It'll take a minute.
He was really excited about, and the audio that, like I said, we'll probably get into this tomorrow because there's so much of it I need to go through and cut up and pull from it, because he had such really good insight where I wasn't sure he was... I didn't know how much he was going to, really open up, because, like I said, he didn't really do it when he was a player. But when Leighton sat down with us and we kind of got going, there was a moment where you could see it click for him, where, like, his passion for something kicked in. I was asking him a question about getting people lined up or something as a linebacker, just the communication stuff we've talked about. And he like even stopped down. He's like, I tweeted the clip last night. He's like, can I just go on a rant real quick? I might kind of go off to the side, but I've been thinking a lot about this last 6 months. And he started talking about how you need to simplify things for your defense so that guys can play as fast as possible. Because when guys are playing as fast as possible, they can process faster. It just speeds everything up for them. Mm-hmm. And he was mentioning that DeMarvin Overshown, that same sort of thing we talked about with, doesn't matter if he's knocking off the rust right now, he's going to put everybody in position. Leighton is close with DeMarvin Overshown. And he's like, I know Demo's going to get everybody where they're supposed to be. Everybody will be doing what they're supposed to. And he's like, Logan Wilson, I know Logan Wilson. Which is still wild to me. He's the same age as Logan Wilson, Leighton Vander Esch is.
That's pretty crazy.
But he's like, I know Logan Wilson. I know the type of player he is. I know what he's going to do in terms of holding guys accountable, and that's going to make such a difference. That to him, Leighton looked at it as the quarterbacks of the defense, being the linebackers. They're supposed to be telling everybody where to get where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And you haven't really had that so far. Overshown coming back, you're hopefully going to get a little bit of that. Trading for Logan Wilson, you're going to get a little bit of that. And then I think the other aspect of it is Quinnen Williams being able to disrupt things and keep Logan Wilson clean. That's going to be huge for them to all play free and be able to attack.
You want Mark Sanchez, Kyler Murray, or Sam Darnold?
Let's go Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray. has been placed on. He's been basically benched. They're saying it's an injury-related issue, right? So he'll be put on that injured reserve. But Jacoby Brissett has been named the starter moving forward, especially after what he did on Monday night against the Cowboys. But they are naming Jacoby Brissett as starting quarterback. And this is something very Arizona Cardinals. How do you go from, maybe he's going to play today to, this guy's the starter and Kyler's still hurt?
This whole thing has been handled in a very weird way. And it's, Arizona's been playing better. They feel like their offense has been better with Jacoby Brissett. So that's fine. I don't blame anybody if they look at it and go, this makes our team better. We've had more success this way. So I don't blame them if that's how they approach it. But it was such a bizarre thing of Kyler's going to be back this week. Kyler's going to start to Kyler's still a little banged up. We're canceling Kyler's media availability. Kyler's healthy and available. He's just not going to start. Kyler has to go on IR. Oh, and even if Kyler was healthy, we were starting Brissett. It feels like a very fly by the seat of your pants and try to pretend like that's been the position the whole time. So, we've always wanted to do this. But this feels like the end of Kyler Murray in Arizona.
If you were going to do this, why would you not have just traded him on Tuesday?
I don't know how. I'd have to look at the contract. I don't know how workable it was.
Because, how workable it is to just cut him in the offseason.
But also, it may not have been a thing until, Sunday where they saw Brissett again and went, yep, 100% that's the dude for us right now.
Yeah. And it's too late at that point.
And then it's like, how quick can you get a quarterback trade together for a guy who's also how healthy is he? Teams probably want to investigate it, I would guess. But this is still, I think it's dangerous to make any sort of a decision on your starter or whatever else coming off of a game against the Dallas defense. I would like to see. I don't think that should be there it is. We've seen enough.
Yeah, I agree. It's like playing against air.
It can be at times. It can be.
Yeah, maybe not anymore.
If there's a stiff wind, air might be more resistant at times.
What would you rather do? Would you imagine if somebody takes the coin toss and says we would choose to play against the Dallas defense other than go into the wind?
Oh, yeah. They should just say that.
Yeah.
They should just say
we'll pick the Dallas defense.
We'll play the Cowboys. It's like the Matt Hasselbeck, we want the ball and we're going to score.
We want the ball, we're going to score.
302, Kyler should just go play baseball. A lot of people thought he should. Wasn't he he was a top 10 pick by the A's?
I don't know if it was top 10. I think it was first round. I'm pretty sure it was first. Maybe it was.
I think he went 7th. He was a really high. No, I didn't say 6th. I said 7th. But he was like a really high pick.
Yeah.
He was definitely the first, 9th overall by the Athletics in 2018.
It's probably too late now. It's probably way too late now.
Never too late.
I guess Tim Tebow went this long.
28 years old.
Yeah, Tim Tebow went this long.
There's some guys who debut in the majors at 28.
That's true. They're generally hitting a baseball all the time between spots. But, yeah, there are plenty of guys who debut in Major League Baseball. Okay, the payload coming up next. Andy Staples at 7 o'clock. Henrik Lundqvist at 7:20. Peyton, are you ready for this?
He's so stressed for this payload.
Can you hear me?
I got you.
Oh, my goodness. I think we got it.
All right. The payload. Peyton Phillip Russell. The payload is coming up next right here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. I think so. This is not a good start for me. You know when you're younger and you're doing homework and your teacher's like, well, it's not rocket science, Bobby. Figure it out.
Right.
No, this is rocket science in here. this whole thing is rock. I feel like I could run NASA with this board in here. You got touchscreens on the right side. You can put everything in different modes. It's high tech. But my goodness.
Man, Tim Collins said Peyton's going to be in heaven with that board.
I'm going to love it. Oh, I know I'm going to love it. There's so much you can do here, but right now it's different.
So much room for activities.
Yeah, it's foolproof, but it's not Peyton-proof apparently.
No, not yet. I mean, we have Zoom guests that I pray this computer puts them on the Zoom and everything works there at 7:20. We have Andy Staples coming up here in about 20 minutes, but it's a lot right now. But look, I got my coffee. I got the Cafe Mocha.
Yeah.
Extra shot of chocolate.
Oh, you got the extra shot?
I did.
Okay,
I was like, let me get an extra flavor.
Nice coffee machine up here.
I deserve it. But that's right. It is the payload every single Thursday at this time. And we start off with the question that RJ Choppy had. Where do you keep your shoes inside your home? It's very interesting because I got yelled at this, I think, last week because my fiance, Mackenzie, tripped over my shoes. I put them in the same spot every single day.
Yeah.
Same spot. And I'm like, okay, if they're there every day, you know not to step right there.
Right.
They were a little bit in the walkway. She tripped over them and said, put your shoes away.
Right. So this is an issue that has been boiling at the Choppy household. So I walk in, and in the very front of the house, when you walk in the front door. So are you front door people or garage people when you come in the house? Do you walk in through the garage door? Never mind, Bobby. Peyton, do you walk in through the garage door or the front door?
If I had confidence that he knew where the dump button was, I would have said a bad word to you just now.
Ooh, I think
if you had a home, would you go through the? So we are front door people. We don't park now. I used to park at the garage, but the garage now is full, and we have a fridge in there, and the truck just won't fit. Mm-hmm. But so she leaves her shoes in the very front. As soon as she walks in the house, she puts her shoes down on this little mud room thingy we have. I walk right into the house, and I put my shoes underneath the bar stools at the kitchen counter, at the island. That's just where I put it. And I take my socks off and I leave them there. And the dog winds up taking the socks. Well, she gets so mad because she'll go and she'll try to use this little vacuum thingy every day because the dog's hair is all over the place. My issue is for the morning. I don't want to walk to the front and put them on and then walk back, turn all the lights out. I start stubbing my toe everywhere, walking on bones and everything. So I just like to have my shoes right there in the middle. And that is a problem for us.
Right. Okay, so in my house, I don't put my shoes or anything near the front door or the garage door. We have it goes living room and then there's a hallway to get to our bedroom. So I put it right there by the hallway, in the living room. So it's in the living room, but it's closer to the wall, the side wall where there's cabinets and stuff. I just put it, tuck them right there, right by the hallway. And so they're out of the way, but if I get lazy with it and I leave them a little bit out, they're sticking out on the walkway because there's a very narrow walkway from the living room to the hallway that gets you to the bedroom. So I leave them right there, and it's kind of by the couch as well. But yeah, if you walk to the left or right of it, you can trip over them, but I leave them in the same spot every single day. That's where I find it.
Where do I put my shoes, or where are they supposed to go?
Where do you put them?
Wherever I'm standing and I go, I don't want to have these on anymore.
Yeah,
I will take them off and usually just leave them right there.
Because if I
don't know where they go.
If I do that,
Kristen's like, why don't you put them where they go? I still am not sure.
Because they're supposed to go what? In the closet, I guess?
I don't know.
Put them away. Hold on. I don't want to have to go and get them every single day. And I'll forget. If I don't put them in the same spot every day,
no, Bobby.
I'm going to ask her where they are.
Stop it.
We got a phone in here, I think.
We do. We have a phone that you can use. She's going to curse.
Hey, real quick question. Where do my shoes go?
Your shoes go? What do you mean?
Where do they go? Since you always say I leave them out, where are they supposed to go?
They're
They're supposed to go in the closet.
Nope, you're right, Peyton. They're supposed to go in the closet. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, Honey Levy. Call you soon.
So we have a shoe rack in the closet, which I keep like my dress shoes or my So I wear the same pair of shoes every day to work.
Uh-huh.
A pair of white Adidas sneakers, the Cloud Foam, whatever the hell they are. That's what I wear every day to work. I wear my shoes every day until they break, and then I buy a new pair, and then I wear those every day. So it's one pair of shoes. If I'm not wearing them every day, I throw them back in the closet. Get them out of the way.
Gotcha.
But yes, if it's my dailies, the dailies have got to. I don't know. I gotta keep those handy. I can't be trusted looking for things at 5 in the morning.
No. It's like with the clothes. I set my clothes out the day before. I put them in the bathroom, hang them up, and so they're all right there. Socks and everything, shorts, shirt, everything's right there. Now my thing is I have probably 2 or 3 pairs of shoes I rotate through. So they're all right there in the same spot that I wake up and I'm like, okay, do I want the red shoes today, the white shoes, the on-clouds? What do I want here today? I picked the on-clouds today. So there you go.
Get him the name, the on-clouds.
Yeah,
I have the
what color is that? Is that beige? I don't know. It's like a vanilla color.
I have the on-clouds.
But yeah, so I just pick whatever I want there for the day, and then I leave the other stuff there, but everything's in the same spot. So text in Frankel, injury attorney, fan text 877-881-1053. Where do you leave your shoes? It is the payload every single Thursday at this time. Now we talk about love with Paul Pierce. The perfect guy to talk about love with.
That's the guy.
How did you know your wife actually loved you? The first time you were like, all right, this girl loves me. Do you remember, I guess? I guess I should have prepped you guys for this. Have an answer.
So, like, the very first moment where it's like, oh, we're in love? Or, like, the moment where it's like, the most love I felt for, like, oh, my gosh.
She's about me. She's down.
So I think you can say she loves me. I came to that conclusion long ago. The moment where it's like, oh, this is different, that stands out is probably she for my birthday one year, which I hate getting birthday presents. She for my birthday one year had found like 2 really old VHS home videos of me and my mom when I was like 4. And was able to get those converted.
Way to bring the room down.
Well, I'm just saying that's when I knew. Yeah. That's one of the things I knew.
There were steps. Like I knew when she started liking me. Okay, I could tell. And then we were playing golf one day, and all of her friends told me she was madly in love. She would never admit it. She would never even say that she was in like with me. We were playing golf one day, and she said, "Oh, she called me her boyfriend," and I was like, oh, so we're there now. Yeah. But no, I remember all the steps. All the steps. You got to remember the steps.
So, Mackenzie, she said, I love you first. So that's when I knew, I think, before. And then she also, I think, less than a week after we were officially together, boyfriend, girlfriend, she drove me an hour home after I got too drunk at a party. So I let her drive the Camaro home because I obviously couldn't drive. And I brought her to this Halloween party. But yeah, so that's when I knew. I was like, okay, I think she's really about me. Because I think other girls would be like, I'm not driving your car. You need to stay here while I drive home. Something like that. But yeah, so she said, I love you first. But yeah, she also drove me home.
So she said it first, and I said it first to Kristen.
Yeah, I said it first to Sarah. Yeah.
And she said it back to me like a week later.
I think it was a year.
A year?
That was quite a year.
It was a week later.
I'll get back to you.
In fact,
I'll get back to
her initial response was,
I got more business to handle.
Leave a message at the beat.
I said it. I said it embarrassingly fast.
Like a week in? Couple weeks in?
Like I love you fast, or?
Yeah, I said it embarrassingly fast into the relationship. How quick was it for you, Chop?
Let's see. I would guess probably 8-9 months.
Oh,
mine was 3.
3 months?
3 months.
I'm trying to think.
6 weeks.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
I married her, so I was right.
You're right.
It goes to show. This is like every other thing I say on this station, where when I make a call and everybody thinks this is a ridiculous thing to say right now, and it's like, yeah, but who was right in the long run? I got married. I was right.
After we became official, we're official, it was quick. But like before that, we had been kind of dating for a few months.
So all this leads up to Paul Pierce. So Paul Pierce, also known as The Truth, and I hope you don't actually trust his advice after this, but he was on his podcast, The Truth After Dark, kind of lame name, but and he had this insane advice to find out if your girl truly loves you or not.
Really, if you really want to know if a girl loves you, you need to go out and cheat on her. Let's see. If you really want to know if a girl love you for real, go cheat on her and see how she react. Now we're going to see what's real. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Tell me. Tell me.
I'm going to tell you something. Let me tell you something. If you really want to know if a girl
really love you, go out and cheat on her.
Okay. And if that girl loves herself more than you, then you ain't got no chance in the world.
She should
Exactly. So you want to be with a woman with low self-esteem? That's the type of advice you're giving young men.
That's love. That's just love.
Yeah, it is to a certain degree, but that's not something that, listen, just because I might decide I'll stay with someone, you don't. God will. God will. Trust me. There's going to be tests that you can't even think of. You've been through so many tests in your life that you couldn't create it if you wanted to. Trust me. So stop trying to tell young men to go cheat on their women, to test them. Like, that's the worst advice you can give.
I said, if you want to know if a woman loves you.
That's the worst advice you can give anyone.
So won't you give me some advice of how do I find out if a girl loves me?
I just told you, you're going to be tested in different ways.
How do I find out? What's the test? Give me an example.
Women don't deserve to struggle just to have love.
Well, it go both ways.
No,
I'm saying that, but it go both ways for the man, for the woman. If you want to see if a man
go cheat on her.
Go cheat on her.
I'm going to do that, and I'm going to see what's going on.
Might be the dumbest advice ever heard.
That's worst take. That should be a station show bet. Next person who loses has to test this theory.
Oh, please!
That's a real bad bet.
Oh no, I think McKenzie's listening.
You would never want to lose that one.
Yeah, I would, my private parts would be chopped off.
Yeah, dude. She ended the conversation.
Yeah,
she ended when she said that you might find out if she loves herself more than she loves you.
Yeah.
That ended it right there.
You don't challenge the feelings of a girl. It's maybe Paul's
this is
just
diabolical,
trolling, but I think he's serious.
Gosh.
I think he's serious here.
He can't be serious, right?
I hope not, man. They need to take everything away from him. Whatever award he has, I mean, his banner, if it's hung up in Boston, needs to be taken down, and that's a piece of S.
Yeah. All right, there's the payload here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden are alongside. Aiden actually back in the old studio. We are in our new digs, having fun. This place is awesome. Let's go right now. Andy Staples. Get in a little college football. Our boy Andy Staples will join us next. Henrik Lundqvist at 7:20 on Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Sean taking the day off. He didn't want to be here for the first day of the new studio. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
But
he had a whole baby.
He had a whole
to make
baby.
sure he could have paternity leave not to.
He had to, absolutely. So we are rolling through here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Big hour ahead. We're going to have Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Henrik Lundqvist coming up at 7:20 around the NHL. But now, a man of honor, man of his word, the great Andy Staples from On3, who last week was a subject of the show asking Brian Schottenheimer about why he started Fatan Bauta, and he did not. Andy, did he give the answer that you thought he was going to give, or what were you hoping for?
That was the answer I thought he was going to give. I was hoping for the actual story, but I didn't realize that was also like right after the owl had been in his house. So I think he had a lot going on. There was a lot on his mind, dredging up 10-year-old stories about Florida and Georgia, and that was a weird year. And that thing just sort of took on a life of its own. But that has been the enduring mystery. So, when I'm sitting on my couch this offseason and I find out that Jerry Jones has gone down the hall and hired Brian Schottenheimer as the head coach, I'm like, oh, somebody's got to ask this. The people need to know.
What was he like? It was just 1 year at Georgia, and that was before Georgia became really Georgia.
Well, so it was Mark Richt's last year, and it's interesting because the parallel to this year is something, because when Penn State fired James Franklin, the only thing I could think of is this is like when Georgia fired Mark Richt, because you had a coach who was winning consistently, winning double-digit games consistently, but it wasn't quite good enough for what they wanted. And I've been saying with Penn State, like, where's their Kirby Smart? Like, are they going to find him? So for Schotty, it was an interesting situation because Mike Bobo had been their offensive coordinator, which Mike Bobo is now currently Georgia's offensive coordinator, but he had gone to be the Colorado State head coach. So Mark Richt needed an offensive coordinator who he could trust. And so he went to Schotty, who'd been in the NFL pretty much the entire time. And obviously Schotty was a walk-on quarterback at Florida, played for Steve Spurrier. So, knew the SEC and knew the college game, but got tossed into a kind of a weird situation because Rick was under pressure. They had Jeremy Pruitt as the defensive coordinator. That had not gone very well. That had been kind of a disaster. And so the Wolves were kind of closing in on Mark Richt. And I think that's probably what happened with the Fatan Bauta thing. So for those who don't know, Florida's playing Georgia in 2015, and it's Jim McElwain's first year at Florida. The Florida offense is not very good, but the Florida defense, I think I counted 7 or 8 guys who were drafted in the first or second round on that defense. Wow. So it was whoever you played at quarterback was going to get torn up. And they had a guy named Grayson Lambert who'd been their starting quarterback who'd struggled against Alabama and Tennessee and Missouri. And so they were just trying to come up with something different. But the funny part was that Faton Bauta had this reputation as, oh, he's the good runner. And they didn't do anything different with their offense. Like, I remember when the word leaked out, because Faton Bauta's high school coach leaked it like Thursday before the game. And it was just spread like wildfire. And so the Florida coach was like, oh, my God, are they going to run the triple option against us? What's this going to look like? And they ran exactly the same offense. If the guy was a good runner, you wouldn't know it because they didn't do anything to accentuate it. Although I did read a story that Mark Weiser did in the Athens Banner-Herald this week, or last week. He talked to Faton Bauta, and Faton Bauta's like, I think it was a little overblown me as a runner. But he ends up throwing 4 picks, and it's just, I remember I ran into Brian Schottenheimer at the Senior Bowl. I don't know if it was the next year or he'd gone back to the NFL. And I said, I'd love to hear some stories about that year at Georgia. And he said essentially the same thing he said to you. He's like, there's a lot of stories, and it would take a long time.
Oh. There you go. Andy Staples here on 105 through the Fan.
Yeah, he seemed like he had plenty.
Yeah,
that he was like, I don't want to think about that 10 years ago. Andy, okay, so your initial thoughts just right out of the gate on the first CFP rankings and how things stand.
Well, I think I'm fine with them at the top. The only thing that's weird is where they have Notre Dame, because they have Notre Dame 10, they have Miami 18, they have the same record. They played Miami 1. Like, that's very strange. They should be closer together. Miami should be ahead of Notre Dame. They played. The games need to matter. And it may be that Miami loses another game, falls out. But if you're going to have the same resume, use the tiebreaker of the head-to-head. And you could, if Notre Dame had a much better best win or something like that, then maybe I could understand. But Notre Dame's best win is USC. Miami's best win is Notre Dame. That is a better best win. They've also got Notre Dame ahead of Texas, which Texas's best wins are better than Notre Dame's best wins. Texas has beaten Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. Now, the difference is if Texas were to win out, they will jump Notre Dame. Like if Texas beats Georgia and then beats Texas A&M, they'll finish like 6th or 5th. But that's the weird part. It seems like they are using some more kind of predictive metrics. And it's funny because I've always said, why don't you just let Vegas pick the field? That's essentially what they're doing because they're using these predictive power rankings similar to what the books use to set the lines. So the reason Notre Dame's probably ahead of those teams, like if you plug those into the power rankings, and I've done it with a few of the different interactive ones, Notre Dame would be favored in all those games. That's why they're doing that.
Do you buy any of the kind of, I don't want to say conspiracy theories, but the idea that they slot teams, say Miami, so far back, that way if they get hot, and they don't make the ACC title game, that this keeps 2 ACC teams out. Do you buy that at all?
No, they don't care about that. They don't even think about that. I've done the mock selection. Like you do the teams kind of 3 at a time. Mm-hmm. You're not even thinking about what conference they're in when you're doing it. You're just looking at the resume versus the other resumes of the teams that are right near them. And so that may be what is going on with the Notre Dame Miami thing is clearly they were working in very different groups with those two. So that's why you're probably not even getting a head-to-head comparison because Miami, they were looking at Miami's losses, which the Louisville loss isn't bad. I mean, Louisville's best win is better than Notre Dame's best win too. Louisville should probably be ahead of Notre Dame, and they have one less loss. But the SMU loss was bad. SMU had just lost to Wake Forest. They've lost 3 games. So that was I understand where they're coming from, but no, there's no conspiracy theory. And there is actually one way the ACC can get 2 teams in, and it comes back to the Georgia Bulldogs who we were talking about earlier. If Georgia Tech were to win out, because Georgia Tech just lost its first game this past weekend, if they win out but do not make the ACC title game, which is a distinct possibility because of tiebreakers, it would mean they just beat Georgia at the end of the season, and they're 11-1. They'll get in with that. Yeah. And then whoever wins the ACC will get in. But that's the only way that works. And Georgia Tech still has to play Pitt, which would have been really good since they changed quarterbacks. And obviously they might lose to Georgia. So I don't think that's going to happen, but that's the way it works.
Andy Staples joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Andy, so it feels like the last couple of years there's been something that we all assume the CFP is rooting for. like, please, just Florida State, if you could lose, that'd be great. SMU, if you could lose, that would be great. Just like go ahead and make this easy for us so we don't have to make a controversial decision. What do you think they're rooting for right now as they look ahead?
I don't think they care. Everybody thinks they care about it. They do not care. Like, it doesn't matter. You look at the bracket that you use this week's rankings, that it produces a bracket, those games would be awesome. Like, that Notre Dame BYU first round game in Provo would be spectacular. So I don't think that I think people ascribe a lot of feelings to the CFP committee that they don't feel. They just don't care.
When you look at the Texas Tech rise that we've seen, and you'll see on social media sometimes, I don't know how common this narrative totally is other than just with Tech fans, they feel like it, which is just, everybody's trying to claim that we're ruining college football with our Cody Campbell spending and trying to basically take advantage of some of this, which has been a Red Raider, I think, sort of thing. But how impressed have you been just in general with Joey Maguire and Tech and what they've built and the way that they're trying to take advantage of some of the opportunities in NIL?
It's very impressive, and it's not ruining college football. The team with the most money has always won in college football. All they're doing is taking part.
Right.
So, and people say, well, we don't have our own billionaire. That's your own fault. Create your own billionaire. Have an offensive lineman who becomes a billionaire. Like, if they can do it, why can't you do it? So, it's funny because money isn't always the thing that does it, because you see Ohio State doesn't win every year. Georgia doesn't win every year. Alabama doesn't win every year. Michigan doesn't win every year. You can have the most money and still lose. You can have the most money. You can pay the most for a roster and still not put it all together. They've put it together very well. I mean, that defense is absolutely filthy. It may be the best defense in college football behind Ohio State. And they've done a great job of going out and finding players that work for what they want to do. And that's the thing. Like, we've seen it before where like at Texas A&M in 2022 when they had the #1 recruiting class. That class didn't do anything. It didn't fill all their needs. It was just collected in a way to have the highest possible ranking. But it didn't fit the scheme. It didn't fit the what they wanted to do. It had a weird positional balance. Like, what Texas Tech did was go find guys that they needed in spots where they needed them and plug them in next to guys that they've brought along themselves. I mean, we talked to Joey Maguire about it. They've got guys that they've had coming out of high school that they were their first offer, and they unearthed them essentially. Mm-hmm. So it's not just they went and bought a roster. Buying a roster helps, though, a lot. Having a billionaire helps a lot.
Andy Staples on 3 here, joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Do you think they got it right at the top with A&M at 3rd and Indiana, Ohio State ahead of them?
I don't care. They'll play. I mean, it's a tournament. Yeah. Like, that's the part. It does not matter. Like, because you learned last year when Oregon had the best season everybody had. Well, they ended up with the worst matchup in the second round because they had to play Ohio State. The problem is with so few teams and so few data points, you could be the #1 seed, and if you get the wrong 8 seed, you're screwed. If you're the #2 seed and you get the wrong 7 seed, you're screwed. So we don't know who's going to be the one. Like, we don't know if you're going to want to be the 1, the 2, or the 3 at the end. So I don't think it really matters. I mean, they're all really good. You could put them in any order, and I wouldn't care. And that's probably what's going to happen. And what'll be more interesting is if they went out, if everybody wins out, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, where do they put them at the end of it? I think the winner of the Big Ten championship game would be #1. If A&M's 13-0, they'd be #2. And then whoever loses the Big Ten championship game would be #3. But I don't think that's – I think probably the Big Ten teams will win out unless somehow Ohio State finds a way to lose to Michigan again. Texas A&M is a little bit tougher road. Like, they go to Missouri this week. That is a losable game. Missouri needs to win that game a lot more than Texas A&M does. Obviously, the Texas game is going to be tough. But I do like Texas A&M a lot. I love what Mike Elko has done. I remember we were talking to him in May in Destin at the SEC spring meetings, and he said, we are better at every position group. And I remember thinking, wow, because they were pretty good at most of their position groups last year. If he's telling the truth here, this team's going to be really good. But I think the biggest thing they did is adding Mario Craver and Casey Concepcion through the portal. It really changed their passing game because they've got these guys. One, they can get open deep, but also you can hit them in space with a short, kind of high confidence pass, and they can turn it into something. And it's really unlocked what Marcel Reed can be because, you watched Marcel Reed last year and you thought, okay, he's a pretty good runner, but I don't know about Marcel Reed as a passer. Clearly, Colin Klein, their OC, saw what he can be as a passer and built this offense around what makes him good as a passer. So I love what they've done.
Andy, has Arch Manning come out the other side, or are we feeling comfortable about where he's at right now, or are we still a little hesitant?
I feel comfortable about him. I still think their offensive line needs to get better. And, that's one of those things that it's hard to do in season. And Sarkisian has said this essentially without actually saying it, is they messed up the evaluation on their offensive line this offseason. Because Texas has always been one of those, since the portal era started, Texas will go get what they need. They'll spend top dollar on what they need in the portal. And my mistake in evaluating them this offseason was I looked at it and said, oh, they didn't go get any offensive linemen in the portal, which means they know the guys they have coming up are going to be really good. And look, Kyle Flood's been a really good offensive line coach through the years. You trust that judgment. But when you saw him play on the field, you realize, oh, they messed up. They should have gone and gotten some offensive linemen. Like, Oregon went and got a couple starting offensive tackles in the portal. Ohio State got one. They got a couple in the portal. One doesn't start, but one does. And that's what you've got to do in this era. You have to consistently be evaluating your roster, and you have to be pretty harsh about it. You have to be almost like an NFL team where if you think this guy's not going to make it, or you've got a guy that you think is it's more in the NFL, you have guys fall off. In college, they're all young, so they're not falling off. But if you don't think this younger guy that you've been developing is ever going to get where you need him to be, you got to go get somebody who is. And so that's been the problem. Is Arch, I think, has been okay. The UTEP game was rough, but you look at some of these other games, he was just, like with the Florida game, people are just in his face every play. And that's not on him. I thought you look at the Texas game, first half of that Texas game, the Oklahoma game, Oklahoma's defensive line is getting after him. He is escaping. He is turning negative plays into either neutral plays or positive plays. And I think he's grown as a quarterback as the years go on. But a lot of what happened in the early season, I think, was him trying to overcome an offensive line that isn't nearly as good as the one they had last year. And now he's kind of figured out, and Sark's kind of figured out from a play calling perspective, how to make all this work.
Andy, we appreciate it, man. I've been wanting to talk to you for years. I've followed you for a while, so I really appreciate you popping on with us.
Well, you got my number anytime you need me.
All right. Don't say that. We will take you up on that. So thank you, man.
I have a show too, so don't worry. It will be revisited upon you in kind.
Hey, I'm in. Let's do it. All right, Andy. Thank you so much, man. Andy Staples from On 3 joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Let's go. Let's stick on the Zoom. We got King Henrik Lundqvist talking a little NHL next here on Sean and RJ on 105.
that first play?
The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. You got Neighborhood Watch coming up here at 7:40. Going to be joined by Henrik Lundqvist, King Henrik, in just a second here on Sean and RJ on The Fan. We were talking at the break. Andy Staples is awesome.
Yeah, he's so good.
We're going to wear him out. Wear him out.
I still, and I think we might I need to go check. We might have had him on when you were off last year. I think he jumped on with us last year, but he's very, very good. I love listening to his podcast. He's a great writer.
Yeah.
Really on top of everything. He's one of the go-to to listen to whenever College Football Saturday's done, and just kind of get his perspective, because he's really, really fantastic. And he's a believer in Arch. Even if he's not a believer in the offensive line.
He's not wrong, though. He's not wrong, though. Like, if it's hard for, especially a young quarterback to.
Yeah, I will say Arch didn't like, there were definitely aspects of it that have put him at a disadvantage. Arch hasn't always helped himself. Arch has definitely had some clean looks that he's just not been able to connect on.
He missed some throws. Like that Ohio State game still sticks out to me. Like the first pass of his of the year, just skipping rocks out there to the wide out.
It's a wide open look, and he skips it. So Chop, now that we are, an hour and 23 minutes into this, because we're in our new studios.
Yeah, we are.
Like we were telling people earlier, we've got, as you can see kind of behind us, we've got some naked canvases right now, because the studio doesn't have the character yet.
Right.
We haven't lived in it. We're gonna give it some character, and so we got to know, like, if you've got your high school pennant, or like a
helmet,
flag, or a helmet or something that we can like put around the studio to give it some, like, here's some local flair.
We should have some G-bag flags left around here somewhere, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to hang those up. That just feels tacky, you know? Yeah. I do have my Fire Nico that I'm going to have to get, but here's the only problem, Chop.
Yo.
Because of the way these walls are, I can't thumbtack them in. You see that?
Oh, yeah, these are like metal.
So here's what we're going to have to do. I was talking to Spittle about this. He said we're going to have to do like the glue Velcro on the back, and then we'll have to do like the Velcro.
Oh, with the hooks. They had those hook things.
Or the hooks, yeah, whatever it is. But either way, you guys
3M or whatever.
Message us on Facebook or shoot us a note on the fan text or whatever else. Just if you've got like, hey, I got a high school, a local flair you can throw up on that wall, give it some character, and we'll take it. But otherwise, we're figuring some things out. I think this is the most stressed Peyton Russell has ever been in his life. Oh, man,
Peyton is super stressed right now.
He just looks like, in fact, I want to get the look on his face right now while he's on the phone is like a meme. I want to get it right now because he just looks so uncomfortable.
He looks so bad.
Look at this photo of him.
You got to post that.
Yeah,
that is evil eye.
Aiden, I'm going to have to put this on the fan cam. He's
covering his ears.
Gosh.
He's covering his ears right now.
Sorry, we're being too loud.
Henrik Lundqvist on. I think he looks like he's about to hang the phone up, so hopefully we get him here in just a second. But, man. Oh, is he ready? Henrik, how you doing, man? Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing great. Hey, listen, I wanted to talk to you about one thing, very important thing, and that is you are by far the best dressed man on TV. I need some fashion tips. We need some fashion tips. We are hoodie, hat, and beard guy. We need some fashion tips here, man. Like, do you dress yourself for those TV hits?
Yeah, I do. But there's nothing wrong with a nice hat and a hoodie as well. On my off days, that's what I'm going to.
There you go. That's true. That's true. You're not sure how much. I know you guys had the Stars game the other night on TNT. And I wanted to ask you about Otter. We love Otter. He's fantastic. I know you were his favorite goalie when he was growing up. There's a step he has to take. Is there any part of his game that's missing that you can see?
No. You break it down, and we talked about this on air as well. When he plays, I find it at least, when he plays deep, that's when he's in great position. He's a big guy, so for him a lot of times it's about being in the right place and not let any goals through him. It's hard to beat him around him because of his size and the way he moves, right? So I thought the other night when we had him on, he was in great position all night long, and we've seen it so many times. When he plays his best, he is one of the best goalies in the league. He's fun to watch.
A lot of injuries, and I know this injury is just part of the sport. And when you have injuries, you might be able to win a game here or two before they kind of catch up to you. Are you surprised with the amount of injuries the Stars have had, that they've picked up points in like 7 straight games?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, the game now, it's intense. It takes a toll on the body for sure. But good teams, they manage to find ways. It's an opportunity for guys that normally don't get as many minutes to get bigger roles. And a lot of times when you have a lot of injuries, you fall back on the structure of the team. That's the thing that will save you a lot of times when you have off nights or you're missing a lot of key players, the structure and how you play defensively, offensively. And Dallas has been such a strong team for years now, so they have a lot to fall back on when things happen.
What did you think of Dallas's decision this offseason to move on from Pete DeBoer and bring in Glenn Gulletson and the job that he's done to this point for the Stars?
Well, they've been such a strong team, right? So a little surprised, but at the same time, every organization have their reasons for why they're making changes, and you're ultimately trying to get to that big goal of winning. So I'm sure they have their reasons, and looking at their start now, 7-3-3? It seems like they're in the right place.
Henrik Lundqvist joined us here at 105 through the Fan. I know on the Halloween broadcast, great costumes, by the way, Coop asked you if you got more emotional after a big loss or big win. As a fan, as a post-playing career, how emotional do you get as a former athlete during games that you're watching on TV now?
Well, it's not coming close to what I used to feel. That's for sure. It was so intense to play the game, the emotions you felt going into a game, playing the game, after the game. Now I watch it as a fan. Do I get excited? Yes, if it's a great game. I'm a fan of hockey, so I love watch it. I love watch the speed, the skill, especially the goaltending. But I'm just way calmer now. But I definitely have moments where I get a little extra excited, especially during the playoff times.
Are you glad the NHL is returning to the Olympics, or did you like watching the kids?
I think it's the best opportunity for this game to grow. The best players needs to be at the Olympics. It's a great opportunity for some of the best players in the world now to get this opportunity to play in the Olympics. They still haven't had that chance, right? So I'm really happy for the players to get this experience. For me, I played in 3 Olympics, and it was unbelievable.
Before we let you go, did Anson Carter really give himself the nickname Ace?
I'm not sure. He didn't really answer it last week.
That's not allowed, right? You can't give yourself your own nickname.
No. I have a lot of nicknames, and I don't think I ever came up with one myself. It just happens, right? Your surroundings.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in hockey. I mean, it's such a boys' club. Hey, man, we really appreciate it. We know you got to go. Thanks so much for popping on.
All right, thank you.
Henrik Lundqvist here on 105 through the Fan. Bobby is typing furiously over here.
Yeah, there's just you've always got to. I don't know. You don't want to say anything too strong. Just keeping an eye on some things in the news.
Things. Okay.
Yeah, I would just Yeah.
Neighborhood
Little
Watch coming up
here.
Neighborhood Watch coming up in 10 minutes. You had a Sam Darnold MVP case.
I did. Well, I don't. I'm not the one with the case. This is not me. But Sam Darnold, this is over at The Athletic. The Athletic had written an article yesterday that it's time to take Sam Darnold's MVP case seriously. They say, as November football arrives, the week-to-week, I don't even know what that word is. What would this word be, Chuck? Vagaries? Vagaries? Could say
vagaries. Oh, vagaries.
I don't know that word.
The vagaries.
I don't know that word.
The ins, the outs, the what have yous.
I don't know that word.
Peyton, you know that word, vagaries?
No idea, but now I do.
Yeah, the vagaries.
You could have faked that one, Peyton.
I think it was in. No, it wasn't in that movie.
No one is entirely certain who the conference favorites are. The Super Bowl contenders rise and fall on a pregame basis, and the MVP race is a murky mess. And they say that Robert Mays and Derek Klassen from the Athletic Football Show, which is also where David Helm is found lately, have started talking about that. This needs to be a stronger case for Sam Darnold. Which, let's go ahead and take a look at the resume right now. There are a lot of people, Sean Sharif, Troy Aikman included, who believe that the Seahawks have been the best team in football so far to this point. Sam Darnold coming off of a big-time performance on Sunday Night Football. This year he has 70% completions, 16 touchdowns, 5 picks, 9.6 yards per attempt. His passer rating is 116. His QBR is 77.9.
That's high.
Which is way up there.
Dak's is high still. It's in the 70s, right? Isn't Dak one of three in the 70s?
It's like Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold, and Dak.
Yeah.
The highest, his QBR last year with Minnesota, where he had a good season, 57.3. So we're talking about him playing exceptionally better than he did even last year in Minnesota right now. And Seattle has been one of the top teams. Now, we've heard a few different names thrown into the MVP conversation. I believe Allen is the favorite right now, is what it had come down to. It shifted recently away from Mahomes to Allen.
Yeah.
I'm sure Mahomes is one of the ones up there. But other than that, we've heard Dak thrown in there. That's cooled in the last couple weeks.
Or Daniel Jones.
Darnold. Drake May is starting to get a lot of chatter. Yep. I think there should be more chatter about Matt Stafford, which is odd for me. But if you were going to handicap the race today, where do you look at it and go like, that's the NFL MVP?
I mean, look, it's easy to say Allen or Mahomes all the time. I like to come at it from a surprise. Like if a team comes out of nowhere and makes the playoffs, that's immediately the first place that I go. So I would look at Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold. That's where I would kind of go right to. I know Jonathan Taylor. People are going to throw Taylor's name out there.
See, and that's the only thing is that I wonder how much.
It's too hard.
I wonder how much the best case that or the best chance that a running back would have in the modern era to do it would probably be someone like Taylor, because Taylor would have to score a lot of touchdowns, which he's been doing.
Yeah,
he would have to be on a team that's a surprise, which he is, a team that's been pretty dominant most of the year. They have, not recently, but they have. And the other aspect of it is, it feels like you don't want to. I would imagine voters would be very hesitant to give Daniel Jones the MVP, even if he put up the best numbers. I think they'd be terrified of giving him an MVP, and then he has a bad career after this, like he just flashed for a year. I don't think they want that. I think they would give him the comeback player of the year.
Sure,
and they would
Dak
just say,
Dak is going to be in the running for that.
But I think they would say, Daniel Jones, you get this, and that'll be our recognition for you. We may even give you All-Pro. You don't get this. And I could see them then saying, but it's got to go to the Colts, Jonathan Taylor. So that would be the best chance a running back would have at winning it. Since what? Yeah. Peterson?
Adrian, 2012. I mean, look, it's because Dak's got to be in the running for comeback player of the year, no doubt. And so does Daniel Jones. But
817, Dak was not getting chatted. That was just you, Bobby. You're a dumbass.
No,
Dak was literally in the top 5 of the Vegas odds last week.
He was getting chatter.
You moron.
The issue is like, what is Daniel Jones coming back from? Being Daniel Jones?
Right, like there is
to me, a comeback player of the year award is an injury.
So they've treated. I can't remember. They changed the definition of the award. And so, like, I mean, you could say, because I think they said from struggle or from certain things, that whatever the wording is about like rebounding from challenges and yada yada. So I think that they might look at it and say, well, he was released and now he's an MVP candidate. So that right there, that's definitely a struggle. I think that they would be very hesitant to give it to Jones. I think might be hesitant to give it to Sam Darnold. It just feels like, can you think of anybody who's popped in the modern era?
Where they had one MVP.
Where it was like,
and
this
then
is
they
their breakout
away.
year, and they got the MVP. I'm trying to think.
No, I can't think of any. Because you would think that they would have it's a lot of times, I mean, some of these awards are like lifetime achievements, too.
Yeah.
And that would not be the case with that. That's interesting.
If you look back over the previous AP winners of the NFL MVP award, which, let me go down here. Okay, so these are the previous winners working backwards. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Matt Ryan. Cam Newton, that was his best year, but he hadn't been bad before that, and he was the number one pick.
That was Matt Ryan's best year. He was never really the same after that either.
Right, but Ryan, I don't think was considered like a pop. Like, I think Ryan had been to multiple Pro Bowls by that point. Let's see, what was he? At that point in his career, he had been to 3 Pro Bowls.
Okay.
So, I don't know if that's the same sort of pop. Let me see here. Peyton Manning, LaDainian, Sean Alexander, Gannon. Rich Gannon's probably the best example of it. I would say Rich Gannon would be the one that would be the best example, where he was kind of a career so-so guy, popped with the Raiders, won the MVP. But you got to go back 23 years to the last time the AP did that.
It's a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Oh my gosh, you were 30 back then?
23 years ago?
Uh-huh.
I was not 30 23 years ago.
You're getting close to 60, right?
I was 23 years ago, man. I was 23.
Oh, half your lifetime ago.
That's half my lifetime ago.
The last time this happened was half of your very long life ago.
Yep. Did you see that? So they've made kind of I don't want to say they've made a decision on this yet, but they've made a decision for now. Drew Brees is in at Fox, and this is going to be a replacement for now for Mark Sanchez, and probably forever for Mark Sanchez.
I've liked Brees so far doing kind of analyst work, but I've liked him in the studio analyst stuff. I don't know. We'll see how. I'm sure he'll be good. He's well spoken. He's a very cerebral player. I'm sure he's going to have a look at things that will be unique and insightful and everything else like that. But there's a part of me that also wonders. I thought Witten was going to be great at it.
Yeah,
because he's that kind of player. Witten was that cerebral, see the game a different way, understand everybody's role, and then that job can be a challenge, man.
Oh, there's no doubt. I think it's easier for quarterbacks anyway.
Because they have to, they're doing all that analyzing before the snap on every play.
They also need to know the job of everybody else.
Yeah, but
Jason Witten doesn't need to know the quarterback's job necessarily. Or I'm sorry. He may not need to know the center's job.
Yeah, but as guys just audibling, you got to think the guys who walk up to the line of scrimmage have to diagnose what everybody's doing and then communicate to everybody what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you would think that in that short amount of time, you want that in an analyst chair too. Somebody to sit there and go, "Yep, this is what's happening here."
I did think that Sanchez was pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought he was pretty good as an analyst on the games.
He wasn't bad at all.
No.
He was bad. He was very bad.
He was very bad. Off the
some would say just flat out immoral, but he was not bad as an analyst. I thought he was pretty good at it.
No, but we'll see what Brees does. I didn't think Brees was great on that hit that he did on was it NBC Sunday Night Football or whatever. But maybe he's better here.
I think he's been good when he's done some of these hits with ESPN or Fox or whatever, though. He's done some studio interviews. He did one with I think First Take. I think he's been good in that role.
Peyton, we still got bids to get. We still have bids to be made, huh? On this?
Yeah, we're still at 2,500.
What?
Yeah, still at 2,500.
We're at 2,500 on Monday.
877-881-1053.
We're half of KNC right now.
Yeah, that. See, they begged for it though. We're not beggars.
No,
we don't beg. We're not begging.
And you got until Friday tomorrow at 10 a.m. When the show ends,
all right.
It locks.
Okay, 877-881-1053. We got to get up there. We got to get back up to KNC.
We got to come up with the what's the leverage play? What's our leverage for hey, obviously help the kids.
All right, here's the leverage. A, help the kids. B, if you bid, Bobby will play a round of golf with you.
No, well, if you bid, just flat out bid.
If you'll play a round of golf with the winner.
If they win the bid?
Yes, with the winning bid, you'll play a round of golf.
See, I like the Bobby phone number thing. Each segment we give one digit away, so you have to listen to the whole show, or else you'll miss out on a digit or two. I like that.
Ooh.
Now I could give out all the digits, and it's not necessarily in that right order.
I mean, that doesn't really help anything out. I mean, that's still.
I'm just saying I can do that
9
for fun.
billion combinations.
I'm just
then?
saying I can just do that right now.
Can I buy a 1?
Yeah. All right. So 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's go. Bid on us. Forget about the other shows.
$5,001.
$5,001. It's time for the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear?
What's the scuttlebutt?
Shout out, and we did not get the opportunity to do this yesterday, but I'm wearing the hat today.
Yeah, you are.
Shout out to Burger Schmurger.
Fantastic.
Holy S. I was telling you this. So, Tony Fay PR, great folks that we have a good relationship with. In fact, I'm going to go have lunch with Joe Trahan next week.
Well,
got that locked in last night. They had reached out to you and said, hey, you got to try these burgers, man.
Yeah, they did.
And they brought them up there on on Tuesday. And, man, I was sitting there. I was just getting some prep. I was getting some stuff done. I was at the station later than expected. And you're like, hey, some burgers are coming. They brought those up there. I told you after, I was like, you know how when somebody gives you something and you really like it, so you're trying to make sure they know you're not faking this or being polite. You really like it.
Yeah.
But then through all the over-explaining, you're concerned that you're coming off as you don't like it.
Yeah.
And you're trying to come up with it. That's how I felt about these burgers.
They're tremendous. I didn't know what an Oklahoma smash burger was. I didn't know they had a thing.
Yeah, which they were saying their patties are not as thin. They're as a typical Oklahoma smash. But an Oklahoma smash, it's like a ball, and then you've got onions on top of it, and you literally smash the onions into it. But just onions, pickles, cheese, meat, fantastic. They were great guys and brought us up a handful. I found out the final number that Chiafalo ate after you left. 4.
He ate 4 of those?
And weren't those double patties?
They were double.
4.
Double cheese.
He ate 4 of them. And yesterday when I saw him, he's like, I'm still thinking about that burger, man.
It's fantastic. It was 4?
It was very good. I mean, it's at the end of the day, nothing's going to be Whataburger for me because it's so good. But this is a good option if you're not buy one. It's a fantastic, and it's good to support local places. I always like supporting local. That's what Neighborhood Watch is all about.
Absolutely,
supporting local. So fantastic. Absolutely love those guys. Good dudes. You can check them out. I think they're on Buckner. Is where they said.
They are, yeah.
I think they're near Casa Linda, that area. If you're familiar with that area in Dallas, but they're on Buckner, and check them out. They are fantastic. All right, so we talked earlier this week. Since I said local just then, we talked earlier this week about what qualifies as local.
Oh,
because
yeah.
You tried to say the Oklahoma Sooners were local, and I said no, they aren't. And it started a big fight on the fan text, political fight of half of the people saying they're absolutely not local, and if you say that, I want you to die. And the other half saying they are local, and if you say they're not, you can go to California, basically.
Right.
I mean, they didn't say that, but sort of that sort of sentiment. So I've got an offshoot on this topic, and I want to get answers from Peyton as he looks just stressed with sweat dripping down his brow in the new studio.
There he is.
You're here. Oh, you're here. You're
definitely here.
That picture you took of me.
You're very present right now.
You might be here for a while today.
We've got Chop here as well. I need to know, what is your number one tell that someone is a transplant and not originally from DFW? So give us your answers, 877-881-1053. I'll give you my answer first so that you guys have some time to think. But 877-881-1053, that's the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Let us know, what is your number one tell that someone is a transplant and they're not originally from here?
Lancaster.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Or, I mean, if they say like the 635, because that's
if they say, if they put a the in front of it, the, like that in California, the 5, the 101.
The high 5. We say that.
That's true. That's true.
So wait, which you just said 2 ones. Which one are you saying it is? Because there is a right answer, and I don't know if you have it.
I think it's saying Lancaster and not Lancaster.
It's Lancaster.
Lancaster is the way you say it.
Right.
Yeah.
So people are saying Lancaster.
All right, good. So you do have it.
I think the street in Fort Worth might be Lancaster. They might pronounce
I know the
that.
city is Lancaster.
The city is Lancaster. For me, it's like if you mispronounce Capel.
If you say Capel.
Yeah. Koppel. I've heard people say Koppel. If you mispronounce, I screwed this one up for years. Hebron.
Would you say Hebron?
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember.
Hebron.
If you say
County?
We're what?
Bear County? Because it's
Bear.
Bexar.
Yeah, Mahia.
I mean, there's a lot of just pronunciations of Texas. That tells me you're not from Texas if you don't know them. One of the ones is if you say Waxahachie,
right?
I know you're not
another one
from here, but mine was, and this is a very different one. I don't need, and if you've been here long enough, you probably can do this. I don't need a forecast or watches or anything else when it comes to the weather. I can tell by stepping outside if a spring day is going to be bad. Like if it's going to turn on the weather. I think you can step outside and there is a, you can have like, oh, we got a high risk day for bad weather. And I can step outside and go, no, it's not. And it'll bust every time. It'll bust. It's like, oh, it turns out
that's interesting.
The cap held in place or whatever else. Those days, I feel like you can have no watches or warnings. I can step outside and go, oh, I need to go pull up the weather report because I bet there's a tornado watch right now because it feels like that's going to happen somewhere in the Metroplex with the way this feels right now.
Man, it is.
There's a feeling. When a transplant isn't always able to tell, I don't think, when they step outside if this nice spring day is about to be an ugly one.
Man, people are saying if they how you say the service roads, access roads, feeder roads,
if you say feeder,
road.
You're from Houston. I know you're from Houston.
That's a Houston thing.
That's Houston specific. I know you're from Houston if you say feeder.
Yeah, IndyCar Tim, I've been in Dallas since 1973. I've never pronounced it as Lancaster.
No, I think
Lancaster. Oh, he's saying
Lancaster.
Yeah. Well, that's.
But I'm telling you, Lancaster does.
If you say I-35 is a good highway, you're not from here.
I don't know anybody who says that's a good highway. Love that highway.
I know, but if someone's not from here, they're like 35 is a great highway. What are you talking about?
Do highways have rankings on Google, like 5-star, 4-star? Do the highways have those stars?
Like we got Yelps for the highways. I will say, if there was ever a good highway, it would be the 635 Expressway, the Autobahn down there. But you got to pay for it, so I don't feel like it's totally the same.
I also think if you say anything but the tollway, if you call it the Dallas North Tollway, I know you're not from it.
Or what does New Jersey call it? Is it the Fast Pass or what do they? What do they call it in?
Oh,
Easy Pass. Easy Pass.
Easy
right?
Pass.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's like 5 different names for it.
Yeah.
Houston has a different one.
Houston's got one, but no. If you the road, if just the road is the tollway. I know if you call it the Dallas North Tollway, you just got here.
I will say Dallas North Tollway when speaking to someone that I don't think knows it. Like if I'm saying,
okay, that's fair.
I'll say you get on the Dallas North Tollway. Mm-hmm. If I know I'm talking to a local, you get on the tollway. Here's some of the answers on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. You've got, do they know what kolaches are? When they say you all or the more ridiculous use guys, that's you.
I think
right
Jake
there.
says that,
Don't
right?
say that.
Rima, I think he says you guys.
He's not a y'all. He definitely doesn't feel like a y'all guy.
I say I don't say use guys. I say everything. I'll say y'all, all y'all, you guys.
Let's 214 getting freaked out about tornado warnings.
Yeah, that's the other one. If you hear a tornado siren and it doesn't move you at all,
you're from here.
Or you've been here long enough. Like I've got to the point. It's 30 years. I don't. Like I might get into the closet. Might if it's like if I'm watching the news and I could see when the radar becomes like purple or black. I know it's like all right. We're getting there.
Hook. It's when you see the hook.
Yeah, the hook.
I'll say the hook echo. It's when that little like tail starts curling. So you say that's when you go in. When do you come out of the closet?
As soon as it's done.
How do you know when it's safe to come out?
I hear the sirens go away.
I look at Twitter.
Yeah.
And Twitter tells you it's safe
when
to come out.
When Brunoff sends me an email saying,
I wait for Dan Brunoff to get in there.
Tells you it's safe to come out of the
Brunoff
closet.
says it's all right, let's go.
214, cowboy hat and tennis shoes. Waxahachie pronunciation is a lot of
that's an easy one.
Saying pop instead of soda or Coke. A lot of people saying anyone who prefers In-N-Out. Gotta know that's real. Uses their signals when they're driving. That's another one.
Yep.
This is one. Instead of just saying Oak Cliff and kind of meshing it all together to go O Cliff, essentially. Just Oak Cliff. If you go
Cliff.
Oak Cliff, you're not from here.
Like O Block kind of, right?
Huh?
Like O Block. You just kind of run together. Oak Cliff, you know?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't really know how it is.
No idea what you're talking about.
But yeah, there you go.
Neighborhood Watch.
If they ask, do you get hail in Texas?
That's right.
Yeah, because that's just going to happen. And you know what? When it does happen, you can call Fraser Roofs and Gutters because they're going to make sure that you are set, you're handled, and they're going to do it as Tolos. And so they're one of your own. So call Fraser Roofs and Gutters if that hail ever hits. All right. Texas airports are facing some of the worst delays.
No way.
Right now because of this government shutdown. This is from Spectrum Local News. Many Texas travelers are feeling the stress as steep wait times and delays hit airports across the Lone Star State. This past weekend, TSA lines surpassed 3 hours stretched out and around terminals while Texas airports struggle to adapt to staffing shortages caused by the government shutdown. And this is the thing that might move action, I feel like. If you start making people miss flights or really putting them that's enough to anger the masses into, I don't care who's y'all fix it. Y'all, and just like you're going to start getting pressure on both sides of get it done now.
They got 2.5 weeks before the busiest travel day of the year. Is that the Thanksgiving weekend at the busiest travel, or one of them? It's one of the 5.
I think it's
4th of July. Yeah. So you got a couple of weeks. You got a couple of weeks to figure this out. They've already announced, I saw this yesterday, 10% reduction in flights at 40 major airports. I think we're 2 of them. So a 10% reduction, and just think of what that's going to do. Like, imagine a 10% reduction here, and then 10% in L.A. and 10% in Atlanta, and how many flights we have going back and forth between L.A. and Atlanta and DFW or Love Field every single hour. I mean, there's a flight to L.A. every hour on the hour, like same to Atlanta, and you start reducing them 10% at each airport, I mean, the trickle-down effect. No one's catching these connections.
TSA agents and nearly 13,000 air traffic controllers are going on a month without pay now as the government shutdown continues. We've talked about school closings. Yeah, it is. Here in Neighborhood Watch, we've talked about school closings. That was something we brought up last week. Frisco ISD and McKinney ISD could be the next North Texas school districts to close campuses. This is from WFAA. They say that Frisco Independent School District on Monday considered the future of Staley Middle School. And they've also got McKinney ISD, which is considering potential changes to its boundaries and repurposing underutilized facilities. In a presentation at its August board meeting, it was noted that home prices in the southwest part of, where did that just go? Home prices in the southwest part of the district have outpaced what many new families can afford. This is just becoming a mess right now with these school districts.
This is surprising to me because, we mentioned that the Grapevine Colleyville was doing this, which is where my kids are, but those cities aren't growing anymore. Grapevine and Colleyville don't have any room. Like they're full grown. McKinney, Frisco, I mean those places are booming. How are they closing schools down? Those places are growing. There's new kids coming in every day.
Well, like McKinney, apparently with McKinney, I assume it's a similar problem for Frisco. With McKinney, like they just referenced there, the home price has gone up so much. It's like it's pricing people out of living there. So so you've got people who can't afford to live there anymore, and so schools end up. Sense. Yeah, you got people who move, and so they end up losing those kids in the schools.
Interesting. Neighborhood Watch. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out today, out tomorrow as well. He's taking off for Zach Wolchuk's paternity leave. So he's got even more paternity leave. He's using that.
Yeah, he's taking it from Wolchuk.
He's taking it from Wolchuk.
Wolchuk's baby.
It's for Wolchuk's.
He's like, this is mine. I'm a veteran.
All right, Sean and RJ here on The Fan. Cowboys mid-season grades. We got Diamondcast below the belt. Loaded rest of the show here on Sean and RJ on 105 through The Fan. We get some mid-season grades for your Dallas Cowboys coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. 8 o'clock hour right now happening. Diamond Cavs coming up at 8:20. I got a question for you. Is there such thing as too much celebration?
According to the NFL, there is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Two pumps for Rico Dowdle got him a penalty. So.
Yeah, that's true. We'll get into that coming up at 8:20. But it is Sean and RJ here on the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt.
And we are in our new studios.
Yes, we are.
And we're seeing a lot of people saying, y'all sound different today. One, we are in our new studios. Two, like anything, when you sit down, you start talking in front of the microphone, you're like, okay, tweak this, tweak that. So you guys are going to hear the sound vary because there are people saying like, why do y'all sound different? Or this sounds like this. That's the beauty of this whole thing. And we're going to make it work.
Yeah, I am going to get yelled at an awful lot. I don't really talk into the microphone. I talk around the microphone because I move my head an awful lot when I talk.
You're not going to. So here's the thing. You're fine to do that, but you have to, like, it's going to have to be pointed, you know? It's going to have to be, like, right here. So you're going to have to, like, either come really close or, like, back here. It just kind of depends. Like, you can do this. You just can't do a lot of that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'm fine right here where I am, but not right here where I am.
Well, so the old mics we had pointed directly right here.
Yeah.
So these ones you're kind of trying to angle up at you, and that's not going to work nearly as well.
All right. Well, there we go. But anyway, we're in our new studio, so we're going to need some stuff. We're going to need some gear. Justin Hood, Tolo, said he's going to give us a deer head.
Oh, I've had some people text and say, got South Lake Carroll gear for you. Somebody said that I think they've got an Irving MacArthur baseball helmet that they want to have us put in the studio. So, yeah, if you want some local high school or college flair, local.
Okay?
So no OU.
No, it could be OU.
Local flair.
UTEP's good?
Yeah, UTEP local, Bobby?
UTEP is Texas. It's within our borders. It's within our borders.
It's closer to California, but it's local. There we go. All right.
Big open borders guy. RJ Choppy here wants to open it up to Oklahoma. But if you guys want to help us decorate the walls with some local flair, you know, go ahead and do it, and you'll see it on the fan cam.
All right, let's do it. All right.
You didn't actually set it up, so I was waiting for you to set up what we're going to do here. You're going to toss to
Yes, I'm tossing to you. Cowboys mid-season grades.
That's what we're doing. Thank you, Chop. Let's do mid-season grades. We're going to go around the room here, and I like involving Peyton in more of this while he's distracted.
Oh, okay, this will be fun.
You know, we don't typically involve him in football talk because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Power rankings, he's distracted. That's football talk.
That's true. But this is good. We'll have Peyton here. We are at the mid-season mark for the Dallas Cowboys, and I wanted to take a look at how are we grading out some of the performances so far, specifically of some hot button names. So I've got 8 of them here. We'll get through as many as we can. If we have any left over, we'll touch on them a little bit later. So number 1 on this list, what is the midseason grade, F to A+, for Brian Schottenheimer? And you can weigh in on the fan text as well, 877-881-1053.
So this is an interesting one because there's two kinds of grades. If this is a 10-year head coach, I think you grade him differently, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you grade everything different on first year as you're getting your feet wet.
There are absolute growing pains that I think we all expected to go through. I think I would say a B or B minus. And now listen, to me, you got to understand where I'm coming from. I think a B is a amazing grade. I never saw a B.
Is it possible to have a positive grade? And I don't just mean here, in any context. Is it possible to have a positive grade and be a 4-13 football team at the end of the year? Not necessarily this team. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think so.
So you are saying that there is a context of where are you at? What are you trying to accomplish?
All right, for example, I think you can have Aaron Glenn is 1-7. I think everybody would say he would not get a great grade. But if he was changing cultures and everything and everybody looked to be really happy, I think you could get a positive grade. Mike McDaniel is going to get a negative grade. No doubt.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys don't win another game, you know, it's going to be tough to give Shotty to really give him a positive grade. I still think he could do it because he hasn't, I think, obviously, not losing the team is big. They seem to be having fun. They seem to be enjoying what they're doing. There's a lot that I disagree with that he's done. I'm a little disappointed that he's not more aggressive in certain situations that we've had those discussions on. But I think overall he's probably about a B- or B.
I would go B, flat B.
Yeah.
I think that...
Which, again, for me, I think that's an amazing grade. If my kids got all Bs, I'd be happy. A lot of your parents would be like, no, I'd hate that. For me, it's like, well, I mean, I didn't get a B.
I mean, if you're 3, 5, and 1, I think a B is solid. I think there's signs of what he's trying to accomplish here. He's largely responsible for the offense. The offense has basically been good. He's trying to get involved when the defense has not met up to expectations. So I like his level of involvement, what he's trying to do. So I'm going to give him a B. Some of the answers on the fan text, we got a D- from the 682. 325 says a B currently. We've got a B from 682. 972 C+, maybe B-. Peyton, what's your answer here?
I'm going to go B- here. I'll go B-. I was thinking C+, but I was like, first-year head coach, and RJ's right. He hasn't lost the locker room or anything. The players seem happy when talking about the culture change. So I'm going to go B-. I mean, the record isn't there, but Shotty doesn't play defense. He doesn't play defense, so, I'm going to give it a B- right now.
By the way, is that a low bar to say he hasn't lost the locker room yet?
That would factor into my grade, though, I think. So, I mean, yes,
I'm
I think so.
not criticizing you because I said the same thing.
Right.
You hadn't lost the locker room. But is that a low bar by us? Are we losers now? Yes, I am a loser, but are we
It's
being losers?
It's not a bar I think is particularly important in year 1. It's important in year 5 with McCarthy. Did you lose the locker? Are guys checking out on you now? Early on, I wouldn't expect you to lose the locker room in year 1. People are figuring things out. All right, next one here on the list. Another hot button name. Dak Prescott.
A-.
Okay.
He was tracking A+.
A-.
But back-to-back mid-ish games, right? These last 2 games have been kind of mid. And A- is still fantastic. He needs to cut back at some... I think he's got a few more interceptions than he probably should have at this point in the season. He's tracking for about 12 to 14 for the whole year. That's almost won a game. You don't want to... If you have 14 interceptions, it's almost won a game. A-? Is that too high?
No.
That's too low?
No, I think it's probably about right.
All right.
A-. Yeah, I think if this was 2 weeks ago, we'd be saying A+.
Absolutely.
But he had a couple, games that stepped him back, so A-. Peyton, what do you got for this one?
I'll go A. I'll be different than y'all. I'll go A a little above. Right? A's above A-?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah. So I'll go A. Not A+, but yeah, Bobby's right. If if this was a couple weeks ago, it'd be A+. He's playing like an MVP, but last 2 weeks, he's taken it down a notch, but I'll go A, just A for Dak.
Again, some of the answers on the fan text, we've got A-, B+, wins and losses are quarterback stat. He's fine, but not a huge difference maker. 201 says Dak A-, potential MVP. 469 Dak B+, OG Irving. All right, next one here as we do Cowboys midseason grades. I already know what your answer is going to be, Chop.
All right.
But you guys go in on the fan text as well, 877-881-1053. George
A+.
Pickens.
A+, baby.
Would you like to expand on it?
He's a superstar. They need to keep him. They need to find a way to keep him. Whatever, by any means necessary.
What is it that you have just fallen in love with? Is it the demeanor? Is it the play style? What is it?
I love a receiver that carries the ball in the palm of their hand. Is him telling you, you can't get me. I love that. I love that.
That's solid. Peyton?
Yeah, A+. I mean, what he did when CeeDee Lamb was out was incredible. He really carried the wide receiver core there, the room there. So I'm going to go A+. He's been huge. I mean, I hope we're able to re-sign him, keep him here. But, yeah, George Pickens has been amazing. And he hasn't blown up or anything like that. He's had some maybe, you catch him on the sideline a little mad, but that's normal.
We don't bring that up.
That's
Peyton.
normal, but no blow-ups yet, no nothing. He's great with the media. We haven't played any terrible audio that we always played when he was in Pittsburgh. I'll go A++.
Rocking the shiesty that he's got?
I'll go A. It's not quite A+ for me. The only thing that keeps it away from being A+, there have been times throughout the season where he has not finished his routes, especially early in the year. He was not finishing his routes very well. There were times where you wondered about, Is the effort all there? Is he locked in? Is he like some of the contested catches early on? It felt like, all right, attack the football, dude. So that's the only thing that keeps it from being an A+. An A is still a great grade. It's higher than what Dak is, but it's an A for me.
Former Cowboy James Whalen texting in.
Well,
on the shoddy comments, he says he agrees with the B-, but he also says, do we have to dock him for hiring the DC? And I guess the follow-up is, did he actually even hire the DC, or was that thrust upon him?
I think it was a hire from the top that the coach gave a thumbs up for. And if he didn't, they would have looked elsewhere. Does that make sense? So it's like,
gotcha.
They found the candidate that said, we think this is the guy. And he went, yeah, all right, cool. And if he said no, then they may have gone, okay, well, let's look some other areas. But they really clearly trust Matt Eberflus, and now things have shifted a little bit. All right, we got time for at least one or two more. You can weigh in. These are midseason grades for the Cowboys on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053. Jadeveon Clowney. And you can factor expectations, whatever else you want in there.
The last couple of weeks have really shot him up. I'll say B+.
That's solid.
B+.
No, I think that's good. I would go maybe a little under it. B. Just a B. B to B+, though, I'm fine.
So you couldn't get him into the A range?
Mm-mm. No, I think
is that because of you expected more?
No. I think I know what he is, and he's played well. He knocked off some rust, took him a little bit. But yeah, he had a couple games there where he was not making the impact that he normally does, even in the run game. But I think that he's largely been a positive, and that grade is trending up. I imagine if he keeps this up, I imagine we'll be talking about him as like an A, especially for when you signed him and what you got. Peyton?
So I'm going to go B+, just because my expectations, not that I don't like the guy, but they were a little low coming in. He's coming in a new team. He's got to learn everything quickly. His age factors in that too. So I'm going to go B+, but my expectations were lower for him.
Some of the other answers we've got here, 682B, 214 B+, B- from 903. 214 says C, irrelevant. Clowney, B- says the 945. And then we'll throw one more out here. Tyler Guyton.
Oh, man. I would say C-.
I think
C.
I think it was a C- 2 weeks ago. I might bump it up to a C+ now. It's not B territory, but there's enough positive there that makes me feel like you might be able to turn something around here, and that's encouraging to me. So I would go C+ for now. C to C+. Peyton?
I'm going to have to lean C-. Not quite closer to D, but yeah, I'll go C- here. My expectations were just high for him. I mean, he has been disappointment this year so far, but C- for Guyton.
And then the fan text weighing in on the Tyler Guyton grade. 940 says Tyler Guyton C+. 214 says C-. 682 says D-. So we've got some of the fan text weighing in there. We'll do the remainder of these at 8:40. And I'll even tell you now who else we're going to be discussing. We need grades for Kenny Clark, Deron Bland, and Tyler Booker. So we'll finish those up at 8:40, as well as get into some other things in Below the Belt.
All right. It is little Cowboys midseason grades. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. People commenting on the YouTube that I am frozen. I'm not frozen. I'm just playing the freeze game.
Let it go.
Yeah, I'm not frozen at all. Sean and RJ here on the fan. Little Diamond Cavs coming up next. Is there such a thing as too much celebrated, and the Rangers have to get in on these two players? Sean and RJ from our brand new home, our new studios, joining us here next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to...
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Pepper Lady? Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt Payton alongside Aiden somewhere. We don't really know where. He's not here, but he's somewhere. He's out there.
In the world.
He's in the world. Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. But let's do a little Diamond Cavs, shall we? We haven't done Diamond Cavs in a while.
We shall.
I wanted to talk a couple of things going on. First off, we haven't discussed this. What did you make of essentially the Rangers cleaning house with their coaching staff? Beasley, Mike Maddox.
Expected, I guess.
You did expect that?
Yeah.
Both?
Yeah, like you get new guys who come in, and I obviously know this is somebody who's connected to the organization, but I think they felt like, let's get a reset here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was also mutual in some cases.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that You get somebody in here who, especially somebody who's managed at another spot, they're going to have their ideas about who they want to be here.
I get that. We don't know. Losing Maddox is tough. That's a big loss. There's no doubt about that. Beasley, Boone, we got to figure out what's going on there.
That's the biggest loss.
Yeah.
Boone.
Well, we can still have him.
Yeah, we should.
We will.
But we should have him on the staff.
We should have him on the staff.
And we don't.
Absolutely.
Which, by the way, I will say, I struggle with this aspect of things. I assume Mike Maddox is really great as a pitching coach. And I've seen certain results and everything else. I don't know that he is. You know what I mean?
You don't know that Mike's great?
I'm saying I don't know what.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way to know. For me, a lot of the times we're crediting results to him that were they. It's like my Mike McCarthy argument. And I'm not saying Mike Maddox is Mike McCarthy. He's clearly so much better. But if you look at the Mike McCarthy thing where it's like they went 12-5, it's like, well, there's some people who thought they should have been 14-3. And then that's the thing. I don't know how results-based you can be. So I'm not saying that that's the case with Mike Maddox. I'm just saying I really can't say with certainty either way that I know he's responsible for X, Y, and Z.
I mean, look, his scouting reports and his game plan that he puts up for each pitcher, each starting pitcher, is supposed to be just the best in the sport.
I believe he probably is. I don't know how big a loss it is.
It's going to be. I think it's going to be a pretty disappointing loss for them. Not a disappointing loss, but and yes, Evaldi, DeGrom. They are on cruise control with their careers. They don't need Mike Maddox, but Jack Leiter does.
Yeah.
Right? The younger guys.
DeGrom needs a surgeon.
DeGrom needs a surgeon?
Yeah, not a pitching coach.
He doesn't need a surgeon anymore. He's healthy now.
Yeah.
He is healthy now. I went and saw some of the best fits for free agency. I think we all need to be prepared to have a very slow offseason.
Why?
I don't think they're going to spend a lot of money.
Okay, look.
Do you?
No, I think you're right, and that's what pisses me off.
And I think the reason...
You lied to me. Well, not you, they did.
Well, see, I think there's twofold here. I think one...
I demand Jared Sandler come on our airwaves tomorrow at 7 a.m. to explain this.
Oh, all right. Well,
in fact, Peyton, tell Jared he's on with us at 7 a.m. tomorrow in studio.
In studio.
In studio. I'm not even giving him an option to be able to...
Does he have the address to this place yet?
I'll never drive this far up.
You make sure he gets it.
Absolutely.
If Jared Sandler is not here at 7 a.m. tomorrow to answer for this... I'm going to be furious.
877-881.
Tell him he has to be here.
877-881-1053. You still got a chance to bid. You got to call Peyton. We got to get that bid up. We're at $2,500. We got to get to $5,000. That's where K&C is. We can't let them have it.
But I do feel like this is a political reference, but it's not politics. It's just a famous comparison. What the Rangers told me was read my lips, no new taxes.
Oh, man, that's politics.
That's I'm saying that's just that's not a position.
Right.
I'm saying they told me we get through this, we'll spend money. Guys, hang with us. When we get through this, we're going to spend, and we got you. And they got through that, and now they're going, guys, you need to hang with us for another year. No.
Yeah, look, I will say this. I think some of it might have to do with the impending lockout. Right? Are they going to spend without knowing what's coming up next?
Why? Why is that a concern? They're going to come back at some point.
They are, but are they going to come back with a salary cap? Are they going to come back where they have to release players? Where they have to, what are they going to come back with?
But I mean, isn't that the same for anybody?
Well, I also that's why you might see guys. I don't know how they're going to do this. Like, are you going to see players who are free agents take shorter-term deals to see what the market looks like post-lockout? Or are they going to try to really we got to get our money now? I don't know what they're going to do.
That sounds like, that to me, if that's the mindset, then that sounds like a team looking for excuses.
They need bats. There's two guys. One of them...
Yeah, if they get two, then all they need is like three more.
One of them being mentioned, Josh Naylor, first baseman. He was sent over to the Mariners this year.
It's a great last name.
Naylor, yeah. He hit this year. He's 29. He hit 295 this year. He had an OPS over 800. It was through C.
I'm all in on. I am all in on that move.
You like Josh Naylor?
If you do that, and that was
I like Josh too.
ESPN had it because that's ESPN listed them as the secondary option. I think potentially for Naylor. But I mean that's somebody who adds to your lineup in a significant way.
Another guy. He is local. He is from here, went to Richland High. Trent Grisham, he's another guy that's name is going to pop up. Outfielder, do you need an outfielder?
His novels.
Is that a John Grisham reference?
Oh, that's who that is.
That's who that is.
Yep,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, but anyway, Trent's a good player. He's got some pop. They need offense. They don't need pitching as much as they need offense. So, those are a couple of names. But that, you're gonna try to get Pete Alonso. You gonna spend that money?
Yeah. Look, I don't want them to. I understand. I don't want them to spend just to spend. I don't want them to be reckless. There have been times before where we've said spend, and then you spend on, Shin-Soo Choo, and who was good here.
Choo was fine. He never lived up to the contract, but he was good.
Yeah, and he was hurt a lot. But if you want that contract, and then by the end of it, you're going to be signing deals that by the end of them, you're like, why is Choo costing you this much? Why is Simeon costing you this much? You're going to get to the point of why is DeGrom costing you this much? So I understand that comes with it. So we can be a little inconsistent in the way that we talk about things. But for me, it's like, I need you to meaningfully address your offense. This isn't just spending to spend. You need to get bats here. You are not a playoff contender.
Right.
With the way that your offense is right now. I was joking about it a little bit when Mike Maddox left, but it kind of is serious, where I was like, oh, this is awful. They'll lose 5-0 now instead of 2-0. But, they need bats. That's the biggest problem.
Right. No, they do. There's no doubt. You can't argue that. I don't think you can argue that this offense is going to come around. It's not going to come around. What we're seeing is that, 2023 was pretty wild fluke.
Who would be... This is just a random hypothetical. Who would be most greatly impacted by this? The Rangers wake up tomorrow with a top 10 offense, the Mavericks wake up tomorrow with a top 10 offense, or the Cowboys wake up tomorrow with a top 10 defense?
Oh, that's a great question. The Rangers with a top 10 offense.
I think it's the Rangers.
Because pitching is more stable than defense.
I think if the Rangers had a top 10 offense, that's immediately like a big World Series contender.
Yeah, because I still believe
and that's what's frustrating. Then spend the money.
Spend the money.
You told me we were waiting for now. You said it was going to be this offseason, and now you're telling me to wait again.
Absolutely, because in football, I still believe a great quarterback, an elite quarterback, can beat any defense. It's never changed. Great pitching still beats great hitting.
Yeah, especially in October.
Especially in October. Give me the great, So I would, now I guess that's counterintuitive because you're just saying, oh, well, then that means the great pitchers in October will just shut down your offense. At least I'll get there. Yeah. So there's some complaints. Did you see the Dodgers celebration at all, the parade?
I saw
of the videos?
Freddie Freeman one that yesterday during a break, Sean thought was AI.
The worm?
The worm followed by the twerk and throwing it back.
So some of these, these no fun people are being critical of the Dodgers, saying they're over celebrating. It's like, bro, they just won a 7-game an epic World Series. Of course they're going to celebrate. There is one criticism that I do agree with.
What's that?
Who's the play-by-play guy for the Dodgers?
It's Vin Scully.
It's Joe Davis.
Oh, it's not Vin Scully.
Who did the World Series play-by-play?
Vin Scully.
Joe Davis.
I should have known. Context clues.
Who was the MC for the Dodgers parade?
Please tell me it's Vin Scully.
It's Joe Davis.
Damn it.
You can't.
0 for 3.
You can't call the World Series and say you're objective and then go be the MC for the parade. Have the radio guy do it.
I mean, and it is his main job.
I'll tell you, if it would be a bad look. It would be a bad, you know what I mean? If the TV guy did the MC and the TV guy was also if Mike Breen did the Knicks parade, that would look bad.
Yeah.
If Followell was the NBA, if he was like if he did the new NBA on ESPN, if he was that main guy, it would look a little weird to do the parade, I think. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just crazy here.
No, I understand the thought process, but it's like it is his job. If that's the case, they just shouldn't use local broadcasters for national broadcasts. Because that exists regardless of whether he does the parade or not.
No, you're right. I get what you're saying. Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the fan. All right, so I wanted to define the dynasty. We hadn't had a chance to do this. So we had talked about this on Monday. Like, what are the Dodgers a modern dynasty? And I have a pretty strict rule. So this is my minimum prereq. What's so funny?
The picture that Adam at Spieth Island on Twitter tweeted of you just looking down longingly at your Zoom camera.
Listen, I'm playing the freeze game. That's what that is. You got to win at least 3 titles in the time frame.
Contact, dude.
Huh?
Let's get eye contact, dude.
You got to win at least 3 titles in the time frame. You got to have a back-to-back thrown in there, which they do.
Back-to-back.
And they have won 3 titles in this time frame. And they have a back-to-back.
So if I went, would you adjust it at all if it was every other year?
Yeah, I adjust the Spurs.
I want a title for 8 years.
I adjust the Spurs.
How many do you have to get to adjust it?
I think you've got to have 4 plus.
Okay, so if it's 3, and in those odd years I made the title but lost, does that shift it?
It's not on my criteria, but that's because I didn't think of that.
I don't know, and maybe and maybe does it? If one of those years, if you made 3 straight and won 2, and then you won an extra one a year after, like I was just thinking, does that change it at all?
So again, three titles in the time frame. You got to have a back-to-back, and those 3 titles have to come in fewer than 50% of the years. Like you got to have 3 and 5, or 4 and 7, or 5 and 9.
Okay,
see what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's got to be, you've got to win more than 50% of the titles.
What about 6 and 7?
That would absolutely do it. Because you would have them at least a 3 straight. So, I don't know. If they win next year, that's 4 and 7. If they win in the next 2 years, that's 4 and... Well, they'd be 4 and 6 next year.
This metric shifts for you, though, obviously, with various sports. Like football historically was generally like if you got back-to-back and won multiple in a decade, like won 3 or more in a decade, generally I felt like was the
yeah, and I also think you can do it where you have like a quarterback dynasty. Like that quarterback was there for the whole time and they won their titles or a title or whatever, but that was that dynasty. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Like the Bills are in the Josh Allen dynasty right now. They may never win.
Ooh.
They may never win, but they're in the Josh Allen dynasty.
Yeah, I could see that. It would be a wasted dynasty.
Yeah,
it would be the Dan Fouts, Dan Marino dynasty. It's the Dans, man. They struggle.
The Dans and Joshes. All right, what's coming up next at Below the Belt?
Why it's now or never for Matt Eberflus. That's next in Below the Belt here on the Fan.
After we get you...
Roger that, Sally.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We have breaking news from the Dallas Cowboys, and it's awful news. This is we're skipping the below the belt intro here because this is a tragedy that has hit the Dallas Cowboys this morning. Ian Rappaport tweeting this statement from the Dallas Cowboys. It is with extreme sadness that the Dallas Cowboys share that Marshawn Kneeland tragically passed away this morning. Marshon was a beloved teammate and member of our organization. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshon are with his girlfriend, Catalina, and his family. That from Ian Rappaport about 2 minutes ago on Twitter. And there is not a lot of, there are no details yet to this point. They don't have any information. There's stuff that has been circulating on social media this morning that people were chattering about, but this is going to be devastating news for the Dallas Cowboys. Not just because it's somebody who obviously is a teammate and somebody that they worked alongside of. That's somebody that that locker room loved, and he was such a nice guy in the locker room. He was such a nice guy when he was coming out of school. I know the Cowboys were very impressed with him when he was coming out of school, just for the maturity and the fight that he had. He had a lot of bad things happen with his family when he was growing up, that a lot of NFL teams had to explore and look into, and I think most teams came away very impressed that he handled things the way that he did throughout his college years. And this has been a tough year for Marshon Neland. Again, no specifics yet on what happened, how this happened. But this is an absolute tragedy for the Cowboys. As Marshon Neland, at the age of 24 years old, their second-round pick from last year in 2024, Marshon Neland has passed away.
His I guess there was a statement from his agent that's out there as well.
I have not seen that. What is it?
It's from Jonathan Persley.
Yep, that would be Persley.
I'm shattered to confirm that my client and dearest friend Marshon Neland passed away last night. I watched him fight his way from a hopeful kid at Western Michigan with a dream to being a respected professional for the Cowboys. Marshon poured his heart in every snap, practice, and every moment on the field. To lose someone with his talent, spirit, and goodness is a pain I can hardly put into words. My heart aches for his family, his teammates, and everyone who loved him, and I hope they feel the support the entire football community does during this unimaginable time. I ask that you please give his loved ones the privacy and compassion they need as they grieve this tremendous loss.
Yeah,
that's
and
Ian Rappaport posted that.
It's such a... this is something that it will put into... It helps put into proper context, ultimately, the outrage that everybody feels when the Cowboys are sitting at 3-5-1, or when something doesn't go the way you want on the football field, or when we're talking about players who are they living up to expectations, are they meeting these expectations, are they falling short of it, the intense criticism that comes with it, and it really puts into perspective and makes you remember that ultimately it doesn't matter. None of it matters in the grand scheme of things. And I know we talk about it sometimes that there's been, and for those, I see some people already texting, for those who have missed it, we got to keep resetting it, I think. Marshon Neland passed away this morning, according to the Dallas Cowboys, at the age of 24. No details yet on what happened. But when you see players who struggle, I remember somebody told me this years ago about Taco Charlton. I was very, very critical of Taco Charlton. And one of the things that I was critical of was Taco had rabbit ears. Taco heard everything. And Taco didn't just hear everything. Taco heard it, internalized it, and would let it get to him. And I remember somebody with the Cowboys talking to me, and not telling me like you can't say anything, but they just approached me and they were like, I'd said, the thing that bugs me is just Taco hears everything anyway. Like he hears it, he lets it get to him. He can't block it out.
Yeah.
And somebody told me, they said, well, if you know that that's the way that he internalizes those things, that it's hard for him, right? Like, do you feel any additional responsibility to just not spare criticism, but not be flippant with the way you talk about it, and not just like talk?
You're talking about from a fan perspective or a media perspective,
or just a media perspective specifically, not as much for fans. Do you like don't be so dismissive or mocking of it? If you know there's a guy who has a tendency to do that, do you feel any additional? And I was thinking about it, I was like, that was a good moment for me where I realized criticism can be more constructive. It doesn't have to always be biting. And
it can't be personal. It can't be personal.
Mike Zimmer with a statement on Marshon Neland to NFL Network. He was a great person, eager to learn, wanted to be great. He didn't take any crap from anyone on the field. He studied hard, loved playing the game. My last conversation with him was keep being you. You're going to have a great career. As the news is breaking this morning, as we're talking about here on 105.3 The Fan, that the Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Kneeland has passed away at the age of 24. But that weight of knowing the words have an impact and different things like that, and again, not even knowing what's going on with this specific situation, it does just put into perspective. It doesn't have to be that there are things that are bigger and more important, and we talk about all the time the way that we've seen some of these European basketball players that have come over here, and
they have a whole different perspective.
It's not the mindset of Kobe Bryant. It's not the mindset of Michael Jordan.
No.
It's not, you're my enemy and I'm going to internalize all this.
It's not Tiger Woods.
They have a context of, this is what I do and I love it. This is not the most important thing in my life.
Right. And there's some American sports fans who can't grasp, they can't grasp it. There's some professional athletes who can't grasp it. Like you mentioned, like Kobe and MJ and Tiger Woods, who are guys that, they sink everything into it, and it's just a different way to look at things. I don't know. I mean, like I think you bring up a good point about, do you have to be mindful of how you talk about players, you talk about plays, teams, etc. Because of that, because of what they're going through, or do you take the approach that I can't worry about that?
Yeah, the NFL has and there is that, but I think it is just a good reminder of
you definitely cannot get personal. You can't, whatever you do, you can be, if you're critical of a player, you can't be personal with it.
You can criticize without
constructively.
Yeah, you can criticize without being without wanting to make it hurt. And a lot of times I think criticism,
without making it feel like the whole blame is on them.
Sure.
That's a lot of times where it can't be handled.
Almost everything is more complex than we tend to simplify it in everything. But, I mean, the football world especially, and it's something that is a worthwhile reminder when something like this happens, when you lose somebody so young, like Marshon Neland. I mean, 24 years old. It's
crazy young.
I barely remember 24 at this point. And it's a good reminder that it is not the be all end all. And there's a certain way to contextualize all of this that ultimately reflects our love for it and our passion for it, but ultimately not our end game or our be all end all.
From the 817, I lost my son 3 years ago. He's 25. None of this, none of the BS the world complains about matters, especially politics. Loss really gives perspective. It does.
Yeah,
it does. Anybody who's ever lost somebody knows the perspective it gives.
It's just I think it just puts into proper context. The NFL has released a statement per Ian Rappaport. We are deeply saddened by the tragic news of the passing of Cowboys Marshawn Kneeland. Our thoughts and prayers are with his girlfriend Catalina, family, friends, and his teammates. We have been in contact with the Cowboys and have offered support and counseling resources. This is the fact that this is during the bye week. Hopefully that gives everybody an opportunity to be able to process this in private the way they probably need to.
Are they at the facility?
No, in fact, today is when everybody's out.
Today is the first.
Mm-hmm. So today would be the day where most everybody's out.
So they would have been there.
They were there Tuesday. There were some people there yesterday. Today they would be, in all likelihood, most guys would be out.
And they would report back on Monday or Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday, probably, yeah. But this is, I'm glad that they have a bye week this week, because this is not something that I mean, we remember years ago the Jerry Brown incident with Josh Brent, and they had to go on the road, play a football game.
That was 24 hours later.
Yeah, it had been like that weekend.
It was Friday, I think, or Saturday morning or something.
It's been so long now. I'm trying to remember. I think a lot of those guys found out like getting on the plane that morning is what it was. Like, I mean, it was.
I don't know how they did that day. I don't know how they handled that game.
Yeah, and this is I don't know. This has just been such a tough thing. I already saw you had Wanye Thomas tweeting already about how heartbroken he is. I'm sure we're going to see from other teammates. And this was something Wanye Thomas said, sick to my stomach, my brother, man, and has a dove line off. Philip Tanner, former Cowboys running back coach, tweets, cherish life. And it's just, this is a devastating thing for the Cowboys and, I mean, for the whole NFL community and something that, we'll keep tabs on and we'll see as more details come out. But an absolutely tragic story as we prepare to go to break here. The news breaking that Dallas Cowboys defensive end Marshon Neland has passed away at the age of 24.
It's very, very sad. And man, like you said, it's, because of, the timing of the schedule, like with the bye week and everything. And, some of these players that are going to not be in the facility might want to be in the facility, get some support systems.
Yeah. However they deal with it or cope, because this will, like I said, Marshon Neland was loved by everybody in that locker room. This is going to be.
He seemed fun.
This is going to be really, really tough for everybody.
Right. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll take a little break.
Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. To Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton alongside. Sean's off today, off tomorrow. Be back on Monday. And we have college football kegger coming up here in a second. Tommy Yarsh will join us at 9:20. If you're just joining us, the breaking news from about, 20 minutes ago, Bobby, right? Marshawn Kneeland passing away at the age of 24.
Yep, and no, we have no other additional details yet. As they come up, we will update it and share that with you. Right now, it's just a tragedy. This was the Cowboys statement. It is with extreme sadness that the Dallas Cowboys share that Marshawn Neeland tragically passed away this morning. Marshawn was a beloved teammate and member of our organization. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshawn are with his girlfriend, Catalina, and his family. We've got Tommy Yarsh coming up here at 9:20, and like I said, we'll continue to update you guys as we get more details.
Yeah, there's really no easy. There's
no easy transition.
No,
but I mean it's everybody's bummed about this. Everybody's very sad about this. There's a lot of people over at the Cowboys today who are
as it should be. This is
devastating to a lot of people. This is going to be devastating to a lot of people, not even just in the Cowboys building, but who are in the sphere of it, in the orbit of it.
I got a buddy who played at Western Michigan. Wasn't a teammate, but he was already this is a family member. You know, whether you play at the same school or for the same coach or the same sport. Like that's the other thing. Like these guys are brothers. Even if you don't play for the Cowboys, like the NFL is your brother.
Yeah,
and you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see the outpouring of support and love for him come in today and throughout the weekend. And I worry in this time. Obviously the first thing you think about is his family, what they're going through, and then obviously the players that are his teammates, who. Today, because of the bye week, they're not going into the facility today. Where you would probably, I know I would, if I would want to be around other people.
Yeah, I would probably. I mean, it just everybody deals with it differently. I know some people want to isolate and be alone with their grief. Others want to be around, people with support. Others just want to be distracted. But it's definitely a devastating story and something that, like I said, we don't have any other details yet. As we get more statements from people, as we get more details about it, we'll update it. And we will, because we got people checking in and out all the time.
Yeah.
As it goes along, we'll make sure to reset for people the news.
Absolutely. Marshawn Neeland, passing away at the age of 24. I wanted to bring this story to you. So I thought this was a really good story. So College Game Day is going to Lubbock this week. It's big game, BYU and Texas Tech. It's a huge game for both programs. The Barber for Texas Tech, his name is it's run by Tito Ortiz. So they've rallied around him. His wife was injured in a vehicle accident by a drunk driver. And this happened about a week and a half, about 10 days ago. And BYU fans have really rallied around this, and they have raised almost $70,000 for the family. He was the sole proprietor, sole provider for the family. And this is where. And the internet is really a toxic place. It's an awful place. I wish we could go back to never having it. I really do. It helps. It helps.
It's a double-edged sword.
It's way faster to get information.
Sure.
You don't have to get. I mean, you used to read newspapers. You used to have to use those wet nap things. All the black ink was on your fingers, right?
Yeah.
You don't have that anymore. But this is one of the good things about it is that you can kind of crowdsource and you can get funds for people who are in need and in trouble, and you get somebody who, and I bet you a lot of athletes will tell you that the team barber is one of the closest people to them. one of the closest people to them. Right?
Yeah, no,
it would make sense.
Yeah, it's the shop. You go down there, you're usually chopping it up and connecting with guys. That makes a ton of sense.
And I don't know if that barber's in there every day, once a week. I have no idea. But I imagine it's somebody very close, and this is one of the things that other fan bases. The Bills have always done this, right? They've always donated money. Bills Mafia always donates money to causes of their opponents, and BYU doing this. This is a really cool story.
Yeah, it's a nice signal and a good use of the college football hornet's nest that can exist. You rally for a good thing this time.
It is a hornet's nest.
So, all right. So we've got we had the first CFP rankings come out recently. Josh Pate had reached out over to FanDuel Sportsbook and wanted to get a few hypothetical lines for these games if they happen today. So I want to get your thoughts on these ones.
All right.
Okay. First one: SEC championship game, Alabama -1.5 against Texas A&M.
I'm okay with the line. It's only 90 minutes from Bama, the Georgia Dome, or whatever they call it.
Should it be A&M as the favorite, though? A&M's been a more consistent team this year.
They've been more consistent. A&M, yeah, I think I would have put it. I would have guessed they would have put it at a pick'em.
Which, I mean, 1.5 is
basically the same.
Close,
thing.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this. Bama's going to get a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, and because they're generally a favorite of Vegas, I feel like, and generally a favorite of just in general analysts and odds makers. They believe in that. 214, and yeah, we'll again continue to reset this because we're getting a lot of texts about it. We will have more details as the morning goes along. We've been talking about it for about the last half hour. The passing of Marshawn Kneeland. That is the breaking news. No details yet. That's all we have at this moment. But for people checking in. Next one here, and we got Tommy Yards from DallasCowboys.com coming up next here at 9:20. Next up here, CFP first round, Memphis at Georgia. Georgia -20.5. Now that is home game.
Yeah,
and it's Georgia. You thought it would be bigger than that even?
I don't know.
Would that be a bigger spread? Do you think if it's UNT?
I think UNT could score, man. I think they could score. Yeah, that sounds about right. That number. That sounds about right.
Next up, Texas Tech at home, which we felt like we came away from last year's games feeling like home field was a bigger advantage than we had given it credit for.
I think it's a massive advantage.
Oregon -1 at Texas Tech.
I think Tech should be favored.
Should it be basically a pick'em though?
Probably.
Or should they have a healthier? Because like we said last year, we underestimated how much the home field advantage, that campus advantage, was going to just swallow teams up, because it did last year. Last year, that was it felt
none of those
stunning because we're all figuring this out as the CFP goes along. You're learning new things about it, and that was the one that when you saw those home games last year, you're like, oh, yeah, it was going to be cool to have the campus game, but this is more than just cool. This is an overwhelming advantage that you have.
I think I'll just look at my program. They were not ready for that buzzsaw.
With going to
Ohio State.
Yeah.
And it's not like Ohio State's some unique atmosphere that Tennessee never plays in.
Right.
They they were not ready. That was and we had half the crowd. And we still weren't ready for it.
Yeah, and they came out shirtless and pumped and didn't look like they were checked out of it, and it still became a problem.
I do think that that Tech should be favored at home. I think Oregon at home should be favored by more than Tech would be favored at home. So, like, if Tech's favored by 1.5 at home, Oregon should be favored at home by like 4 or 5. I think their home field advantage is that different.
Next line here, as Josh Pate got the hypothetical lines for the games that, if they recurred today, the CFP, Virginia at Ole Miss -16.5.
Virginia at Ole Miss. I don't think Virginia's very good. I don't think Virginia's very good at all. I think Virginia would be a dog to about half the teams that are ranked behind them.
I think that's fair. I mean, Ole Miss has been really good this year. But which, by the way, it feels like, I think I saw the latest odds, it's all shifting away from Lane at all these jobs.
It is.
That Lane is no longer the favorite at these jobs that he was the favorite at like 3 of them.
I think they recognize that he's not going to go.
Which is interesting to me. I thought he seems so idealistic and wants to, like, he's so goal-oriented that I would figure he would just continue to try and ascend, and to stop at Ole Miss is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good job. It's not an elite
LSU
job.
doesn't open up every day, though.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But he didn't leave for Auburn last time. There was talk about that. I think he's comfortable where he is. But again, isn't his daughter at LSU or his son?
His potential future son-in-law.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
His daughter's boyfriend, which maybe that's why he doesn't want the LSU job. That could be it right there. Next hypothetical line for you. We talked about this earlier with Andy Staples, who was fantastic at 7 o'clock today. Notre Dame minus 9.5 at BYU.
Let me tell you something. BYU should be favored.
The committee, everybody loves Notre Dame right now for some reason. They're the highest seeded 2-loss team, and 9.5 on the road.
To me, the greatest home field advantage in the sport is Utah and BYU. The altitude, the crowds are great crowds. It's cold. Now, Notre Dame's used to the cold, but cold and high altitude is tough on your lungs. I would run. If BYU was getting 9.5, 10 points, I would run to the bookie or whatever.
That's what FanDuel would have it at right now, and obviously,
I would take the money line BYU.
So those are the projected odds that Josh Pate got from FanDuel Sportsbook. You got something else, or do you want to do the current favorites for the Power 4 head coaching vacancies?
Yeah, do that.
Okay, let's go into the current favorites. LSU, the current favorite is, and this is from USA Today. These are the USA Today favorites.
James Franklin,
Joe Brady. Joe Brady, who obviously was the offensive design mastermind for the Burrow team, which still, it's wild when you go back and look at that team. There's so much NFL talent that was on that team.
It's crazy.
Joe Brady is the top option right now. Florida.
Alex Golesh.
USA Today is still saying Lane Kiffin. They say the best odds at this moment have Kiffin either staying put or replacing Billy Napier with the Gators. One thing that can't be overlooked, but has largely been ignored, is the will he or won't he debate. Kiffin has established a consistent contender and might be drawn to finish what he started after leading an itinerant coaching career before his arrival in Oxford. He'd clearly be a home run for the Gators, though he wouldn't be the first in recent history during that label in one form or another. Each of Will Muschamp, Jim McElwain, Dan Mullen, and Napier were viewed the same way. Maybe that's it. Maybe he looks at Florida, too, as a job that's like, this has killed ascending coaches the last 4 times.
Yeah, it really has. Wow.
Next one, Penn State.
Mike Elko.
Manny Diaz from Duke.
Really?
Former Miami head coach says the dream hire would be Elko, who has done an outstanding job orchestrating the number 3 Aggies' best start since 1992. But while Elko has regional ties to Pennsylvania, he's more likely to leverage that opening to bolster his job security in College Station and acquire additional resources to put toward roster management. The Matt Rule philosophy that he used with Penn State. Mm-hmm. Basically leverage it into getting a more secure job or to get more money out of it. Final opening here, Auburn.
I don't know.
It's the hottest name that's kind of outside the box.
Hottest name outside the box?
The one that's not like
Summerall?
One of the John Summerall from Tulane. Says Auburn couldn't hire Kiffin 3 years ago and has zero shot now, especially with the program even longer removed from being part of the top 25. The timing for another coaching search isn't great given the openings at Florida and LSU, though there's only marginal candidate crossover, mostly among group of 5 head coaches. Fascinating here that in this shuffle, they're saying then that Eli Drinkwitz would not be leaving Missouri. Because I think if Lane is staying put, I think Eli Drinkwitz at Florida makes a lot of sense.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're just joining us, we talked about this, at the end of last hour as the news broke about Marshawn Kneeland. Just a terribly tragic day. We don't have any new information on this.
No specifics yet. The NFL has released statements of thoughts and prayers, and we've heard from the Cowboys and a couple different areas, but we do not have details yet as to what occurred, but we do know that Marshon Neland passed away last night, or died early this morning, and their second-round pick from last year, just a tragic event, 24 years old.
Yeah, it's awful. So as we get more details, we'll bring them to you. We just don't really have any more details at the moment. We will talk to Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Phantom. RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside Crosstalk. KC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. We are in our new home up here. We have moved out of the old building in the new building. Day one. We're going to have some hiccups. We're going to have some hiccups along the way. But thanks for sticking with us here on 105 through the Fan.
Still, and we know a lot of you have said something about, oh, it sounds like this, or it sounds like... This is the process of changing buildings.
And I know
for literally every time you change a building.
Yeah.
In radio, when you change a building, the mics are set a certain way. You start talking, and then you adjust them as you go and go, what is the right tweak for this? And then we get there.
Yeah, we do.
So it'll be a process.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. If you are just joining us, the tragic news that happened, it broke, I would say about 40 minutes ago.
Yep.
That Marshawn Kneeland passing away at the age of 24 is it is awful news. It is terribly tragic. There's no words that you can even put into use that really can kind of capture the entire thing. We have really no other details on this.
No details yet. We've gotten statements from the Cowboys. We've gotten statements from Mike Zimmer, his former defensive coordinator. He told Jane Slater he was a great person, eager to learn, wanted to be great. He didn't take any crap from anyone on the field. He studied hard, loved playing the game. My last conversation with him was, keep being you. You're going to have a great career. And the NFL has weighed in and said they're giving any resources to the Cowboys necessary that they need to get through this. And then the statement from the Cowboys themselves, which came from Ian Rappaport, where they confirmed the passing of Marshawn Neeland, and you're starting to hear some teammates weigh in. But this is absolutely a tragic day for the Cowboys.
Let's bring in Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com. It's brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Tommy, good morning. I guess let's just get your initial thoughts on and reaction to the news that you heard.
Really nothing different than what you guys said. Just a horrible tragedy. Praying for Marshawn's family, his friends, his girlfriend. It's a tough day, and no additional details. Just really hoping for the best for his family, and hoping he rests in peace.
Yeah, and there's so much, like we've already seen some of it come in on, our listener text and things where people are saying, well, why aren't you, just not even breaking away from this? Why are you not discussing this just nonstop? And it's like, guys, we don't know anything yet. There's no details. All that's been released is what the Cowboys have said. And anything else is just, it's a little speculative. And so the way this can be framed more, I think the way that I want to talk about it here with you, Tommy, is more just reflective on Marshawn Neeland and the type of person that he was, and a guy who was really loved by his teammates and was a nice guy, kind of a quiet guy, but somebody who, just had that big moment in the game on Monday. Kind of gave them a jolt for a second, made you think, all right, maybe they're going to do something here after the Sam Williams block with him getting the recovery in the end zone. And then to get this news today, it's absolutely jarring. But this is a guy who was loved by his teammates.
Yeah, and it was easy to see why. He's like you said, he's a quieter guy. Didn't really talk to the media all too much, but always had a big smile and kind of a hearty laugh. And whenever he did talk, if you go back and watch his interviews, it was always pretty joyous, and he would laugh between questions, and just an easy guy to see why your teammates, why his teammates liked him so much and embraced him so much in that locker room. So I know this is going to be a tough hit for Dallas's locker room, and he was a joy to cover, and he was a joy to talk to, and that just makes it all the more tragic.
Yeah, and it's such a. We were talking about this earlier, Tommy. It really, it does, it sounds cliche, but it does put into perspective what matters, what doesn't ultimately. And how serious we should really take it when, did they make the right fourth down decision? Should the Cowboys have run the ball more here? Why aren't we in more man coverage? Why aren't we blitzing more? Not that those aren't things that, it doesn't mean you can't talk about those things. It doesn't mean that you can't be frustrated by those things as somebody who's very passionate about the game or whatever else. But it does remind everyone, I think, that it is still a game. It is a very expensive game. It is a game that means a lot to a lot of people. It is ultimately not going to be the number one most important thing in life.
No, it isn't. And I think these are the moments where maybe we all as fans of football get kind of grounded a little bit and brought back to earth of, hey, this is what really matters. And, I hope people can inspire people to, be a little bit kinder to others and maybe send an extra text to loved ones or someone maybe you haven't checked in on in a while, and just, kind of be there for them. And it really does remind you of what is truly important in life. And it's awful that this is the way that we have to do it. But yeah, football takes a back seat in these kind of situations. And I think, like you said, it's you can talk about those things like fourth down, what do you do, and those kinds of decisions. But this isn't the time, and it puts everything into perspective.
Tommy, we're going to let you go here. Appreciate you joining us. We are thinking and praying for you guys, the whole Dallas Cowboys family, with the Marshawn Kneeland news. We appreciate you jumping on.
All right, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Tommy Arsh from DallasCowboys.com here on 105.3 The Fan. It's devastating news. We get this from Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He just tweeted, according to a spokesman for the Plano Police Department, officers responded to, quote, a welfare concern at Marshon Neland's residence at 11:40 p.m. on Wednesday night and did not make contact with anyone at the residence, awaiting more info from law enforcement officials. So there was according to Nick Harris,
what does that mean?
Welfare concern?
No, didn't make contact with anyone.
It means they were just weren't able to reach anybody at the residence. I would assume it's couldn't, either nobody answered the door or they couldn't, just whatever it was. Right. But that's the first detail we've gotten here from Nick Harris. So there was a call made. I guess this was Plano Police. But there was a call made for a welfare concern for Marshon Neland last night at 11:40 p.m. and they did not make contact with anyone there at their residence, and now they await more details. But this is something where, outside of just football, forget on-field reasons or anything else, I'm grateful Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys today, because I think he is so in tune with the people in that locker room, and he's so in tune with the emotions of his players, and he's talked about it all offseason and all into the season about you got to know the man, and you got to love the guy. Yeah. You got to love the man if you want to win with him. Like you guys need to have that sort of relationship, and I think that perspective and everything that they've worked on as a family over there over the last, God, what is it now? It's 9 months, whatever it's been
since he was hired,
since he took over. Everything done in the last 9 months is something where I think you're grateful that he's the guy over there for guys to be able to lean on, because that's somebody who, and not to compare that to anybody else. That's not me saying it in terms of how anybody else would handle it. I think if a lot of different people were in that place, you'd be like, I'm grateful that they're just speaking in a vacuum, no context to anybody else. Brian Schottenheimer is a guy who I think that's his focus has been people. And this will I'm sure this will be just as difficult for Brian Schottenheimer as it is for everybody else. Brian Schottenheimer loves those players, and there is a lot of, this is a very tight knit group this year, and this is going to be a exceedingly difficult day, week, rest of the season for all these guys, and in all likelihood something that will probably hurt for a lot of those guys forever.
Yeah, you brought up what happened with Josh Brent.
Mm-hmm.
This was back in over a decade ago, in that game in Cincinnati. We were obviously, because that happened within 48 hours, 24 hours really of their game.
Mm-hmm.
And we just didn't know how they were going to be able to go out there and play a game. And thankfully, I guess we're not thankful. They don't have to play this week. They're obviously on a bye week. I wish the players were able to be together today.
The Cowboys, I'm sure, whoever needs, and the NFL, we already read the statement from the NFL, said they're going to give the Cowboys as many resources as they can. And again, for people popping in and out who are just hearing this for the first time, the Cowboys announced that Marshawn Kneeland, their second-year, 24-year-old defensive end, passed away this morning. We don't have a lot of details yet. Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram reports that there was a welfare concern call to his residence last night, and police were not able to make contact. That was Plano police. But I think whatever resources are needed, the NFL has already said obviously they'll provide that. And the NFL does a good job of making, people available for all manner of things. So, I mean, therapy, doctors, different things like that to be able to have access to if you need that support. But yeah, I think it's good that they're not in the middle of game planning right now.
Yeah, that's probably good. I mean, I would like to see they would. I'm sure a lot of them would like to be around their teammates, but everybody grieves differently. I know when we have talked about this, when we've had family members die, how we grieve. I wanted to come to work.
Yeah,
when my dad passed away, I wanted to be around people. Everyone's different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the exact opposite. When I was 16 and my mom died, I don't want to be around anybody. I want to be
the next day I wanted to come to work.
Oh yeah, no, and that's
that day I wanted to.
I probably isolated for. I mean, obviously I would come out at season, but if there was ever a time where I was bugged, I isolated.
Yeah,
that was. That was, and so everybody deals with it differently. Some guys are going to want to be isolated right now. Other guys are going to want to have people have that connection. Because I know there are a lot of guys over there right now who wish they could have that connection this morning with Marshawn. And it's just absolutely devastating news.
Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. We have Crosstalk coming up next with the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist.
If you're on the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Phantom. RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton alongside. Aiden's back at the old place. We are in our new home, and it is time for Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece.
Hey,
What's up,
fellas.
guys?
What's the
How we
last
doing?
hour and a half been like for you?
Not
tough.
awesome.
Pretty tough.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough. Which a reset again, which we're going to be resetting this a lot today, I think.
Right. So when you ask what's coming up on the show, I don't know.
A lot of
Yeah,
we might be
a lot of
changing things up
uncertainty
throughout the day.
At 8:40 this morning, Ian Rappaport shared this statement from the Dallas Cowboys. It is with extreme sadness that the Dallas Cowboys share that Marshawn Kneeland tragically passed away this morning. Marshawn was a beloved teammate and member of our organization. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshawn are with his girlfriend Catalina and his family. And we've gotten similar statements since then from various corners. Mike Zimmer had talked about him. The NFL said, "We're deeply saddened by the tragic news of the passing of the Cowboys' Marshawn Neeland. Our thoughts and prayers are with his girlfriend Catalina, family, friends, and his teammates. We have been in contact with the Cowboys and have offered support and counseling resources." The only bit of information we have to this point about what occurred in the last, 12 hours or so. Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram tweeted about 16 minutes ago According to a spokesman for the Plano Police Department, officers responded to, quote, a welfare concern at Marshon Neland's residence at 11:40 p.m. on Wednesday night and did not make contact with anyone at the residence, awaiting more info from law enforcement officials.
Look, if that is the direction that perhaps this is going, and then unfortunately with the age, you can't help but wonder, check in on people, check up on people, even if it's somebody that you haven't talked to for a really long time. And you can always just text somebody or call them and be like, hey, I was just thinking about you. Yep. You know, for no reason. You'd be surprised. And, like, people will do that to me as well. You'd be surprised what a reaction you get out of that. And, like, somebody's like, hey, thanks for thinking about me. And even if you chat for just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and even, like, if you get news like this in the morning, it shakes you.
Oh, for sure.
You know, like...
I found, especially if you're, like, around the same age.
Yeah, for sure. I got a call this morning and heard this information and was immediately like, whoa... And my wife stepped in, and she's like, are you okay? Oh, I appreciated that a lot. And so that just does remind you that there are other people out there that are probably shook by news like this for somebody this young, too, to go through whatever he went through to get to this place. And then that's, like I'm saying, check in on those people just to make sure they're good.
And it's kind of a vibe that, like, I'm sure people tell you all this all the time. You don't know them, but you feel like you know them.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm sure, how many people listening right now are like, I know Marshawn Neland, I know Dak, I know everybody with the team. They're like part of my family. And so that's the thing that I bet for some people who aren't like super into sports or aren't like diehards, this might be harder for them to understand, like people's heartbreaking this morning. Sure. But like you feel like somebody really close to you passed away.
And it's not just athletes. Like if you get
for sure,
if you get really into a TV show,
for sure,
right, and the show the show comes to an end, it's like, well, I miss this person, you know, I miss this character.
Like with you, I know we were kind of having some fun with my car noises, but like with Paul Walker, it was like you seriously like you
felt like I knew him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It happens, man.
And this is no different, honestly.
Oh, I think it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
I think it's exactly the same. The only difference is, you know, like football players have the helmets on. So sometimes we see them as faceless individuals.
Sure.
Whereas like basketball, they're out in the open, right? They're out in front.
Sometimes I do wonder that if I saw, oh, hey, 94, you know, like I know him versus you see the face sometimes and you're like, I think I know who you are.
It's you got to have your jersey. I see them with the jersey on.
Yeah, I get that. I really do.
I was heavily invested in like his future. You know, I was very excited about the player and what he had to offer this team and hell, the play that he just made on Monday. You know, like I was very excited about that and very invested in it. So that's another reason it hits the way it does.
Yeah, Bobby brought up an interesting point earlier. Does this or when we see instances like this, and you know, do you see? Does it alter how you break down, talk about players,
or do you just consider
in terms of the criticism,
the harshness of the way you deliver criticism?
I think that's only natural, right? Mm-hmm. And look, I would love to tell you, Bobby, sitting here.
Which specifically, I want to make clear, we don't know details yet.
Yeah.
But just in terms of the fragility of life and what really matters, how much should you be?
No, you're right, and I would love to sit here and be like, no, I always give well thought out, reasonable criticisms, and I'm sure you could find 50 examples like that where I fell into a trap and I did not do that. So I think that's very fair.
Well, yeah, and I mean we all do, and I think somebody had texted earlier when we were talking about this. Somebody texted in and was like, "You guys are a bunch of hypocrites." It's like, well, first off, I mean everybody is to some extent.
Yes, agreed.
But the point is not that, see, this is why we've done it the correct way the whole way. No, the point is these sort of things, if you're going to get anything from it, it needs to be something probably a little more reflective. And if anything else, just let it shine a light on where do I need to do better or what really matters in the grand scheme of things. What is worth really getting worked up over. Again, it's something that this certainly does not mean that nobody can ever be passionate about football or anything else ever again. I'm extremely passionate about it. I always will be. Right now, I don't feel like fighting about a single topic related to the NFL or the Dallas Cowboys right now. And that's the thing is that, like, right now, I don't have a passion for it. I'm not passionate enough to say I want to fight about are they blitzing enough, because it's not. It just reminds you that there are things that will kill that, and ultimately, that's why it's not the most important thing. It's an important thing. It's a passionate thing. It's not the most important thing.
No, it's not. And that's the point. That's the whole point of this. Is like, it is a reflective and perspective that we all miss. I mean, every time a quarterback throws interception, somebody out there wants to trade him, cut him.
And it doesn't mean you can't even say that. But I mean, there's a
reality of it. It's just like, all right, just relax.
Like I said, the whole thing that even spurred this was, I remember I used to complain about, like, I used to just rag on Taco Charlton, and I hated that. I was like, he hears everything, right? And then that almost made me more like disgusted by his play. Yeah. Whereas, like, how do you hear that? Like you're supposed to be able to just take criticism. Why can't you take criticism? And I remember somebody from the Cowboys had talked to me, and it wasn't like here's a conversation. We were just casually talking one day, and I was bringing that up about, I don't like this aspect of Taco. And they had said to me, they're like, I'm just curious, do you feel any added responsibility to talk about it a certain way, knowing that he hears all of it? Right. And knowing that, not necessarily like, oh, he's going to hear it, so be phone it, but more like, if you know it hits him. Is there, and he, again, don't criticize, but do you consider the way you say it?
So I've been thinking about, this is kind of an offshoot. I've been thinking about something that Tim Brown said yesterday. We had the opportunity.
He was great yesterday.
Yeah.
He was great.
He told a story about Michael Irvin that was just tremendous. Go out of your way to, like, find the whole audio.
I think every story about Michael Irvin.
That is true. That's how I got to know and love RJ Choppy. But one of the things that he said was he doesn't like it, or he did not like it, when they were having a particularly terrible season or run of seasons and the fans were booing. And he goes, well, I mean, we're trying. He goes, do you think people are trying to drop the ball or miss the tackle or whatever? And, like, that's not an opinion that I normally agree with at all. But I thought about it, and I did kind of wonder, like, are you just booing because they're not playing well, or are you booing because you don't think they're putting out the effort and anything like that? And so I have been kind of thinking about what he said, and that's not normally something that I would consider. But I was like, okay, I hear what you're saying from a player. He's like, no, I get it. We stink right now, but we're not trying to stink. Like, I promise, we're trying to catch it or do it.
And I don't think anybody, when you're... There's a difference, like booing and booing the effort. I don't think you're not booing the effort,
or not even just. To me, the way I look at it is, because, like I said, the way it was when it was framed to me that way, it was not in a way at all of like, don't criticize him. It was more like when you're talking about it, could you say he's got to step up? These are the things basically the difference between constructive criticism and stinging criticism.
Like the tweet I saw last night with a picture of Nico Harrison that said, I wish he would just F himself.
That kind of, like, is that constructive criticism?
And I was like, oh man,
probably
like that I've never quite understood.
So there's the idea of what is measured and what isn't, and what is meant to be biting commentary versus what's meant to be actual analysis. Yeah. I don't think anybody is. You have to be responsible for how you take constructive criticism and how you take analysis. There's a point where it's like, well, I mean, that's a human who is going to hear that a certain way, and that's not really just addressing what they're doing. That's making it sting. Yeah. And, again, we don't have specific details. All we know is there was a welfare check yesterday. The NFLPA has released a statement just now about Marshon Neland. They said the NFL Players Association is deeply saddened by the passing of Marshon Neland. His impact on those around him was immeasurable. His loss is felt profoundly across the community. We're working to ensure that players have the support they need, and our condolences are with Marshon's family and loved ones. To our player members, please remember that navigating grief can be difficult. Lean on one another and take care of your well-being. line. We encourage you to reach out to us for wellness support or use the NFL Lifeline. The NFL, I will say, has generally been very good about giving resources to players when this sort of thing happens.
Which,
as they should.
Yeah, you got to, I appreciate that for sure. The one thing, we'll probably talk about this more going into our show, and I promise we'll try to do some yuck and whatnot and make people smile. But, don't be afraid to tell people how you feel about them when they're still there. For whatever reason. Yeah. Like, give somebody a call, text somebody, and be like, hey, maybe it's Marshawn Kneeland, maybe it's for whatever reason. Just want to let you know I was thinking about you.
I'm here.
Yeah.
The fish on the TV screen, very peaceful.
Oh, man.
It was very calming.
Shout out to Roku.
This could be a very calming day for me.
Oh, that's a hell of a transition there, Corey. Appreciate that.
I feel like I'm at Cheddar's.
Do it.
I do what I do.
I couldn't have done that myself. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
All right, so we won't even ask what's coming up on the show.
I honestly
full day of KNC.
Yeah, there's a run sheet in theory.
Well,
guess what?
We're going to KNC the crap out of the show.
Probably,
right? Just there you go.
Can we just tell you that every day in Crosstalk?
Yeah.
We're going to KNC the crap out of the show.
All right, so day one down in the new studios. Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, what do you think about those cameras right there?
I love them.
I bet you do.
They don't bother me at all. Like the more me, the better. That's how I look at it.
Agreed.
But all right, KC Bash Piece is next.
The more.
Okay. else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Corey Majors and Alec Medford. And we're moving into the new studios. This is our first show in the brand new studio. But as you could probably guess, there is more pressing news in front of us. In case you haven't heard, and you're just starting off with us today, the unfortunate news that Marshawn Kneeland is dead at the age of 24. And I don't know about you, Corey, if you continue to get these texts, because this is just kind of the culture that we live in, right? Where people are like, hold on, is this for real? Because you'll see a lot of news that comes out that people are like, but I don't know who that news came from, or that's too unbelievable, or however you want to describe it. But unfortunately, the news is true, and you saw it start to leak out a little bit this morning before the Cowboys put out their official statement, and I saw people were like, there's no way that's true. There's just no way. And like, I think you had heard the same thing that I had heard, and we were waiting for another source that, unfortunately, it is true. Multiple sources, obviously including the team and the NFL, have confirmed that Marshawn Neeland is dead at the age of 24.
Yeah, and as I said before, man, like, this is a guy that when I watched him in his first training camp, I was like, this guy right here, I'm excited. Like, this guy can build on some things. There was some definite next step for him. If he works on these things, he's going to have that mentality. He already had the mentality for it. I love that part of it. And I hate to hear that he had such that a tragedy like this happens to him.
Yeah.
A tragedy like this happens to the players on this team, because those are friends. Kevin, I saw Wanye Thomas. I'm sick, bro. And that just kind of makes me think, like, looking around this building and all the friends that we know and the friends that we have, and just being like, dang. You wake up in the morning and you get news like that just puts you sick to your stomach, and it's tough to hear right now.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate the fan text very much, and the Twitch and the YouTube, and I know people like to have fun and make their jokes. I would just say, today's not the day. I know that was not going to stop it, but maybe just consider that today is not the day.
Yeah.
And go about like that.
Yep. Yeah, that's what my jokes will be about. The studio. I'm going to make fun of the studio as much as possible today, and the bosses are going to have to deal with that. Do you hear that? Bosses out there, like, that's just going to be the way it is. We're going to get the things fixed, all right? I know we sound like we're on remote today. As I was driving in, I was hearing Choppy and Bobby, and I was like, they sound like they're on remote a little bit. We'll be on remote tomorrow. We'll be in Waxahachie. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, at the Taco Bueno tomorrow.
I'm just going to make jokes about the new studio. It's not. Okay. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings because I understand where we are. Like, this is a moving process that we're involved with, and at some point everything's going to be clicking along like normal. But for the time being, this is kind of like moving day, Kevin. You ever move into your house and you're like, why is the water not running? Where is the electricity?
Yeah.
Wi-Fi. What is it? My backyard suddenly has a sinkhole in it. There's all sorts of things that happen on moving day.
It kind of feels like you should have known that ahead of time. Are you surprised that moving is not the number one reason that people break up? Like, you hear people say, oh, it's finances or infidelity, and I get those are all important. I'm surprised that moving is not the number one reason that people break up.
Dude, when I remember my grandparents and my uncles and my mom all moved my great-grandfather down from Oklahoma City.
I'm sorry, Corey, check out your Zoom angle. I've seen
still in my
several
chest.
People have thoughts. Oh no, people were liking it. You were popping the ratings.
Oh, is it?
So
is it my crotch?
I don't know. It was like down your shirt.
Oh, down my shirt.
Yeah.
All right. What's up, ladies and men? Whatever.
Exactly.
I want everybody to be happy. But I remember them moving my mom or my great grandfather to Dallas.
Right.
And by the end of that day, Kevin, I felt like they all wanted to take each other out, and just punch each other in the backyard for a while. And so you're right, man. The fact every time I've ever legitimately snapped at Adrian, it's been during a move. I've just been like, I've had enough of this. And she's like, oh no, I understand.
So I think that's kind of the balance that we're gonna try to bring to you today because it's so crushingly sad.
Yeah, and honestly, Kevin, I don't have enough context yet to really discuss that I can go along with. So the news, the information is tough.
Yeah.
And that's as deep as I can go with it at the moment.
So what I'm going to say is kind of what we talked about in Crosstalk, but I realize maybe you might have missed it and you're just catching up at the beginning of the show. Marshon Kneeland, dead at the age of 24. Statement from the NFL: we are deeply saddened by the tragic news of the passing of the Cowboys' Marshawn Neland. Our thoughts and prayers are with his girlfriend, Catalina, family, friends, and teammates. We have been in contact with the Cowboys and have offered support and counseling resources. And I will just say this, because we talk about this all of the time, and it just feels like worth mentioning today. If you are struggling, and I just saw this message come in, and I'm going to see if I can go ahead and read that. They said that they have been frequently struggling, and I've talked about the talking doctor and everything like that, and they just wanted to reach out. I think that going to the talking doctor was one of the best decisions that I ever made in my life. And if you've ever missed kind of the backstory to that, it was when I was in middle school and my mom said I needed to go to the doctor. And I was like, I just went to the doctor. And she was like, well, this is a different kind of doctor. This is a talking doctor. Mm-hmm. And so that is what I've called therapy ever since, the talking doctor. If you think that you might want to talk to somebody, or you need to go talk to somebody, go talk to somebody. And if you're worried about insurance or the monetary factor, that's why I always tell people I love NamiNorthTexas.org. They have tons and tons and tons of free programs. So if you're worried about the monetary aspect of it, I think that is very fair. They have lots of free programs. I always say if you need somebody to talk to, I will give you my phone number and you can talk to me. But one of the things I do, in addition to talking to you, is I usually try to say, hey, go check out NamiNorthTexas.org, because I'm glad to talk with people, but those are the professionals. And so I would say today, if you're feeling it or you're struggling, or you know somebody that's feeling it or struggling, or you know what, maybe none of those things are true, and you just want to reach out to somebody and you're like, hey, I just wanted to give you a heads up. I love you and I was thinking about you. I think that's a great idea. Not just today, but tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. Just real quick, Corey, and I'm not trying to push my religion on anybody, but several years ago for Lent, I did a thing for the 40 days where I texted somebody different every single day just to let them know that I was thinking about them.
I was so confused whenever I got your text. I was like, he never does this.
Yeah, and you thought something was going to happen to me.
I was like, he's terminal.
But it was amazing, how much it seemed to brighten up people's days. And just think about you sitting right there, wherever you are in the world right now. If somebody texted you and you hadn't talked to them a few months, maybe a few years, and they're just like, hey, I was just thinking about you. How much do you think that would brighten your day?
Oh, it changes everything, man. Trust me. Like I said, at first I was like, are you okay? That was my first thought. But then you were like, no, I just wanted to do, and I was like, awesome. Thanks for checking in on me, dude.
Yes.
I really appreciate it. When it just, people that you love and adore, you think about them. You don't think about them enough sometimes. You don't talk to them enough sometimes. You're like, hey, this is great. Kevin, I've had two specific times in my life where I have talked to a talking doctor. Two very specific ones. One, I was in 4th grade, had an experience that my mom was concerned about.
Right.
And so she brought somebody in to talk to me, and I was open and honest about everything that I was experiencing and why I was doing certain things that I was doing in life.
Can we pause on that for 1 second? If you go to the talking doctor, be as honest as humanly possible. Don't go in there making yourself look good. Tell them everything.
Yeah, she was like, why did you write a will? And I was like, well, I had some experiences that led me to believe I need to make sure somebody gets my soccer ball bank and my dinosaur. And so she was like, oh, well, this is interesting. Let's talk about that. Then during COVID, I'd spent so much time isolated just with my family. I'd started getting sad because I'm a social butterfly. I like to talk to people. I like to be around people. And talking doctor told me exactly, hey, you need to get out, dude. And guess what? I did. I took his advice. I got out. Then he was like, hey, here, let's work on a sleep schedule together. I was like, I can sleep better?
Right.
These are things that, like, we don't have all the answers. Not saying that every therapist has all the answers either, but they can help you navigate things.
And, man, and they have more answers than you might think. Like, my talking doctor, John, I probably should just leave it at that.
Jacob.
Jingleheimer Schmidt. I got you. That's Alex, talking doctor. Mm-hmm. That's my name, too. So, from the 817, the talking doctor saved my life. And I call it the talking doctor to everyone because of y'all.
Yep.
And that's the thing, is you would be amazed how quickly you can form a relationship with this person. And the amazing thing about the talking doctor, too, is it's somebody outside of your regular sphere. So, like, you don't have to see them the next day and deal with, like, follow-up work problems or personal issues or anything like that. And I just think it is
beneficial.
Yeah. In
a variety of ways.
I cannot suggest it enough. And so as we go through the sad saga of Marshawn Kneeland, I would just say, if you're in that space, go talk to somebody. Talk to us. Talk to NamiNorthTexas.org. Or if you know somebody like that, reach out to them. Talk to them now. Don't wait until they're dead and everyone can be like, oh, they were so great. Tell them they're great now. Like right now. Unless you're driving. Stop whatever you're doing if you can, and that's safe. And tell somebody who you love how great they are. Do it right now, because who the hell knows?
Yep.
Corey is actually texting right now.
I got a text from a fan that says, want to say you love you guys and appreciate you guys.
See, and that is just delightful.
You know, Kevin, Adrian was talking to me yesterday because she had an opportunity to, what she's doing now with Sandlot is she's loving it.
Right.
And she told me yesterday, as she was having a coffee conversation with somebody that she's working with to see how they can work together on something, she said, you know, I could tell from him how much he cared about what he does.
Yeah.
And then she said, from me, though, it's like I wake up every day and I'm on a mission. And I know what my mission is. I know what my goals are. I know what I'm trying to accomplish. And I remember Gavin Dawson telling me that about this job specifically once. I was like, dude, this whole Flagtober, G-Bag Nation thing, y'all got shirts and everything.
Right.
And Gavin said every morning or every afternoon, because he was still nights, he was like, I wake up and I put on this uniform and I get to go spread the word about this mission that we're on.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, that's so much fun. Yesterday, I think maybe you're referencing the same text that I saw yesterday, and somebody had mentioned that, and I reached out and said, "Hey, check in on Nami. This is the place that I would start because I don't have the answers for everything." And I said, over this time, this experience that you and I've had doing the show, I don't wake up every day saying I get to go help the world.
Sure,
but I know that it's something I do recognize the effect that our show has on people, the connection that we make with people, an audience. I may never see the person, but I know that there are people out there that are connected to us, and I love it. I love it for that. So I do wake up with this little bit of a mission in mind that somebody's going to get help today. It goes back to the very first time I ever realized we have a responsibility on this station. And we were a weekend show. Night show. No, we were a night show. And I had just gone through what I went through with Lucy. The experience was very difficult.
Right.
And a woman came up to me while I was on a remote just doing an appearance. And she said she worked in the burn unit at the NICU at Children's Hospital. And she said, every single day I see the most terrifying things. I struggle.
I can't imagine.
So much.
Yeah.
We just went through the most intense pressure every single day. And she said, when we get done with our shift, which I knew their shift change was at 7 o'clock because I was there a lot.
Right.
She said, when I get done with my shift, I get in the car and you guys are on and I'm laughing. And she said, you don't know how important those 20 minutes in the car are to me every day. And that right there was the first moment that I realized, crap, we're not just hopping on air goofing off.
Yeah.
There are people that use this, that need it. They're looking forward to it. And so I love it. I love that we have this community that we get to be with and talk with and chat with, and we're here for you as long as we can be.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are texting in right now to talk about how therapy helped them in different things. So I appreciate that. From the 903, I want to say I love you guys. That's so nice. And y'all do an awesome job in the fan. And to all the Tolos and fans listening around the world, you're doing an awesome job. And to the best of your ability, keep your head up and keep moving forward. That's something that, honestly, we talk about. You know what? Look, if you're in the Waxahachie area, come hang out with us at Taco Bueno, and we can walk through a lot of these things. That's one of the things I really like remotes. That's one of the main reasons I really like remotes. Don't get me wrong, like eating the grilled roll-ups is great.
So good.
But you get to talk with so many people or like see so many people face to face that maybe you just normally see on the text here or on the Twitch or the YouTube, and like you don't always get to see the faces and like get to see the person as opposed to just the phone number. And so I really enjoy that as well.
Yeah, Kevin, who is Talking Doctor, y'all mentioned from the 254.
And so
listen, you said it to Dak.
Yes.
That was the first time I think I heard you say it, and I was like, dude, that's such a great name for a therapist. I mean, it's great because for kids, like it's a way to access that without them feeling scared, like a dentist, I
was 11.
Yeah.
That was the way that I coped with it.
Yeah.
Because I remember my mom saying it's a different kind of doctor. And like, maybe you still feel this way now. You don't want to be different. Like, especially middle school can be just, brutal. And I did not want to be different. I didn't want anybody to know about it at the time. And so I just used Talking Doctor to just kind of like make it work for myself. But as I've gone on, I've realized like it's not necessarily something to be ashamed of, because so many people go through this. Like, many people go through this.
All right. I think we did the first one, Kevin.
Yeah. So, Look, theoretically, we were going to start the show with the Mavs and the Pelicans and power ranking the quarterback power rankings. Clearly, that didn't happen.
All right.
Maybe we'll do that next. We'll probably continue to talk about this.
Light switch here.
And you know what? I don't know if you should be fidgeting with the technology here in the new studio.
I'm curious about the stuff, Kevin.
Okay, but I'm worried you're going to break it. So
we have people here to fix it if I break it, though. Like, they're literally right out there fixing other stuff right now.
Huh.
I feel like that's probably more important, the stuff they're working on, and they don't need me jacking things up.
So we're at the technology doctor's office, and you're like, if I'm going to break something...
Might as well do it here.
Huh. Okay, coming up next, what do you think the first thing that Corey is going to break is, besides hearts with that downshirt camera angle? Also, probably more from Marshawn Neeland, and let's talk about Mavs and Pelicans as well. We will do our best to continue and navigate next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, look, if you listen to our opening segment, you might have read between the lines there. But we wanted to wait until an official entity put something out there as opposed to us just saying, this is what we have been told, so I will read the following from the Texas Department of Public Safety regarding the death of Marshon Neland.
Oh, wow.
Texas Department of Safety troopers attempted to stop a vehicle for a traffic violation on the northbound lanes of Dallas North Tollway near Keller Springs Boulevard. The driver, it's Marshon Neland, refused to stop, resulting in a pursuit with DPS troopers. However, DPS troopers lost sight of the vehicle and the pursuit was terminated. The vehicle was later located abandoned and had been involved in a crash on the southbound lanes of Dallas Parkway near Warren Parkway. I just want to warn you, the next part that's coming is could be particularly upsetting. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that. DPS, aircraft, and troopers, along with the Frisco Police Department, searched the immediate area and found the driver, 24-year-old Marshon Neland of Plano, deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. For inquiries regarding the death investigation, contact the Frisco Police Department. So there had been a lot of speculation. Obviously, this is what we were told earlier this morning, but wanted to wait until it was for sure. Like I said, via a public entity. Look, I know sometimes we break sports news. I really wasn't, and I know you're the same, and I know Bobby and RJ aren't the same. Really weren't looking to break news about how it happened, but now that it is out there, courtesy of the Texas Department of Safety and Motor Vehicles, I do believe, I might have just butchered that name, I apologize. Yeah, Marshon Neland was involved in a high-speed chase with the police. The police lost him, and they later found his car after it was in an accident, and it was a self-inflicted gunshot. And that is how Marshon Neland died. Because I know people want to know.
There's a lot more details even beyond this.
Sure. Sure. And then you heard, Nick Harris had reported earlier that there had been a wellness check on him, and so he, going back to college days, had struggled with mental health issues, which is one of the reasons that, far beyond just Marshon Neland, one of the reasons that we talk about mental health issues all the time, because Corey, both you and I have had multiple different issues with mental health stuff. So
yeah,
it affects a whole lot of people. You'd be amazed.
The story that I shared earlier, Kevin, about the first time I ever had a conversation with a talking doctor. My best friend on my street. He was years older than me.
Right.
His name was Jeremy. There is a song written by Pearl Jam about him. His sister actually was at Uncle Julio's last Friday. I sat down and talked with her for a few
is that who that was?
Yeah. She's amazing. I love her. But I was in the 4th grade, and my friend had a couple of different instances that he struggled with, personally, family-wise, and he pulled a gun on himself in his high school room. And I was in the 4th grade and did not know how to handle this.
Sure.
And so my thought was, well, if anything was to ever happen to me, I better write a will. And then I was like, well, where should I put the will? And my mom was cleaning my room, found it, and was panicking. Obviously, I get that.
Yeah.
But Kevin, I'll tell you this, I've lived with that my whole life. I have this conversation. Actually, a Tolo that knew his sister was at one of our Taco Bueno events recently, and she told me about her son that also had that experience.
Yeah.
And we, shared that conversation with each other, and that's one of the things that I've kind of, I've always said that that's never been an option for me because of that. Right. Like maybe it was the right thing for my purpose or whatever. I don't know. But that was that's one of those things where I'm like, man, I wish he would have. For years I was like, I wish he would have asked me. I wish he would have brought it up to me, and maybe I could have helped. And I don't know that I could have. I was in the 4th grade. But this is when it comes to suicide, Kevin. This is one of the reasons that like the next iteration. I know we do our stuff with My Possibilities every year for Peace-a-thon, and I think I've discussed with you at length the next level of helping on this platform,
right,
with mental health and suicide prevention and things like that. That's the reason why I'm very connected to it. This hurts. That's why I was as shook as I was this morning whenever I found this news out.
I think we can all. I always get sympathize and empathize wrong. My apologies. Empathize with just feeling lost. Like for me. It was, we go back several years, I've talked about it. We had a pair of miscarriages, and it wasn't necessarily suicidal, but I felt lost. And like, you saw me, I showed up to work, and I didn't know what to do or where to go or who to talk to, and that is something where Talking Doctor really helped me get to the other side on that. And it's so sad because, like, outside of, football, which, quite frankly, who cares at this moment, what kind of family could he have had with his girlfriend or, whoever, whether it was her or someone else, could have had a family, could have been a great dad, or could have just been a great leader in the community. And like, that's what ends with all of these stories, is their story ends and you're just kind of sad, because it's like, what could that have person done? Whose life could they have impacted and pass it on down? And like, we all like to think that hopefully we impacted some people's lives in a positive way, and hopefully they pass that impact on down and on down and on down. That might be like too much of a naive version of everything, but unfortunately now, like, this is where it stops.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many reasons it's sad, but that's another one.
Kevin, I wanted to tell you something about what you were going through. I was right there next to you every day, and I could tell you were going through something.
Yeah.
But cracking your shells sometimes a little different. Right. I'll be honest. Like I've known you for as long as I've been married. I've been married to Adrian for 19, going on 20 years. I've known you that long.
Right.
I know when to give you space, and I know when to pry a little more, and I know that I know a lot of things about you. But I also knew that at some point you would find that time to share your story, and then you did. And I could tell the weight, not that it wasn't still with you, but the weight was lifted a lot, because you opened that door, that portal for relief and other people to share their conversation and have that with you. And so that day, I remember sitting back, turning our microphones off, and me and Mike just listened. And it was great for me because I got to hear you.
Right.
And so you don't know how some people need to hear you.
Yeah. And like, this is why I don't want to sound like a broken record. And I promise we'll try to have more fun.
We are in a new studio today, too, so things might sound a little different. Yeah. Microphones might get hit a little bit, so just prepare.
We're already talking about switching places. There's there's a lot this morning. But that's why I don't want to sound like a broken record when I talk about the Talking Doctor. But the other thing I'll say is I came to work the day my dad died, too, and talked about it that night because I just needed to. You know, like I don't have a better explanation for it than that. I needed to talk about it. So whenever, we meet people, whether it's bouncing around Freebirds, Uncle Julio's, Taco Bueno, or fan events that we have, or whatever else, people will be like, you don't understand how much of a part of our family you are. I think we do better than you think, because y'all are part of our family as well. Corey's talked about it, and I hope it's not out of turn to speak for you, but when you were going through everything with Lucy's, when we did our show at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. You told me to say something.
Yeah.
Because I was going through it alone, because Adrian was at the hospital the whole time.
Yeah.
And I had to come home and be with the boys while I wanted to be at the hospital. There were things that I wanted to do, and I wasn't really talking to parents about it or family or friends. Mostly you were the person I was texting, just giving updates so that you would know what I was dealing with at the time. But that day, we were out at AT&T Stadium it was a Father's Day event, I believe. And we're at AT&T Stadium, and you said, "Hey, you should talk about this. I bet there are people out there that need to hear it." And I was like, "Nah, I don't want to beat people down with what's going on in my life." And you're like, "No, open the door real quick." And whenever I got done on air, you said, "Hey, look at the fan text."
Yep.
Thousands of messages.
Yeah.
Of not just support, but of people that had gone through the same thing or something like it or something near it or their family was attached to it.
And that, I really want to hammer that home right here. And if today's show's not for you, that's okay. We'll see you tomorrow. It might be more normal. Or we'll see you later today.
Yeah, Jamie Benn is skating on the ice today, by the way.
Yes, and then I think Rope might be out there as well, so potentially good news for the Stars. But, you'd be amazed when you share your story how many people feel the same way. Like Corey gave a great example. When I talked about the miscarriages, I had no idea how many people had gone through that until we talked about it. And you're like, oh, yeah, that happened to us too. We just didn't want to talk about it and everything like that. And so I can't help but wonder, what was Marshawn Kneeland carrying that he could have maybe tried to share with somebody else? And I don't mean to say that if you tell somebody, you'll automatically fix it, because every single person is different. But if you try to share the load, it really can make a difference. And so,
I walked out of AT&T Stadium that day with a different perspective.
Yeah. And
because I had mentioned it, and then had a whole I felt like I had a whole new group of people that I was connected to.
And that's the thing from the 858. I really appreciate this. I'm fully considering skipping work tomorrow, driving to Taco Bueno in Waxahachie to hang out with you guys and give you some hugs. You're hitting close to home, and I hope that you do. If it's tomorrow or not, I hope that you do, because when Corey didn't know if his little baby was going to survive, he was on the air. When we had lost our two little babies, we were on the air. So if you ever say, I don't know if you think this is weird, but y'all are part of our family, we don't think it's weird, because we shared our highs and our just lowest of lows with you guys, because y'all are part of the family as well. And I always tell people when I see this and they're like, "Oh, I listen to you guys all the time," I always say, "Thank you. I like being employed." So I appreciate you guys listening, because y'all have made our life great.
Same. I'm at the
outside of all those sad things that I just told you.
Yeah, at the moment, Kevin, I'm experiencing a new wave of thoughts, because the press release from the NFL and the NFLPA was like, "Hey, make sure to lean on your brothers."
Yep.
And I know, sorry, give me a minute. I know there's a lot of guys in that locker room, their leader specifically, who have dealt with something like this.
Yep.
And for him specifically, I know there's that feeling of, dang it, I let somebody down.
Yeah.
And that's what their bye week is going to consist of. This is what this next couple weeks is going to be. It's not going to be easy for that room. Hopefully it makes better bonds between those guys. I think it will. But I know specifically that man, that's one at least. I know there's there's got to be a whole bunch of other stories in that locker room.
No doubt.
And they're going to share those with each other. But that's a group right there that's probably going, I could have done something else. I wish I would have done this.
And that sucks to carry that burden, you know? It really, it sucks to have to carry that burden when it's not your fault, you know? Like, I swear I'm not going like Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting, but it really is. It's not your fault. And so many people will carry that no matter what you tell them. They will carry that as if, what if I had that extra conversation or sent that other text or whatever? And that's why we're recommending today, send that text. Hey, I was thinking about you. I hope you're doing all right. Maybe we can meet up for lunch. Oh, no, you don't have to call them because, come on, nobody wants a phone call. So send them a text message, and you might be the person that brightens their day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, I think you get the vibe today. Coming up next, theoretically, Alec, I said it could have been Mavericks last segment. That didn't happen. Theoretically, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, planning your life around Ranger spring training. Is that the segment that's going to be next? I can't say that for sure. Do people want to know our address? All I remember is it's on Merritt Drive. This is the first day I've been here.
The boss is outside saying don't tell people that.
Okay, okay. It's not on Merritt Drive. But the good news is I don't remember the number yet. So there's that. And we'll be back with, I gave you a lot of options. Who's to say? All right.
Guys.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If it's okay with you guys, we might attempt baseball nuggets in just a minute.
I do want to make one point real quick, if I can.
Sure.
At 1:20 today, I do believe we have in studio the new Dallas Wings head coach.
That is correct.
So I wanted people to know that.
Jose Fernandez will be with us.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to talk about there, and a lot of good conversation to be had here at 1:20 today.
From the 214, you guys are a huge part of getting me through the darkest years of my life. I knew I'd at least laugh for a few hours a day. Finally gave in, let my wife know, although she knew I was in a bad place, and in part because of the message to reach out, got the help I needed. Will always love y'all for that. That is a delightful message right there. And if you've missed the just horribly sad news today, Marshawn Kneeland is dead at the age of 24. Cowboys' second-round pick from the year before. He was in a high-speed chase. The cops lost him, and they found him later with his vehicle having been in an accident, and then he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So if you haven't heard that news, obviously pretty shocking and jarring news this morning.
And so to add on to that, if you are kind of wondering why we're having a little bit of a different discussion at times and having some really deep discussions, this is the reason why.
Yeah.
So if you like Kevin, if you said, if you haven't been listening and you're just now getting to hear and you're seeing this is one of the reasons I'm kind of tapping into a couple of other things. That was tough in the last segment for me, honestly. To get through that, because I know the experience that a lot of people are affected by this. I did want to ask something, Kevin, of you, because you do a lot of you talk a lot with the people at NAMI, and you see, we keep telling people, look, if you're sad, there's a reason you're sad,
right? Find
out why. When I found out why I was sad, I was like, now I can come up with a solution.
Yeah.
I was kind of curious when it comes to two things. I wanted to talk to another man whenever I went through my period of sadness.
Right.
And there was part of me that was like, should I talk to, I had no clue. I don't know what to do.
For sure.
Every other therapist I'd ever met was a woman growing up. I was like, so I'm not supposed to talk to a woman, but I felt like when I was talking to him, I was like, oh no, he knows what I'm going through. But I know other people out there that have a very similar, they're like, well, I feel like I want to talk to a woman. Maybe subliminally it's more like talking to my mom, and that's what I miss. Whatever it is, just that first step of making the connection, I think, is very big. And you said something to me just now that really caught me off. And I've thought about this a lot because it makes sense. It seems very difficult to get men to open up.
Yes, and that is the thing. I don't know what percentage of our female audience listening right now is like, ain't that the truth?
Yeah, for real.
But, see, we told you we'd try a laugh here or there. But yeah, that's one of the things that we always talked about at NAMI is it's statistically, it's significantly more difficult to get a man to try therapy than a woman. I feel like they're chipping away at that, but still a long way to go. And you know what? As long as we're having this conversation, let's just throw the forbidden door all the way open. I want to give a shout out to Jeff Kavanaugh as well. I know he doesn't work at our station anymore, but he is a huge mental health advocate as well, and he has, shared a lot of his struggles too. But when you talk about, the therapist you go with, I want to remind everybody that the talking doctor that you go with, they're auditioning for you. Not the other way around.
Yeah.
Like, if you talk with somebody like a session or two and it just doesn't work for you, you can go get somebody else. Like, I was really lucky that I connected with my talking doctor this go around straight away. But like my wife has been through a couple, and she's like, I don't know if that person like fully hears me or understands where I'm at and everything like that. And so it's okay to go look for another doctor if you don't feel like that person like truly understands the issues or where you're at in life or whatever the hell the reason is.
From Kid Muse, appreciate this. I'm actually on the way to my therapy appointment right now. That's good to hear. Thanks for clarifying. A lot of messages coming out. I had to hit refresh real quick to Alec. Can you talk on radio yet? Now that we're in this new studio, I didn't know if this works.
Maybe,
cow, there he is!
Yeah, maybe you just you were kind of blocking me out during the live spots. Yeah, you're just tuning me out.
Yeah, I haven't heard from you yet because I've been blocking you out here. How are you doing, man?
You know, it's weird. I've been open with you guys in the past about my experiences with mental health and everything, and you guys know that there is a history there. And so the news today was odd, and I was already dealing with kind of a shocker that one of my high school classmates and friends passed away at 24, just earlier this week. So, I'm just seeing too many very young ages, too many low numbers.
Yeah.
And, obviously there's not a right time or place for people to go. There never is. But when I see 23, 24, 25 years old, and I know that people like you guys have helped me get the resources because all you need to know is that the resources exist rather than I can do this or I can figure it out myself. Just give me some time. Once you realize that, it gets a lot easier when you realize people care and there are people that are there to professionally help you. So it's a weird feeling. I saw Marshawn in the locker room last year, after games, and he's all smiles, and he's when people say, you see when people pass the great stories, he was such a great guy and stuff. This was a guy that the locker room really genuinely loved.
Yeah.
And I want people to know that. They're not saying that just for niceties. They rallied around that guy. And he has a long history, and he's had a tough upbringing at times, but he was such high character, and it's tough to see. It's gonna hurt for a while.
Yeah, and Kevin, this is the true thing also is whatever that window was where the decision was made, we have no clue yet where he was there. Mentally.
Right.
Like what the window that he went, this could have been something that he'd been thinking about for a while. It could have been something that was spur of the moment of, I can't do this anymore.
He struggled with depression in college.
Yes.
Like, I feel like that is a known.
Yeah, that was one of the things the Cowboys were looking into before drafting him. They wanted to make sure there was some stuff in his past they wanted to make sure they could help navigate with. And the Cowboys honestly, there have been a lot of players that have been helped by the Cowboys on that path because the Cowboys have helped identify some things and then got them to the right people. There have been plenty of time of instances where that's happened. This one I know that they're not happy about. They're hurt by because they're just like any friend out there that probably thinks what else could we have done? And so that's the toughest part. But again, we don't know that window where he was like, I've made this decision. And I don't know what led to it or where it is yet.
That's one of the things from the 903 old school mentality is men are soft if they have mental struggles. That's one of the things so many people talked about. Like, if you've read up anything about this, about these soldiers coming back home from World War II, is they were like, you don't talk about that stuff. Like, you just don't, if you're struggling.
Nobody wants to hear about my stuff.
Exactly. And
I don't want to look weak because I had to be such a macho man while I was at war.
And so I think we've done a really good job of chipping away at that, but this is something that Marshon Neland has carried since at least college. I don't know before that, but if you missed the news, he is dead at the age of 24. Due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And so obviously really sad. We've gotten so many amazing messages. I kind of wish that we could spend just like the next hour just like going through these messages, and people are pouring their hearts out right now. And we've had to read a lot of them in the break because sometimes it can be hard to like read the longer messages while you're in the midst of being on air. But we see you. We read you, we hear you and what you're saying, and thank you so much to everybody who is sharing their story and sharing their message and sharing their struggles or sharing their solutions. You know, and a solution is not going to be the same for everybody. Like, just take the three of us. It could be so different from Alec to me, from me to Corey, and Corey to Alec. And so that's why we've given like a whole lot of different suggestions and stuff. Is everybody's solution is going to be different. But I would beg, I would plead, I'm telling you, please keep trying. If you haven't found the solution, I can only imagine how frustrating that is. Please keep trying. Is where I'll leave that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, and maybe to lighten the mood, a goalie who tried to steal a hockey puck by putting it down his pants. Next, right here on The Fan.
I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Corey Majors. You got Alec Medford. We are live from our brand new studios. We're going to talk with Mickey Spagnola in just, right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning on what has been a really tough day, sir.
Yeah, boy, you sure got that right, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the story, and let us know if any of this sounds off or if this is what you've heard. The story that we have heard from the Texas Department of Safety is that Marshawn Kneeland was involved in a high-speed chase. The cops lost sight of the car. They found the car later with signs that it had been in an accident, and then they found Marshawn Kneeland dead at the age of 24 via a self-inflicted gunshot.
I don't know if I've ever experienced something so sad and tragic, just awful.
And
yeah, I think I can do this.
And if for any reason you can't, we totally understand it. I realize football is not the most important thing, but I keep thinking about the juxtaposition of this news.
I know.
Versus the punt, block, recovery, touchdown, and just that sense of freaking euphoria versus this. It is almost impossible to wrap your brain around.
You know, the longer you live, you think you've seen everything, and then you see a little more. Just going from the euphoria of Tuesday, making, the trade deadline moves, everybody excited about Quinnen Williams being here on Wednesday, press conferences with the new guy, and then to plummet the very next day into such sorrow. You know what? I think that somewhere you got to thank the scheduling gods that the Cowboys are on a bye. Think about if they had to come to practice today.
I can't imagine.
I don't know that I know they don't give you a bereavement excuse for not playing on Sunday, because in 2012, this happened, and we were boarding the plane to Cincinnati when we found out about the Josh Brent accident and the death of teammate in the car, Jerry Brown. And it was almost unimaginable that they were going to play a game the next day. They were going to get on a plane as a team. And they ended up with a 2019 victory. And as I remember, final seconds, they won the game as if somebody was looking over them.
Right.
And it just made me flash back to that they had to play a game. And, and they won in that fashion. And I just couldn't imagine this if they had to play on Sunday. It'd be unbelievable.
What all do you remember back in 2012, either immediately or in the aftermath of how the players were able to, like, I don't know, compartmentalize or however you want to describe it, playing football while kind of dealing with that?
Yeah, I mean, it might have been the quietest charter flight to a game, I think, as I could remember. And everybody trying to kind of, I mean, a lot of those guys might not have known until they showed up for the flight. I knew when I got there something was off because too many people were standing outside the plane. They weren't boarding, and it was, the hour of boarding time. And it was like, oh, something's wrong.
Right.
And the fact that they were getting, I think, all the players, as I remember, on the plane. But as you know, the Cowboys travel people from the 4 TV stations and then somebody from each radio station, and they held them off the plane until, I think, Jason Garrett addressed everybody and then let them on. But, it might have been the greatest coaching performance by Jason Garrett in his coaching career to rally that team to actually go out and play the way they did, basically in honor of their teammate and the sorrow for Josh Brett, who had to go through that, knowing that, the speeding and, the fact that his partner next to him in the car passed away and it wasn't him. Boy, this one, it's right up there with that, I guarantee you.
I always did think at the time and since then that always felt like Jason Garrett's finest moment, where he was the leader of men in that moment that you needed to make it to the other side.
And I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but, they're off. They're off until Monday.
Right.
And there's hardly anybody here in the building.
Right.
And I don't know if my mind was trying to buffer myself, but I walked to the door to get in. And, of course, I left my badge in the car. And so as I was dreading walking in the door, I said, okay, we got to recompose ourselves, go get the badge and come on in. And I could tell from the security guards that are around, they knew, and they could see the look on my face, and it wasn't, hey, how you doing? Have a good morning. It was just open the door, and no words were said. So, and you guys, I mean, I heard it how it happened from you guys, and this might be, other than letting my wife know, the first people I've talked to.
Mickey, Alec, our producer, he was in the locker room. He got to see some things, and we got the experience of watching him at training camp. You've been in that locker room a lot. Would you be able to help me kind of understand the person he was in that locker room? Yeah, I mean, he was such a kind of the undefensive lineman. He was just a really nice guy, cooperative with the media, though you could kind of tell, I wish I wasn't doing this, right? But he did it. And but he was just kind of a quiet guy, just a sweet soul. And, it's one of those things that you never know what someone's going through.
Yeah.
And I could remember when Dak talked after his brother committed suicide, and really opened up about, how tough it was on him. And I remember somebody criticizing him in the media for being soft.
That guy's a chump.
And not being a leader, right? And I'm going, are you serious? and then we've seen, and this has got to really hit home for Dak after him trying to put together the program to deal with mental illness like that, and to have this happen to a guy across the room from him, I bet he's devastated too.
Yep.
So it's going to take a while for this all to get processed here. But again, as I said, they don't cancel games. The show's got to go on, and this is going to be a tough deal. And you almost wish they were here, because then they would be together instead of having to process it by themselves. And I'm sure, they're welcome to come in here. HR, I'd already put out a notice about if anybody needs help, there'll be counselors here, people to talk to. But, football players, they're not going to come in and bare their hearts. And so you kind of almost wish they were here to talk with each other. And who knows? Some of them might have been off on a weekend trip or something to get away from football, get away from life.
Yeah. Do you think, because somebody texted this in, and I guess at the time I didn't really think about it at all, do you think there should be some sort of revisiting of the NFL's bereavement policy? I get the Cowboys aren't a bye right now, but I'm thinking back to the other story you told me, and the idea of hey, one of your teammates died, you need to go play. That feels crazy to me.
Yeah. And, they just don't cancel games, it seems like. If I remember correctly, the games went on after 9/11.
Did they? Yeah, I can't. I don't remember, but I'll take your word for that. I'm sure you're right.
And they might have canceled something the next week.
Yeah. I think you're right.
But yeah, it was, and I think there was, regret that they didn't postpone.
Yeah.
That weekend. And if you remember, well, you don't. I had to read about it. But when President Kennedy got assassinated here,
right,
the Cowboys had to go to Cleveland and play on Sunday. And it happened on a Friday, I believe it was. And, the story was when they showed up in Cleveland, they were persona non grata. Usually when they got to the hotel, the bell captains and the caps helped them with their luggage getting out of the bus. They got totally ignored.
They're from Dallas.
Yeah, and it was Dallas's fault. Yeah.
And it's your fault because you lived in Dallas, and they blamed it on Dallas. But the game went on, and I remember, I think it was Pete Rozelle saying that they regretted having to make the teams play on Sunday, because when the Cowboys got to the stadium, up on the rooftops of the old stadium, there were armed guards standing, at attention. And, they saw it all. And I remember, gallows humor, 50 years later, talking to guys about it. It's like, who wants to be the first person to run out for player in introductions, right?
Right.
And I think they ran out with their helmets on. So, yeah, that was tough on them. They were told, if you're going out to dinner, you better go in a group and don't go far. Because, it was the Dallas Cowboys' fault for the assassination. So, those I know about that because I did a story on it. We did a documentary story on it. And then what happened to Josh Brent. So, and now this. It's just unimaginable, because when I first heard it, no one knew, right? It's just that he unexpectedly passed away.
Yeah.
And then the more you guys explained it, I was going, oh, this is getting worse and worse and worse, and just unimaginable.
Is there, I just want, if there's I know you're kind of processing it like we are. Is there anything you want to say to the people? Anything just on your mind if you want to throw anything out there?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is, sometimes we get reminded in the worst way that it's a game, right? It's a game. It's not life or death. Who cares about your fantasy team, right?
Yeah.
Okay, they're 3-5-1. My idea to get ahead for tomorrow was to come in and write about, well, here's where they stand. Here's what the, standings look like.
Right.
Here's how many teams have a better record than them in the NFC. And this is probably what they got to do to, at least have an opportunity to get the last wild card spot, if that's even possible. And we actually talked yesterday, maybe the best way to get in the playoffs is if they can keep winning and the Eagles, have a downfall and you win the East, and that's how you get in, because you only have to jump one team, not four teams, to get that last wild card position. And I was just going to explain it and say, probably mission impossible, but
yeah,
you never know with this crazy season. You got a chance. And then when this happens, it's like, well, that's moot. Who cares about football? It's just, and it's a thing that you don't see it coming. And I'm sure we've all gone through things in death. I know when my parents passed away, I realized death is never convenient. It happens on its own time, right? I was on the way to visit my dad when he passed away. I was covering the Super Bowl in Florida when my mom passed away the day before the game. So, yeah, I learned a hard lesson about those types of things and making sure, and you don't even have to get older to understand this, but if there's something you want to do, don't put it off. Go do it, because you ain't guaranteed tomorrow.
Well, then I want to tell you, Mickey, we talk with you pretty much every day, that we've been encouraging people to spread the word. I love having you on. I love talking with you every day, even when we piss you off or you piss us off. I appreciate the back and forth and the information and everything, and we're really glad that you're part of our show.
Well, I appreciate hearing that from you, and I feel the same way. And, it's entertainment business. Not everybody agrees with everything. And
sure,
sometimes we've got to learn, and this country's got to learn that you better at least listen to both sides before being so vehement about disagreement.
Well, that is a damn fine message that I really hope gains traction today. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you next week then.
Yeah, on Monday.
Yep.
We'll kind of be back here for sure.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, Alec, we're potentially putting you in a tough spot, because coming up next would be the time we would do AM on the FM, and that feels like a lot. So I'm going to leave it up to you if you want to dive into that. If not, there's interesting stuff in baseball nuggets. We could go to the Mavs. I don't just want to be like, hey, Alec, I know we've been talking about this, so do your thing.
You know what? Let's try to brighten the mood a little bit. We'll roll with it. We've got the question of the day, plus polygraph tests and baseball. How do they go together? Next on The Fan.
Sean and
that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, this is probably not the best way to do this, but this is how we're going to do this real quick. From the 972, the 214, I see your message, and it said, I literally have no one, not a single person I can talk to. Yes, you do. You have us. I'm going to text you my phone number right now. All right? Sorry, it has been a weird day. We are also getting used to our new studios. It has been a weird day. I'm going to respond to you right now. You have somebody. You have people that you can talk to. And if you don't, let me volunteer. I'll be number one.
All right.
And just the first person, not the best person. Because as soon as you get more people...
I think you're the best person to talk to.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
love
thank
talking
you.
to you, man.
Thank you very much.
You're my daily dose of mental health.
We're going to make a big pivot here. So, Corey, I don't know if this is what you were thinking. A lot of pressure on Alec Medford.
Good luck, buddy.
Like a lot of pressure.
Here we go.
Like whatever amount of pressure you're thinking of, it's probably more. Because we've been serious and stoic all day, and now it's your turn. So again, a lot of pressure on you. I hope it goes okay. Good luck, buddy.
Well, thanks, man, because it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Oh, crap. I forgot my sandwich. This is my sandwich time.
Yeah, because Corey checks out when I speak.
I don't check out. I just know I can eat.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I know what that's about, too. I'm sorry for messing up the intro. Do you want me to go get my sandwich while you talk?
That's up to you.
I'll stay here.
You have free will. You're a grown man.
That was a trick. I think he'd be very offended if you just walked off. Like that one time we had Chris Jericho in studio, and in the middle of a segment, Sean got up, walked out of the studio to get a cup of coffee. And I really thought Chris Jericho was going to kill him. It was awesome.
Would have been kind of warranted there. I would have felt disrespected too. But we got the question of the day plus polygraphs and baseballs. How do they match up? I'll tell you here in just a little bit. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Boston Red Sox, Alex Cora, maybe. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. It's not in the way that you think, though. It's actually a really interesting story. And if you like big dollar amounts, too, being thrown around.
You know that I do.
Yeah. So,
Peace-a-thon coming up. I've renewed my interest in us hitting $100,000. I think we can do it.
Ooh, I'm so excited. And I'm excited because for the second half of Peace-a-thon, I will be out there.
What?
Yeah. So,
I already knew that.
Yeah, exactly. But at noon, I will hit the road. I will leave here, hit the road, and hang out with y'all for the rest of the show. So
RJ Dukes?
Yes. So I'm so excited for that. But the question of the day was going to be something nonsensical and totally different, but we're going to pivot here because of the events that happened today. Obviously, if you missed the news, it's a tough day for Cowboys fans. Marshawn Kneeland has died, and it's weird. It's tough unpacking it, but we're trying to spread the message of taking care of one another, of taking care of ourselves, most importantly. I've asked variations of this question before, but I feel like it's very prevalent today. I want to know, what is something you are doing lately or you plan on doing to take care of yourself? Something nice you're going to do for yourself. 877-881-1053, because for me, I'll lead off here. We've said it a few times now. Everybody knows. You can probably tell by some of the things we're working through here that we're in a new building. So I changed up my schedule a little bit because Corey knows this well. I have to start my day with a workout or my day is thrown off. It is completely thrown off, and I need to get that in. So usually what I do is I wake up, and I work out immediately, but we have a nice, beautiful gym here in the building at the new studio. So I woke up a little bit later, ate breakfast, came up here, and I got my workout in before the show. And trust me, I'm stressed, I'm confused, there are things happening that I don't understand and that I am working through as we speak, but everything's good right now. But you know what the number one priority for me was to make sure I got that workout in, and I was like, okay, I can breathe and take on the day. And then I found out the news and everything after, but I was like, man, at least I started my day off the way that I need to know that I'm going to have an okay day. At minimum, I'm going to have an okay day.
Yeah, because, and this is, I've changed my schedule up a little, Alec, in that my son woke up at 5 o'clock every morning to go to football, so I was like, I'm already up. I might as well go to the gym before the show. Well, now I'm like, I can stay up a little later and sleep in an hour later, and I can go after the show. But sometimes things happen.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the day, and you're like, oh no, I can't get my workout in, and so you have to try and figure out how to squeeze it in. But that is part of it. I look forward to it every day. It's something that I'm just excited about. And I will tell you, I did know the news earlier this morning. I didn't want to mess with Alex's workout because I know that's part of his mental health part too. I get it because I go in the gym, put the earbuds in, listen to G-Bag or listening to Sean and RJ, and I get into my place. And I'm happy. When you start pushing weight around, your body just, what's the thing that's the dopamine or whatever.
Yeah.
It starts pumping through your body. It makes you feel good.
What is that word? Is it dopamine? There's another
serotonin,
word.
maybe?
Serotonin.
Yeah, there you go. So it starts pumping through, and you start feeling good, and then you walk out of the gym and feel good too. Yeah. It's a great way. It really is. Whatever it is that you like to do, activities. And one of the things too is we're built with all this adrenaline in our bodies anyway, because naturally, Kevin, we were supposed to run from dinosaurs and stuff. So, we had to learn how to do that. And so that now we don't have to run from dinosaurs. I don't know if you know that or not. Oh. The dinosaurs aren't real anymore. So now...
they are real. They're just extinct.
But it's just in our system, so we got to get it out somehow, and the gym's a way to do it.
So, a couple of things. First of all... We Love You, Jesus is Colby Tolbert is just outside. What? But I just wanted to come on and say, we love you, Jesus. And so a couple of other things. Somebody said they bought themselves some fan merchandise for their birthday. If you come on down to the Taco Bueno in Waxahachie tomorrow off of 287, I have extra cool stuff that is definitely from my personal collection that we'll be giving out in addition to our regular giveaways. And Alec, you probably could have guessed this.
Endorphins.
Oh, there you go.
Endorphins.
It's good timing.
Don't they swim in the ocean?
Those are endorphins.
Oh.
So... Dang it. It helps me. Dallas Card Show starts today. I'll be out there tomorrow and Saturday.
It does.
Because you know what I like? I like two things. First of all, I like buying things. Also, I like looking at things that I could never conceively afford in my entire life.
That is a weird thing that I like too.
It is. It's because I remember walking up, and it was in like this thick block brick holder that if you hit somebody with it, oh my goodness, that would have been a crime. But they said this is like the best messy card in the world, and it was $750,000. And I made the joke before when he said, do you want to hold it? I was like, yeah. And I thought, how fast can I run? Mm-hmm. But then I realized I'd probably be caught because I talked about it on air and everything like that. Plus, I learned
they were
the
already
ways
watching you
from my because of my previous stealing.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to not only get the things that you want, collect what you want or collect what you think is fun, but also see things that you're like, okay, could I afford that? Maybe not, but there are a lot of people in there that can and do, and the amount of cash you see just get dropped on the table at times, astonishing.
Yes, working out I think is a huge deal. Going shopping for things that you can't afford can be fun. My thing that I'd like whenever had my mental break, my point of I need to get away, I will take the day to go I'll go walk through Callaway's nursery where all the plants are, or an arboretum or something like that, because they're such calming places.
The Arboretum is one of my wife's favorite places, and the displays that they put up for the 12 days of Christmas, top notch.
And their Thanksgiving stuff, their Fall Fest area stuff is really fun. But going to Callaway's and I walk by plants and just kind of run my fingers along the leaves. It's something that it gives me something texture-wise, and also is a calming place to be.
Be honest with me.
Home Depot is not.
Be honest.
But I do like Home Depot.
Corey, I'm going to need you to be honest. No. Do you run your hands over the plants lovingly because you saw that Mark Wahlberg movie and you're afraid that the plants
will come after me?
Yeah, if you've never seen it, it's him and Joey Deschanel just really miscast. And there's this moment where Mark Wahlberg goes, it's the plants! And you're just like, what?
What's happening?
That's what I waited 45 minutes for or whatever. Screw you, M. Night Shyamalan.
Mark Wahlberg's best acting was his eyebrow raising in that movie. That was about it. Because it was bad. It was bad.
One very specific thing.
I don't know why they cast the movie like that, and I hope somebody there was like, this is not going to work. You still have time. You still have time to fix this. It's like,
You You guys have absolutely obliterated the text line, which I appreciate. 877-881-1053. Something you're doing to take care of yourself here in a time that we could all deserve a little bit of self-care here. There's plenty to read, but there's one I really want to highlight here from the 918. They say, I finished up chemotherapy back in September. I've been working out at my company gym now to rebuild myself. First time I've seriously worked out in over 10 years. It feels great. You guys are making today bearable. Thank you for all of your honest talk.
Did you see the one from the 806? I mean, first of all, that's freaking amazing. You know what I watch a lot of videos of? I watch a lot of videos of puppies and babies together because it's just the most heartwarming thing. But, like, if I ever see when, like, the hospital staff is around for somebody to ring the bell, like, it takes a damn robot not to cry at those videos.
Yeah, I love those videos, and I know I'm doing it to myself. Like, I can totally keep swiping
Mark
when I see them on TikTok. No, that is not happening. For all you know, I don't have the ability to pull audio.
I think
maybe
that
I'm
could
lying
be
to
right.
you. Maybe I'm lying to you.
From the 806, for me, I'm 48 days sober, never felt better. Look, we talk about this all the time. Every day is another chance to try to change things that you don't like.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to take that advice to heart myself as well.
I like that. And we're going to save the baseball story for another time because I feel like this just was better use of my time. Appreciate all the honesty. I'm going to get back to a lot of you during the break through the text line because I feel like a lot of you deserve to feel seen because you are being very honest, and I very much appreciate you opening up a little bit. And that is AM on the FM.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll update people who are not familiar with. By the way, people are telling us that movie was named The Happening.
Yes, The Happening.
That sounds right. Be careful.
It did happen.
Make sure you type that out correctly or you might get something totally different.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Coming up, liar. Coming up next, we're going to do Gridiron. We're going to power rank the quarterback power rankings next right here on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now,
how do you say that in Spanish?
I wish Mike was here. He'd know the answer.
Oh, he wouldn't?
No comprende.
No,
he is studying Spanish with Reggie, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
He's been working on it. He's doing a good job.
If you type it in to the fan text, I'll read it.
Oh,
you know what?
Please.
I'll run it through a translator and then read it, maybe.
Okay, because I was really nervous about that other one. So, unfortunately, obviously, the biggest story of the day, week, month, could turn out to be the biggest story of the year is the death of Marshawn Kneeland and of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot at the age of 24 after a high-speed chase with the police. We have talked about that, a whole lot today, and we're trying to bring a little bit of normalcy here and there back to the program. So we'll talk about it again in just a sec, in a little bit, but wanted to throw out a little bit of gridiron right here.
I like it.
Do you want to power rank the quarterback power rankings?
Let's do it.
All right. Now, it is a little bit of a tough deal because you have the USA Today, but I believe, if I remember correctly, you have hated the USA Today quarterback power rank.
Yeah, they just haven't felt right.
Okay, then let's go with CBS.
Okay.
Who is the worst starting quarterback in all of the lands?
At the moment, it's got to be between whoever Cleveland's quarterback is going to be.
Still Dylan Gabriel.
All right. And Cam Ward, unfortunately. And I expect more from Cam Ward. and I know he does too.
I think you've left out a key component of Tyler Shuck.
Oh, really?
But he's only 30. So Tyler Shuck, 30.
He's 30 years old?
On the power rankings.
He feels 30 years old.
Dylan Gabriel, feels rude. Dylan Gabriel's 31, and Cam Ward, dead last. But remember, when he gets it together, the rest of the league is
better
in trouble.
watch out, dude.
Where would you put Dak Prescott?
Unfortunately, this outing wasn't great. You know, this last outing, the offense just looked out of sync altogether. Offensive line was the start. So I'd probably have him 10, you know, somewhere in the... Because he was playing very well. Anybody that wants to act like he wasn't, I mean, that's fine. He was playing very well.
Right.
And but this past week, they got him. And you know what? Quite honestly, the week before, Denver had its number 2 because Denver is a damn good defense.
Do you think it's fair he's 12? Does that seem right to you?
Let's see who's in front of him then.
Okay.
I think that matters.
All right. Aaron Rodgers.
I could put them on equal footing.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers' numbers are actually pretty good.
Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's 10.
He did his last 2 games were kind of what? He's still the center of the universe for Tampa.
Right.
But they struggled a little bit right before their bye week.
Some bold moves from the CBS. They have Patrick Mahomes at 9. They dropped him from 1 to 9. But safe to say he's ahead of Dak.
It wasn't if he had made the comeback, they had completed that comeback at the end of the game.
You think he would have stayed 1?
He would have, yes. Because, Kevin, we use boogeyman when talking about Brian Flores a lot.
Right.
But he does that in the final 40 seconds of that game, and you're just like, he is the boogeyman. Like, he is the zombie that won't go away. He's Michael Myers.
Now, I want to see if you disagree with any of the rest of these. Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, Jared Goff. Any issues there?
No.
Okay. Matthew Stafford.
Jordan Love had a struggle this week. Did he go up or down?
He went down 3 spots.
Okay, that's fair because he was in my honorable mention for misses of the week. Sam Darnold's first half should put him at number 1, though.
Okay. I think you're going to have a real issue with one of these.
But it was Washington.
But it was still incredible.
Washington is miserable right now.
No, I hear you.
Okay.
The top 5 goes like this. Matthew Stafford, Jalen Hurts, Drake May.
Oh, Matthew Stafford's 1?
No, Matthew Stafford's 5.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have him there.
Lamar Jackson's 2.
What? I would have Matthew Stafford above Lamar Jackson right now.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay. Drake May, top 3 makes sense to me. What was it all again?
Josh Allen's 1. So starting at 1.
Okay.
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Drake May, Jalen Hurts, and then Matthew Stafford.
I would have Matthew Stafford higher. I might even put him 1, but the way Josh Allen played in that game against Kansas City, that was the highlight of the weekend. That makes a lot of sense. But I would probably have Allen, then Stafford, then Drake May, then Lamar and Jalen.
I knew this was probably the way to go then because USA Today has Matthew Stafford at number 10.
Are they watching the same football we're watching?
Maybe not.
They just don't want to give the LA that much love right now because they're getting all the Dodgers love.
I don't know because they have Sam Darnold 1, so it's not like they're not making bold decisions.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Okay.
All right. Other news for you. The Jets, in the midst of their fire sale, the report is they rejected an offer from the Chiefs for Breece Hall.
Really?
How mad do you think Breece Hall is
Furious. He's like, I don't want to be part of the rebuild. I was part of the rebuild.
Yeah.
He was like, I was an essential draft pick for the rebuild.
Right.
And now y'all are going to make me go through the rebuild again.
Right.
Which is what Quinnen Williams was like, I ain't doing that again.
Right.
No, and that's unfortunate for him. I did think he looked a little thicker this year. I'm not fat shaming, I promise you. He just had a different body this year. But he's still a damn fine running back.
Now, a couple more things. You got Raiders and Broncos tonight. I don't know how much interest you have in that game. But this was fascinating. You know, yesterday I said that it looked like Kyler Murray had been benched. He's been placed on the injured reserve with a foot injury, so he will be out for at least the next 4 games. The Cardinals did say they believe he can be back this year, but it was more of an injury issue than anything else. And then another injury issue is C.J. Stroud is going to miss the game this weekend against the Jags, which is essentially for the Texans a must-win if you want to win the division for a 3rd straight time. Like, there's still a path for them to, like, make the playoffs. But if you want to win the division, it really feels like they need to win this game. They will have to do so without C.J. Stroud.
Dude, so you're telling me that Davis Mills is on that list ahead of Dylan Gabriel and Tyler Shuck?
You know what?
And Cam Ward, they love Davis Mills that much.
Look at that again. Maybe
he's got a lot of neck.
Maybe they. I don't know.
A whole lot of neck on that man.
I don't know if that is how it gets.
I don't think that's a bad thing. All right.
Judged.
I'm just saying there is a lot of it.
Maybe they put this out like right before that news came out.
Okay.
That's the only thing I could think
There's
of.
possibility too, Kevin. That they're like. I mean, if the quarterback sneak comes, that guy has about a foot of neck there. So
no, they have Davis Mills at 29.
See? That's weird.
Just ahead of Marcus Mariota and
Mills,
Tua.
huh? Okay. All right. I hate that for C.J. Stroud. That line wasn't helping him. That defense is elite.
Sure.
His defense is on fire right now.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's one of those, like, when we were talking about the Cowboys and how good the Cowboys offense was, but the defense couldn't help them. It was completely reversed in Houston.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do our best to get a lot of content going in one block. All right, we're going to do some baseball nuggets. Maybe we'll throw out some more football issues for you as well. We're going to try to cram a lot of content in next right here on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Alec Medford, all in the new studio. And we're going to try to go through a lot of stuff here. I got some baseball nuggets for you, but I also feel like we need to reset the news of the day. If you're just joining us on your lunch hour or whatever, Cowboys defensive lineman Marshawn Kneeland, there was a wellness check that was done where he lived, and then I guess separate from that, although obviously it feels like it could be related, he was involved in a high-speed chase per the Department of Public Safety with police officers. They lost sight of his vehicle and then later found Marshawn Neeland's vehicle and with evidence that it had been in an accident. And then they found the body of 24-year-old Marshawn Neland, and he was dead via a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So that is the information that we have. We've talked a lot about this in the first 2 hours, and I know he had mental health struggles back in college, so it just is it is just woefully sad.
And we will continue to implore upon you, if that's the right use of that word, to if you're struggling with something mental health wise, reach out. If you're thinking that somebody else might be, reach out. If you just need to check in on your mom, reach out. You know what? I texted my mom this morning that I loved her. She has no clue what's going on.
Right.
Just wanted her to know.
Right.
Dad, I love you too. And just if that's kind of what the theme of today's show, I think, is going to continue to be that. So we appreciate y'all being here. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here with us. We love it. Thank you very much. And we hope that we can be a small part of the happiness of your day today.
And we've seen, so much outpouring of love. If you didn't get a chance to hear Mickey's segment from about 45 minutes ago, I really would implore you go check it out. It was very heartfelt from Mr. Spagnola, and I appreciated it very much. Now, I've got a few baseball notes for you. Okay. And
all right, let's do it.
I do just want to throw this out there real quick. We're not going to go through that today. If y'all have any idea of what the defense might look like personnel-wise, maybe tomorrow, maybe another day.
We'll have Jerry Jones on tomorrow at 10:30 per usual. Yeah. We'll be out at Taco Bueno and Waxahachie. But tomorrow will be a... everybody's going to need to decompress a little bit today. Yeah. So, sorry, I'm not ignoring your question. It's just, that's not going to happen today. Not on my mind right now. Yeah.
All right. So, in the, least surprising thing ever, the Blue Jays have officially extended a qualifying offer to Bo Bichette. He should receive about $22 million on the qualifying offer. One would assume that he would reject said qualifying offer, and if he does, you guys might hate to hear that. Guess who is the betting favorite to get Bo Bichette?
Well, didn't his dad play for the Rockies?
That's true.
Nobody wants to go there.
That might also be true.
It's not the Dodgers.
It is, in fact.
No way.
The two-time reigning, defending world champion Los Angeles Dodgers. Where would he play? Don't know. They took Kirby Yates, who was like the greatest stopper we ever had, and they're like, you could pitch in the seventh inning.
Yeah.
So
they have so many good players.
They do.
Okay, let's revisit this real quick because I can't remember exactly what was said. If the Dodgers win the World Series, it's more likely a lockout is on the way because they took advantage of stuff. What was the reasoning behind that? And now they're the favorite to get the next one.
Yeah.
Because, again, the Shohei money doesn't hit next year because it's not going to hit until he retires, essentially.
And look, they saw him hit that 3-run home run. They're like, you almost cost us the World Series. We need to go ahead and take care of that. I'm not saying it'll play out like that, but if he leaves the Blue Jays, those are the betting favorites as of now. You know, I told you a lot about the awards finalists yesterday. We did not get the opportunity to go through Rookie of the Year. Drake Baldwin, Caleb Durbin, and Cade Horton on the National League side. And on the American League side, it is Roman Anthony, Nick Kurtz, and Jacob Wilson. It is incredible that, like, it looked like Jacob Wilson was really just going to take this award. And then here comes his teammate, and Nick Kurtz is like, not so fast, my friend.
What an exceptional season, dude.
Absolutely.
Like, that was... I hated it a couple of times. It was against us.
Yeah, yeah.
But I do love watching some of the great young players rise up like that whenever they're given the opportunity. That's awesome.
So, I mean, look, if you need something to look forward to on the A's front, there you go. I have two bummer bits of news for the Rangers, neither of which is unexpected, though. Jock Peterson exercised his player option for 2026 because, of course, he did. Now, there's a mutual option for 2027. Would it be a bold strategy for the Rangers to just decline that now? They're just like, you know what? We're going to skip the 2026 season. He can still play here. We're going to already decline. You've stolen too much money from us already. So we're going to go ahead and decline that.
Freaking bum. He plays the entire season, much like he did that Aaron Rodgers just said there. He plays the rest of the season. He's like, you know what? I'll prove you wrong.
Yeah.
And then we go, thank you for playing that season. And we still decline it.
And then you found out that we never actually declined it. We just told him we were. Dun, dun, dun.
Well, but you can still decline it.
No, yeah, I would definitely go and decline it. So if you're worried about that, you should be. He gets $18.5 million from the Rangers next year. So, look, I just want to tell you.
Does that... Chris Young gets the thumbs up for the World Series roster and all that
This
stuff.
was an abysmal move.
So how does that balance out? Because, like, there was a time, too, we can talk about Nico. Everybody loved everything Nico touched.
Sure.
And then one move changed everybody's mind on him. It's not saying that this move changed everybody's mind on Chris Young. I think we're going to give Chris Young the benefit of the doubt of, all right, now you get to rebuild this thing the way you want. Because there was some John Daniels involved in that last one.
Yeah.
So is it 1-to-1 or is it, no this is a blip?
Look, but I don't know if the majority has shifted on this. I'm still like, it's fine. You signed a terrible contract, but you won us a World Series.
Yeah, it happens. It happens sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know how many more years that lasts. It used to be the rule of 5. That definitely is out the window now. So I'm sure there's plenty of people who are like, I hate the moves that you have made as of late. I also wonder how much that ownership is kind of pressing on that. And it's a tough deal when you're not going to have a lot of money to spend. And then you get Jock Peterson, who had one of the worst seasons in the history of modern baseball, getting to come back for $18.5 million. So good for him. That's how the contract worked. Obviously, he opted in because it's like, I don't know, $10 million at least, more than I can imagine any team wanting to give him. So he'll get his money. Hopefully it'll turn around. But I have to admit, I'm not super optimistic.
Why is that?
Because, like I said, he had one of the worst seasons in modern baseball.
You know, seasons come and seasons go.
That is true.
Hopefully his goes soon.
Yeah. From the 469, I'm assuming they put LOL because they're joking. Y'all never bash JD moves. Never.
Okay.
Not a once.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, they're joking, right?
Yeah, okay. I think so.
Or they just didn't hear it.
All right.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Now, John Smoltz might be right
There's a lot of
about
claims
that.
out there, yeah.
But, man, you think about it. There's so many claims. John Smoltz felt comfortable enough saying that Rangers fans who thought he was biased at times in the playoffs, that was the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball. Good for him for sticking to what he believes in, I guess. All right, now this one is sad. Bruce Bochy. He has, in fact, taken an advisory role in San Francisco. One of the things, like, we knew he wasn't going to be the manager anymore. Obviously, we've already had Skip Schumacher on. You've started to fill out the staff, or I guess send away all the coaches that people know. And the word was that there was like a standing job offer, for Bruce Bochy. And he is going to take what I imagine is probably a pretty similar job offer, and he's going to go back with the Giants instead of staying with the Rangers. I'm sure for the Giants, they're like, this is your homecoming, but that kind of bums me out, man. I thought at least he was going to be, like, around.
Kevin, he was never ours. And that's the unfortunate thing.
What?
He never really truly was ours.
What about in my heart?
He was always San Francisco's.
Yeah.
He loves Buster Posey.
He does.
Baseball loves
He does.
Buster Posey. And he loved his time here. He definitely loved winning that World Series. I know the last 2 years, we know, he was honest as he could be about things. And then sometimes off record, he was honest as well about how things were going. And
if you ever get to see Alec at a remote,
just ask him about his conversations right before Boach would hop on with us. Sometimes he had thoughts.
Very strong thoughts.
Yes.
Man, one of those stories you told me, we can't tell it.
Nope.
But it is one of my favorite.
Yeah. Again, if you see Alec in public, ask him about it.
Yeah.
But
no matter where he is or what he's doing.
Unfortunately, he never was ours completely.
I get it.
Hopefully,
I do.
Hopefully, though, Kevin, I think this is always the hope, right? Schottenheimer's here for a long time and builds something successful.
Yeah.
And over that time, that's our coach. He was the first head coach it was his first head coaching job here. Schumacher. He didn't love Miami. He wanted to be in Texas, hopefully. He could build something special here. Like, that's really always the hope, is that you have a manager, a coach that sticks around and really becomes part of what you know as a fan.
Now, a couple of other Rangers things right here. They did pick up catcher Willie McIver and then pitcher Michel Otanez from the A's via waiver claims. To make room for that, they sent off Dustin Harris and Billy McKinney. We've talked about Billy McKinney quite a bit. Plano West's own. We had a lot of experience with him, talk with him a whole bunch when he was in high school. So McIver and Otanez, the newest additions to the Rangers system. And then I wanted to throw one more thing out. On Sunday, they're having the Fall Stars game. And that is going to be in Mesa, Arizona, the 9th annual Fall Stars game. And there are multiple Rangers prospects that have been invited to participate and are on the roster. And so you look at your pitching, we have Jose Corniel and Winston Santos, the number 3 and number 4 prospects in the Texas system, and then Emiliano Teodo, who we have talked about a whole lot.
Fingers crossed.
The last year and a half. He is on the list as well. So all of those 3 invited to participate, and they are on the rosters for the Fall Stars game this Sunday.
Well, good for them.
You feel like you're caught up for now?
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of Cowboys action this Sunday, so...
Yeah, there's...
How do I access this?
You can watch it on, I believe, MLB.tv.
In your face.
Okay,
NFL.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like I support...
MLB is going to take the highlight of the day.
Your opportunity to watch that, so I don't know why it would be...
I have the freedom.
Okay, stop what you're doing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. I got some NFL overreaction or reality for you, plus the Campus Connection, where we got a huge Big 12 showdown, and we'll go in depth on the first CFP rankings. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go.
Oh my gosh, I love to feast, Kevin, and I love us some Taco Bueno. And tomorrow, we'll be feasting at Taco Bueno. Party box time. You know I love a good party box, always have. And Kevin, I also love to see the Tolos faces. Come on out to Waxahachie's Taco Bueno. Visit with us and enjoy winning some cool prizes.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of This one might be a little different than others. It might be a little emotional. A lot of people, after our conversations today, say they want to show up. They want to share some fellowship, share some hugs. We got that opportunity off of 1080 West Highway 287, that bypass in Waxahachie. If you want to come hang out with us, we're going to have all kinds of giveaways as well, including some bonus giveaways, plus the delicious food that Corey was talking about, and hopefully lots of great content for you. It happens tomorrow. Taco Bueno in Waxahachie, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
It's about time.
Has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that was a very cute product. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. Orange. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Best Way on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality right here, and then we're going to check in with Carter for the Campus Connection. Not putting aside anything that happened with Marshawn Kneeland, and we can always revisit that at any point. We have talked about it a great deal today, and hopefully we can bring some fun and levity to your life and your listenings as well. Try to not forget about, but try to maybe just put it aside for a minute and hopefully brighten up your day, because I know a lot of people are struggling with the news that Marshawn Neland is dead at the age of 24. So we'll give it a shot here. NFL overreaction or reality. As is usually the case, I will start with a Dallas Cowboys question. Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys made a mistake paying Deron Bland.
Overreaction or reality, made a mistake paying. I think it's an overreaction right now. I think I'm interested. I think a lot of times whenever somebody jumps the line, the Cowboys are interested in doing that because they think we're getting a sweet deal. Sometimes guys are like, hey, I'm jumping the line because I know this is might be the best chance to get a sweet deal. And I think that I think he's a good player. I think he presents exceptional ability to turn the ball into six if he's able to get his hands on it. The concern right now is that nobody can cover on this defense.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, you have to be the savior of that. And he's like, I'm not really ready for that yet. There have been a couple of moments where you're like, he's back. And then there are other moments where you're like, oh, no. And I think the somersault that happened in the end zone against Marvin Harrison Jr. has put a lot of people, he's a meme right now, a GIF, if you will. I don't know.
Right.
But he's a meme, and that's not a good thing. But I think it's an overreaction right now because long-term, I think you're going to get better out of him than you don't.
Okay.
That's just my feeling.
Alec, overreaction or reality? There are some people who think that the Cowboys made a mistake paying Deron Bland. What say you?
I'm with Corey where I'd say overreaction for now. I think we're kind of slave to the moment of he had a terrible game where he got picked on and picked on and picked on when he is usually the one doing the picking. So
because of interceptions.
Exactly. You know, he's got a pick six record for a single season. I don't know if you knew that, Kevin. But yeah, I think because I was in that boat too, I was like, oh my gosh, they made such a big mistake. And then I woke up the next morning and I was like, he had a bad game.
Yeah.
You know, but I will say that is going to be the start of an agenda, right? That is going to be the mark where we say if another bad game happens and another bad game happens, we're going to say, hey, remember a few weeks ago when we started throwing around the idea? So, yeah, I think it's fair to think right now, but I've seen what he's capable of, and I know what kind of a player he is to where I think he's due for a bad game every now and then, so... Hey, and he's one of those Cowboys specials, a mid-round to late-round pick that ended up just being really, really good, too. So sometimes I say, hey, I'll take that from a guy that was not a first-round pick on a massive money contract, like a Sauce Gardner deal kind of thing. If it was Sauce Gardner, I'm saying, yeah, that's bad, buddy. That's real bad.
You'd have traded him.
Exactly. I would have traded him for 2 first-round picks, and I would have went and got another defensive tackle because we can't have enough around here.
Overreaction or reality, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to figure this out. It's very complex. No team that loses to the Browns and Panthers while tying the Cowboys can be considered great. Again, really complex. I don't know if you guys will be able to figure out.
The Packers have won some other...
What?
There's only been one tie this year, I believe.
Oh.
So that was the one that gave it away, Kevin.
Oh, man.
It really wasn't the other things. But I appreciate you. They've beaten good teams. They've lost to bad teams.
So I say
and tied a bad team.
That means they can't be considered great. What say you?
I'm with you. Reality. I think you can be very good.
Sure.
And there's something missing. Something's not right. Now the Panthers, that being said, Kevin, they're a good team right now. So that's another factor. They are playing, and they're not. they're good.
Yeah.
Their record says they're a good team.
Right.
Not an elite team, but a good team. So but I still think the Packers have a lot of work to do to prove that they belong in that elite conversation.
Alec, what say you?
I'm with Corey. It took me a minute to process what the heck you were asking me. But once I got it down, I was like, oh, yeah, I'm right there with Corey because I think I was always hesitant, but I just kind of went with it when we talked about the Packers in the preseason about being an NFC juggernaut. Yeah. I was hesitant just because it sounds dumb and it sounds really simply thinking, but there's not enough big names on that team, especially before the Micah deal. It was like, okay, what does Christian Watson do for me every single week? What does, some of these defenders that they have that are good players, don't get me wrong, but they didn't have that that group of 4 or 5 guys that you're like, those are guys that you win because of. Jordan Love, I think he's gotten there. I think their running back has that. I think they have a couple guys on defense that can be that every now and then. But, yeah, I don't think they're great, and I think that's a fair way to put it.
Alec, this question is just for you.
Oh, no.
Overreaction or reality? I have a football list that is going to break Corey's brain.
I'd say reality because you put a lot of thought into things. So, yeah, and that question before this broke my brain, so this is probably going to break Corey's too.
Smart decision.
I don't know.
Here we go.
Who suggested my brain's not already broken?
That's a good point.
Maybe it fixes it.
Huh.
That actually would be something.
For psychology.
So, Super Bowl 60 predictions. Who's going to win per the NFL.com insiders?
Cowboys.
They did not get a vote. 7th place.
Cowboys are in 7th place?
With one, no.
Okay.
With 1 vote, the Eagles. 6th place, 2 votes, the Lions. Seahawks, 5th. Then you have the Rams, the Chiefs, and number 1 on the list is the Buffalo Bills. And I know you might be thinking, oh, this seems to make a fair amount of sense. How's that going to break my brain? What I didn't tell you is Buffalo's first, Kansas City second, and the Rams are tied for 3rd.
It's not the Ravens.
Is a thing.
It is not the Ravens.
That took place today because all of them make reference to the record that this team was at one point, tied for 3rd as the most likely team to win the Super Bowl is the Baltimore Ravens per NFL.com. Your thoughts?
Their quarterback and their offense can be exceptional at times.
Can be.
Their defense has proven to be
just the worst.
Atrocious at times. I think that they are a good team when they're playing at their best. They haven't played at their best this year at all. Not a single time in my mind. So I have a hard time putting them there, but I think because of Harbaugh, the division's kind of up in the air because nobody truly wants it, it looks like. And
agreed.
And because they put themselves in good position in playoff years every year, I think that makes sense, but it's fascinating to me how many NFC teams are below the 3 AFC teams.
Now, one of the individuals said, I'm sticking with my preseason prediction of the Ravens, but multiple of these writers make reference to them being 1-5 at one point. So it's not just a let's revisit what you said and change it. They believe this day that the Ravens are tied for 3rd as the most likely team to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, man. I'm excited for the future of that.
Are you excited for the future, or are you excited to watch it go down in flames and be like, I told you?
Look, man, schadenfreude, isn't that what you're always pointing out?
Shameful joy.
There is part of me that is going to relish in being like, what happened?
Yeah.
Why did y'all think that? But there's also part of me going, I see the path. I understand the path, so that makes sense too.
Overreaction or reality? Last season was the furthest Jaden Daniels and the Commanders will get together.
The furthest in his career?
While they're together, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders.
Yeah.
That is the farthest they will get together. Or furthest.
I think that's overreaction. I think this is a bad season for sure. Dan Quinn's got to figure some stuff out defensively, but I think they're going to be able to pull, turn things around at some point. Just not this year. This year's bad.
So the Commanders will be back in the NFC Championship.
They need to punt this year.
Okay,
but I think they're going to get the best out of themselves in the future.
Alec, overreaction.
Punt on this season, though.
Or reality. Last year is the farthest Jaden Daniels and the Commanders will get together.
I'm going to say reality just because I'm a hater, and I hope so. It's probably ill-advised, but I will say, as much as I loved his time here in Dallas, some of Dan Quinn's coaching has been suspect. So I think it might not be for a lack of effort based on Jaden Daniels and the team around him because
I don't dispute that.
Yeah, the team around him is still pretty good, but I mean, obviously everybody's, really trashing Dan Quinn for the idea that, hey, we're down by 1 billion points. Let's keep the franchise quarterback in the game.
I feel like at least he trashed himself too.
Yeah, he did. And he's the most honest person in the room at any given time, which I still love. But I mean, even just some of the play calling, and you've seen their defense completely fall apart at times, too, in Washington. I think the coaching might hold that back, and the idea that we've got a 30-year-old wide receiver that's getting a lot of money and whatnot, the roster construction is going to get a little bit tighter. So, yeah, I'm going to say reality, and I'm a bit of a hater, too.
Now, NFL overreaction or reality, we've talked about a couple of divisions like this, but today I'm going to focus in on this division. You have no clue who is going to win the AFC West. I will admit I have no clue who's going to win the AFC West.
I think I do.
Okay. Bonus, will you tell me what team that is?
The AFC West, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Wait, you can't say you think you know and then be like, wait, what division?
I think it's the Broncos. The Broncos' defense is really good. That being said, the Chiefs, what is this, dude? The Chiefs have the best separation in that division, points-wise. More points scored, less points given up. But I think the Broncos, because of the position they're in right now, where they put themselves, they stand the best chance to. I think they're going to win this division.
All right.
I think the Chiefs are going to finish second. And I think there might be three.
In your face, Chargers.
I think there are going to be 3 teams out of that division in the playoffs. And it's going to be really tight. But I think there's going to be 3 out of that one because, again, the AFC North's not giving you anything. The Jaguars might make a little run to make this interesting, but it's going to be tough for the rest of that AFC to figure out who gets the wild cards.
Yeah, and that's probably a conversation that we should have a little bit more at some point because it kind of feels like you're like, all right, the Colts are going to make the playoffs, so the Patriots, and then I guess the Broncos, maybe by de facto, it will be the Steelers. If not, it will be the Ravens, and then the Bills, and then the Chargers, and then the Chiefs, and so, sorry, Jaguars, tough break for you.
Oh.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you have no idea who's going to win the AFC West.
Yeah, I'd go reality. It makes me irritating because I was super high on the Broncos.
Yeah,
at first,
and they're winning,
but I still can't trust them, especially after seeing how much of a Herculean effort it took against the Giants and Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo when they were healthy. So, yeah, I really don't know if I had to put money on it. I'd probably say Denver, but at this point, I don't know. I'm really enjoying it, though. The AFC really, especially the AFC West, it is the wild, wild West. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I think all the Wests right now are wild. The NFC West is wild, too.
True. What other Wests?
That one with Will Smith.
Well,
I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
He played the bongos on somebody's chest.
That sounds fun.
It was weird.
Like a lady's chest?
Yes.
Oh dear.
It's funny.
What was this movie rated? By the way, Craig, I'm going to say Stamen, has been hired as the Padres' new manager.
Congratulations to Craig.
No, not the guy from Full House, if that's the direction you were going. I don't know if that was the direction that you were going, but I'm going to go ahead and guess and say no, not that guy. In the meantime, can you go ahead and give me cut number 5, please, Alec, as we fire up the Campus Connection?
It's backed up here. Here comes Height. Drags him down. Ball He's free. It's a scoop and score for Curry. Touchdown, Texas Tech.
Now we are going to bring in Carter Freeman for our discussion as part of the Campus Connection, not to lose sight, obviously, of what happened with Marshawn Kneeland. We're just trying to bring some normalcy back to the airwaves and people listening and everything like that. And Carter, you are a college football expert, so we want to bring you in. How the heck you doing this afternoon?
We lost him. Hold on.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, we started out already.
First moment in the studio. First moment in the new studio that this happened. I'm not exactly certain where to go from here, Kevin.
I have a backup segment, and it's going to be My Buddy's an Idiot.
Okay, all right.
And so if you want to keep it light instead of going back to, obviously, there are still significantly sadder things that we can talk about. Carter, we're still waiting?
Yeah,
all
we're
right.
still waiting on him. So.
Okay, in the meantime, I will fire up some My Buddy's an Idiot, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. And I'm going to start something that is actually college football related.
Okay.
So we're going to do that. Go ahead, if you can, Alec. Give me cut number 8, because what's really important is this is Bill O'Brien at Boston College, where the team is 1-8. That's going to be really important for you to know as we get into this interaction with a reporter.
Coach, I'm wondering, do you have a message for the fans? Obviously losing to Notre Dame Catholic school rival, 1-8 now in the season in BC. I've heard from a lot of fans. They're just really
I'm really glad. You know, I'm glad you're down. I'm not down. Nobody's down. We're fighting. We're competing. You know, it's the second year of this program, Mike. You always come in here with these down questions. Oh. You show up like once a month or something like that. You come in here with these down questions. I'm not down. I don't know what year you graduated from BC, but this is a program that we're building. Okay. Nobody here's down. We're positive. We're going to show up and play our asses off against SMU. You can go out there in your dark, clouded world or whatever it is and do what you want to do. We're not down. The sun is up, and we're fighting. That's my message to the fans. What's up, Trevor?
I love that last part. What's up, Trevor?
And that's what we needed to keep, that last part in there as well. What do you think about Bill O'Brien going off on this poor reporter? He's like, we're not down. Everybody loves it. We're 1-8.
That's, I mean, you're down. You're 1-8. You're down 7 games. That's the reality of right now. Now you can say that you're going in every day and you're fighting along and everything. You're trying to grow and develop and build the program. That's fine. Like that's something that we have a good run with. But
hey, it's only their second year, Corey. I mean, sure, last year they were 7-5.
Yeah,
but don't worry about that.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot of work to do for their program to grow. But you have to have that consistency,
right?
Like as a head coach, that's the unfortunate thing at the same time is you have to have that consistency of your message, never giving up, because you don't want the guys to give up. So you have to be that, even when things like the rest of the world can see it. That's something that sometimes gets frustrating with Jerry, right? You're like,
yes,
there's no way, and Jerry's like, there's a way. You're like, what? And so it gets really frustrating, but you have no other options when the chips are all down. You got to be up.
Now, we're going to bring in Carter on the phone. Carter, do you agree that reporter should mind his own damn business just because the team was 7-5 last year and now they're 1-8? There's no reason to be down.
Yeah, it's totally fine to accept the fact that you stink this year. And no, that was ridiculous of Bill O'Brien to get that worked up about it, especially, we had a thing earlier this season with Brian Kelly going back and forth with a reporter after they won and immediately asking a negative question, but that was not the right way to handle it for good old butt chin Bill.
We've talked so much this year about big-time SEC showdowns and everything like that, but it feels like this weekend might just belong to the Big 12. How massive is this BYU-Texas Tech game?
I mean, when was the last time the Big 12 had a game this big, like with the stakes that mattered this much, in the regular season at least? I'm struggling to think of one at least, this decade. So it's huge. I mean, both teams are in the top 10. They're a little different in their rankings if you look at the CFP versus the AP poll. But look, BYU, this is the second straight year they've started out 8-0. Last year, they lost 2 in a row after that kind of start. So can they, go into a environment like Texas Tech and win? This will be a great showing of if they've learned from last year. Kalani Sitake, BYU's head coach, has done a great job of teaching this team how to win and how to handle success. But on the flip side, Texas Tech has been the talk of a lot of college football this year, right, with the way that they've spent money and not what they've brought back and just how they've managed to, Joey McGuire, their head coach, has been able to kind of handle all of that and keep Texas Tech rolling, block out the outside noise. So this is as big of a regular season game as you get in the Big 12, and it should be really fun. We get to start our day with it. It's the 11 a.m. game.
The return of L.J. Martin for Texas Tech means what?
You mean BYU?
For BYU. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. It's huge. I mean, he's a big part of their running attack. He's their leading rusher right now, and that's one thing about Texas Tech was talk about their health, and they seem to be finally getting healthy. Looks like BYU is doing the same thing as well. So, I mean, outside, like Will Hammond, is hurt for Texas Tech, but with Baron Morton back, we wouldn't have seen him anyway. So it seems like both these teams are going to be operating as close to full strength as they could possibly be.
Is that your game of the weekend? Because, obviously I care a lot about Texas A&M, Missouri. I think LSU, Alabama is interesting. Navy, Notre Dame, despite the fact that Navy is a massive underdog. I'm always interested in that game. Is BYU Tech the go-to game of the weekend for you?
Definitely. And just on that Navy front, they're 4 touchdown underdogs, aren't they?
Yes, 26.5.
That's what I saw, and I know last year last year was Army and Notre Dame played, and Army I think was undefeated going into that game. And then Notre Dame ended up beating them by I think somewhere close to 30 or 40 points, and that was a neutral site game. I believe this game is in South Bend for Navy, because I was thinking about super dogs for Fan University on Saturday. I'm like, maybe I should go with Navy, but generally when they play Notre Dame, those situations don't go well for them. But yeah, Texas Tech and BYU, and this won't be the end for the team that loses. If say Texas Tech wins, both of them are sitting there with one conference loss. If they win out, they'll play again in the conference title game, in the Big 12 title game. And even the loser of that game would still have a very good shot at making the CFP. Obviously, we have, a month left of the season to play. Things can change, but the loser of this game on Saturday is not going to be completely out of both the Big 12 race and the college football playoff race, in my estimation.
I know people aren't losing time being sad or feeling bad for Dabo Swinney, but he went on quite the rant aimed at NCAA officiating, and I know this kind of spawned from that pass interference call against, I think it was Duke, that did seem pretty dubious. What did you think about that call, and what did you think about his rant?
It was, a lot of people, myself included, thought the call was going to go against Duke, right? But then it ended up going against Clemson. And the officiating thing for me has always been so hard to talk about and have a strong opinion on it, because it's judgment calls, and you call what you see in the moment. I think there does need to be some level of accountability that there's currently not for these officials. In the SEC earlier this year, in the Oklahoma-Auburn game, there was so many questionable calls that they just took that refereeing crew out of rotation. I haven't seen that crew since that game, and that was almost 2 months ago. So the other thing in my mind is, don't put yourself in a situation where a call like that is going to affect the outcome of your game.
Yeah.
Is Clemson and Duke's fault for being in a close game and having that matter? I think there's so many different nuances to it, but I'm here for more accountability on the officials. And if you're Dabo Swinney and your team's 3-5 and you might miss out on a bowl game, Clemson's been to a bowl game in I think almost 30 straight seasons. So if they were to miss, that would break a crazy long bowl streak. You're basically playing for nothing at this point, and why not just take a swing at them and see if you can't get something done.
I understand the reason why he came out so hard against it, but Kirk Herbstreit talking about what he called BS, that ESPN has SEC bias. I know we make fun of the ESPN for, all Cowboys all the time, all Dak all the time, all Lakers all the time. Do you think there's legitimacy to the idea of all SEC all the time there?
No, I don't. The ESPN also owns the rights to the ACC, and they have Big 12 games. And I think generally they're going to talk about the teams that are ranked higher. And the reason they're ranked higher is not because of ESPN, it's because of the AP voters or the CFP, right? So me personally, I don't think there is, and they've been to 2 Big 12 places 2 weeks in a row. Although it is kind of funny that as soon as, game day, that is going to Big 12 schools, as soon as the Big 12 gets schools for game day, YouTube TV and Disney have this debate, this standoff where you can't even watch, then go to those schools if you have YouTube TV, right? But I don't know. I think it's a bit over talked about, and just look, the top 2 teams in the AP poll right now and the CFP are both Big 10 schools, which ESPN they don't have rights to Big 10 games. So, and I'm not saying that as a graduate of an SEC school. I think they cover the other ones just as well, if not maybe a little less than SEC.
You weren't a graduate of an SEC school, though, at the time. He was a graduate of a Big 12 school, so they just changed afterwards.
Yeah, the real Big 12 with 10 teams and the round-robin schedule. I mean, those are the days, man. Like, believe me, I have a spreadsheet in my Google Sheets that is a perfect 10-team division for all 130-plus teams in the FBS. Like, I have it down. Like, that was the dream way to do it. We'll never get to it because conferences have 16, 18, 19 teams in them now. But, man, I had it great when I was in school.
Do you ever blame that on the Big Ten and Penn State for starting all this and then creating that logo that said Big Ten, but secretly it had an 11 in it, kind of to be like, yeah.
Best logo. That was such good graphic design. Like, that was such a good sneaky way to put it in there. And if you want to talk about that, it's the Big East's fault for not getting Penn State back in the early 90s. If the Big East had gotten Penn State, you'd probably still have the Big East in some way or shape and form in football today, and it wouldn't have fallen apart like it did in the late 2000s. And, I mean, look, conference realignment and all that has gone back to literally the very beginning of the sport, which today is like the 156th anniversary of the first ever college football game that was played between Princeton and Rutgers, which I believe Rutgers won 6-4. Didn't look a lot like the college football we have today, but look, realignment's been around forever. We're in the middle of the season, so I'm happy to just talk about the games and not the headaches that we're going to get in like 2 or 3 months, right?
Yes, that is fair. Now, for the Heisman Trophy, I think the only 4 people who have odds that are better than 20-1 are the respective quarterbacks of the top 4 teams in the current college football playoff rankings. Is that what you think, or do you think it's been such a wide open year that there is still an opportunity with a month to go for somebody to kind of swoop in and take the award by surprise?
I mean, the only player outside of the 4 quarterbacks that you mentioned that I would really think could vault himself into that is Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame, the running back, especially if you want a non-quarterback to be in contention for this, just because, look, Notre Dame is 10th in the CFP poll. We can hem and haw if that's right or not, but they are in that position. The committee has said basically, look, if Notre Dame wins out, they're going to have a chance to end up making the CFP. And I think a lot of that is going to come off the back of Jeremiah Love because they're in a dogfight with that 1-8 Boston College team we started talking about earlier, right? And Jeremiah Love busts out a 94-yard touchdown run, or 96. It was 90-plus yards to kind of ice that game for the Fighting Irish. So, as Notre Dame goes towards the end of the season, I think Jeremiah Love will get a little more of the spotlight. But I still think it would be hard for one of those 4 quarterbacks to not win it. And Julian Sain at Ohio State's been the guy that's now people are finally realizing, like, hey, like, Ohio State's really darn good, right? Like, maybe we should talk about him a little more because he's doing this as a redshirt freshman, making his first, couple career starts. And I know Ohio State's loaded at talent, but you still need to be good at quarterback to make that talent, to make that machine hum. And he's done that so far. He's been awesome. And it helps to have Jeremiah Smith to throw to.
Yeah. Did you have any issues with the college football playoff? Like, I know a lot of people talked about, would Alabama be up at 3rd and drop A&M to 4th, which honestly at this point in the season I wouldn't have had a huge issue with. But it seems like the top 4 is kind of how people thought it would go.
Yeah, I guess you could say, Indiana has a better win than Ohio State, but because Indiana beat Oregon on the road by double digits, but Ohio State did beat Texas to begin the year, and they've been dominant for the rest of the season. So I don't have a problem with Ohio State being 1. And then any team that lost to Florida State, this current Florida State team, does not need to be in the top 3 in front of teams that are undefeated in the Big Ten or the SEC. My big thing with the poll was, it's weird right now, but Miami and Notre Dame are both 7-2. Miami beat Notre Dame.
Right.
Notre Dame's 10. Miami's 18. And so Miami lost to Louisville, who I believe is 15. So you can't put Miami in front of Louisville, but I think you would say Miami should be closer to Notre Dame. So it's this weird thing that'll work itself out. But, like, basically what they're saying is, just for another team, Utah's 13. If Utah wins out, goes 10-2, they would have a better shot of making the CFP than Miami, who's at 18, even though Miami has beaten Notre Dame. They've beaten the potential Group of 5 champion in South Florida, and they have, several other decent wins so far. They're just punishing them for their losses, which they're not doing for Notre Dame.
I think it's hearing what he just said was kind of the description of how you get from our floor to the parking garage in this new building.
Oh, yeah.
You got to go from 16 down to 2 to get to 3, which actually gets you to 4. It's just one of those wild things, and I appreciate the way that Carter just navigated that. I am kind of curious real quick. Is this a weird part of the college football schedule where you're just kind of like, okay, the last 3 games might be the most impactful impactful part of the schedule. Right now, you're kind of floating and just kind of, okay, there's some easy games here and there, but are they really going to make an impact on the rankings? Is that fair right now, or is it every week still feels consistently do or die with you guys?
It feels do or die for A&M this weekend because this feels like another classic game that they could lose before padding their record up to Texas.
Okay.
Sorry, Carter.
Yeah,
I just want to throw that out there.
No, I totally agree with you because, like A&M should be favored in their last couple games, right? But they could still drop one. Like, we're penciling in certain teams like, oh, they're going to be like, Ole Miss has a very manageable end to their season. But what if they drop one of those games? What if they pick up another SEC loss? Like, then they'll fall into the category of like Texas and Oklahoma, who are now the first 2 teams out if the CFP were to start today. So look, it's college football. It's 18 to 21-year-olds who may or may not have been out drinking the night before, right?
Yep.
Like, that's what makes the sport so much fun and so unpredictable and so frustrating for, you being a fan of whatever team that, like, I don't think you can go into any, like, did anyone expect NC State to go in and whoop Georgia Tech like they did last week?
Nope.
We were talking about Georgia Tech should be 11-0 going into Georgia. All of a sudden, they pick up a loss, and now there's a logjam of teams at the top of the ACC. Like Pitt is down at 24 in the CFP rankings. They could very easily, and they play Notre Dame, which will be a good litmus test for them, but they could win out and end up going to the CFP through the ACC auto bid. Like, maybe the matchups don't look quite as juicy on paper, but once you get on the field, like, everything you thought just gets flipped on its head. Like, I thought OU was going to get blown out by Tennessee on the road last week, and they go in and beat them. So, like, you really just, you never know.
Thank you very much, as always, good sir. We will hopefully see you maybe tomorrow or on Monday.
Well, you guys are going to be in Waxahachie tomorrow, right?
Yeah, so come see us.
Well, look, I'm basically working remote right now because I'm at the old building. Like, I thought you guys would be here. I feel like I showed up to the wrong place.
Sorry about that, Carter.
I'm pretty sure we told you yesterday we were coming to the new building. So.
All right, we'll see you later. There you go. Carter Freeman. Seriously, though, catch him on Fan University this Saturday. We're the Can't See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's do it.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star. DFW's number.
Kevin, your house is just more than a home. It's where life happens. You know what? If your very walls of your home aren't working for you, what if they're costing you money and compromising your comfort all year long? You're like, you know what? I gotta bump the heat up way too much. Turn the AC.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. This has been a bit of a tough day, obviously, because the substance we've had to deal with today has not been an easy conversation. I do know that the wings are on their way up.
They're here.
We'll talk with them in just a moment. When I woke up this morning, I got a phone call from somebody who told me of the news of Marshawn Neeland, and the information was already there. And it was to the point of I called you, and you weren't awake yet. I left you a message.
Yeah.
But I was still standing in my bathroom shook by everything the information that I had.
I really thought you were calling me to tell me about the new studio.
Or that I was sick or something. Yeah.
So I learned the news from you.
My wife overheard me leaving you a message, and I told you you don't have to call me back. We'll talk about it whenever we get to the office. But my wife overheard it, and she immediately opened the door, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, that's terrible." And she knows my personal feelings about suicide. So when she heard me say that, she was definitely checking in on me because it has a big impact on my life. Had a couple of different instances that really stand out for me. And we've been big advocates of mental health on this show for a long time.
Sure.
As you see the fan text right now and all day long, it's been thank you guys for always being open about these things, giving us an opportunity to have this conversation with you. And we really appreciate all of our Tolos out there, turn it on, leave it on, for being with us today and saying, you know what, I'm with y'all on the ride.
It's astonishing the amount of people who have talked about how directly they've been impacted by suicides in their life. It's astonishing and really, really sad.
The information that we got this morning was that there was a police chase. When the police found the car later, it was empty,
right.
And then they found the body of Marshawn Neeland. And as you pointed out, gunshot wound, and it was fatal. The thing that we don't know is what window he decided to make that move in his life.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't know exactly what was going on when he said, "All right, this is it for me." And we never will. Like that's the
in terms of the thought process, yeah.
When I was in the 4th grade and my friend did this, I wanted to know so badly why. Why couldn't I have stepped in?
Right.
Why couldn't you have just asked me? I just want to know what that extra, what else is it that you didn't tell me so that I could help you out? And that's one of the things that I know the guys in that locker room right now, they've got to be sitting there thinking to themselves, what did I not see? What did I miss? How much better of a friend could I have been had I known? And that's why we've been talking a lot today about being open in the conversation about what you're going through. You don't have, look, man, I come in every single morning and I talk to Kevin and I lay out my entire whatever happened yesterday.
Right.
And a lot of times I'm just like, hey, here's what, and then I feel better and I'm like, all right, whatever it was. And it could be anything from something that Lucy's dealing with to the fact that I burned the pork chops. Like whatever it is, I lay it out there and then I'm like, man, I got that off my chest. Let's roll. And I know Kevin sometimes will just he's acknowledging me. Okay, I got you. I hear you, man. But
sometimes that's all you need.
Exactly.
Like somebody you just need to listen to them.
Exactly.
Like you don't have to fix them. They just want somebody to listen to them sometimes.
And that's where that part of being a teammate. That's where I'm curious about. They're not there today. They're not going in today. Mickey told us that earlier. Those football players aren't going in to open up about this right now. It probably would help them a lot. And for anybody out there today, that's kind of been our message of the day is if you're out there and you're struggling with something, we hope that you find somebody that you can reach out to. Kevin's opened up many times and said, hey, text me right now. I'll text you my number and we'll talk.
I have 2 new text chains going with somebody specifically today because of that.
I've had about 20 different messages on Twitter today of people either reaching out to me to say thanks or reaching out to me to say, hey, I need to talk to you. And the conversations I'm right there for you. And I think the more we do that, the better it is for us. The conversations about machismo and we got to bury it down and leave it alone.
Sure.
I think those have left in the past a lot, but there's still people that they grew up a certain way. And that wall's too difficult for them to break down. Hopefully they can find a way to do that. Hopefully they've been listening today and they're like, you know what, there's a lot of people out there. We see the messages. Kevin, I mean, look at our fan text all day today. Look at the Twitter, the YouTube, the Twitch. The messages all day have been rolling.
Right.
Of people either sharing their own experiences, sharing their sadness for Marshawn Kneeland and the Cowboys players, his teammates, his friends, the people in his life. That's been a very emotional day. This morning was very tough for me. But I will say that having been able to do this show and be able to talk to you guys and see your stories has helped me out a lot. I did tell my wife, though, I did text her earlier, and I was like, I'm definitely going to need a hug after the show today. And fortunately, she's there for me.
That would be really rude if she was not.
She's like, get out of here. That'd be so weird.
I would have to have a separate conversation with you about things to reevaluate.
I also did find myself this morning, I took an extra minute whenever my kids were leaving for school. Avery's 17. He's a senior in high school. And I was just like, hey, buddy, I need you to know how much I love you.
Right.
And he gave me he had no clue. He didn't know what was going on. Yeah. Carter heard. And he stopped me and gave me a bigger hug. And he knew I needed that too. But he needed it. Because that news for him was like for a 13-year-old, that's pretty jarring. But he had heard it, and he heard it from friends. And he saw what was happening. And then as Lucy was walking out the door, I just wanted to let her know how proud I was of her, of everything she's grown into and accomplished. And, it just does remind you. Texted my mom a little bit ago. Sometimes these kind of weeks, these kind of moments happen that make you reflect a lot more on what you've been experiencing in life and what is important and what's not. And for Cowboys fans out there right now, you lost a good player. You lost a guy on that was I was looking forward to watching his career flourish and blossom and grow into something special, because I got to see him grow from a rookie and just step in, and people were like, this guy might be a starter by the time this season's over with. Last year. And then he had the injury, and then he had to go through that, and then he was back on it this year. And then Kevin, he had an exceptional play on a Monday Night Football in front of the entire country.
When you really needed it, and it felt like it was going to, I know it didn't, but it felt like it was going to turn the tide and change the game.
And then you wake up this morning to that news, and it's not an easy thing. But I appreciate all the Tolos out there that have been with us, rocking along with us all day long. And I know G-Bag's going to have some new interesting thoughts whenever they step in today at 2 o'clock. And coming up here in about 10 minutes, we'll be talking with the Dallas Wings' new head coach, Jose Fernandez. Looking forward to that. But, Kevin, there were a couple of other stories, if you don't mind me diving in on.
Sure.
Some of them I'm going to have to leave out because there were some very unique and different stories. But did you hear about Michael Hecht? He is the defensive end for the Buffalo Bills. Michael Hecht tore his Achilles and finished the play.
Oh, wow.
And then refused to go to the locker room because he wanted to stay out on the field to support his team. This dude tore his... Kevin, we've talked to some former NFL players, broken bones.
The pain is supposed to be unbearable.
And an Achilles tendon, he tore it, and he finished the play. I feel like every person I've ever seen tear their Achilles tendon has immediately hopped on one foot or just fallen to the ground and said, that's it for me.
Usually fall to the ground,
yeah. And that's why, that's when we talk about NFL players and all these things that they go through, that's the toughness they have to have in their mind. I did have that thought this morning as I was going through and I was talking to Carter and I was thinking about everything I tell him about what it takes to be an NFL player. And I'm like, dude, because he's loving football. He's loving playing football right now. And then he hurts his wrist a little bit, and I'm like, is it a sprain or is it broken?
Right.
And like, you got to learn how to fight through that. I'm telling him the right thing. Football is a tough man's sport.
Sure.
A tough person's sport.
There you go.
It is definitely one of the great lines I've heard is, football doesn't make tough people play football. And that's true. I played football. I was tough when I was on the field, but I know I'm not the toughest person out there. You come at me though. Anyway.
Oh my goodness! What are you doing?
But that's the. I talked to him and I'm like, hey man, this is part of this game, and he is tough. I watch him be tough, but then I'm thinking to myself, am I telling him all the right things? As he goes along. When you're on the field, you got to be a different animal. And then off the field, I wonder how difficult that is to separate that. And we talk about that a lot of times whenever there's some domestic violence involved.
Right.
And we're like, hey, that's not an excuse by any means. But we understand that you got to be able to flip that switch on and off whenever you go into real life. And you're not that same person on the field and off the field. You have to be able to find that balance. But man, what a torn Achilles tendon rupture.
That's incredible.
Also, Kevin, we did get the Rico Dowdle news. He was fined $15,000.
$15,000.
Yeah, I said the other day when you popped it, I was
he
like,
only did 2 pumps.
I'm sorry, $14,491.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I should have known better that wasn't the real number because the NFL has these weird numbers. I know it's based on pay and everything like that.
Yeah, so it is $14,491, and it was only 2 pumps. Rico Dowdle did tweet out, starting a GoFundMe, they got me.
Okay.
Yeah. What?
Is it a GoFundMe for his fine?
I think he was joking.
Oh, okay, good.
He didn't put a link up.
Yeah.
Did he? No, he did. There is a link.
If it's like a match for charity or something like that.
Here's the headline. Support my fines, ... or Children's Home Society of North Carolina.
Okay. All right. Now I think that's the best way because you turn just a really crap situation into a positive.
After much thought, I've launched a GoFundMe for my fines. Key said I got 3 pumps, but I guess the NFL disagrees. Actually, 100% of what is raised through this fundraiser will be sent to Children's Home Society of North Carolina. Children's Home Society promotes the right of every child to a permanent, safe, and loving family. They specialize in education, prevention programs, family preservation, and adoption and foster care. So here's what happens.
Okay.
He's paying his fine. All right, look, I'm fine with that. I'm paying my fine. But let me use this opportunity, not to go shove it in the face of the NFL.
Right.
But let me use this opportunity to do something good because more people are paying attention to him. His tweet is going to be meaningful to people. I appreciate what Rico Dowdle has done with this. Nice work on his part. Maybe more people will get out there and pump, and see what happens.
That was the overarching message you took from this. Pump for charity?
Pump for charity.
Oh, crap. I wish I wouldn't have said that. Shut up, Alex. You shut up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Wings' brand new, you're welcome. Actually, we didn't help with hiring, head coach Jose Fernandez. We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen this before. Well, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. Like that's hair
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, joining us in studio, you're our very first in-studio guest at the new studio. He goes from the official press conference at Reunion Tower to come into 105.3 The Fan. It is the Dallas Wings' brand new coach, Jose Fernandez. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for having me on your opening day.
See? Now, you say thank you. You might regret that decision in just 1 second. Is it true, before we get to any of the basketball stuff, that you snore?
I do. I do. And sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and my wife has a pillow above me and threatening me, I'm going to suffocate you.
Yeah. No, I've been
so
there.
I have those type of nightmares. And I'm worried on the plane, too.
Yeah. I understand that. Well, we've already started out hot here. So I think the biggest question, I know, yeah, she sold you out for sure. The biggest question I really have is, how did the Wings draw you away from South Florida? Because you're a staple there for a quarter of a century. Just kind of felt like you were going to be there forever, Coach. How did the Wings get you up to this level?
I think it starts with the ownership group and the investment that the ownership group is making towards the franchise with a brand new practice facility, playing downtown a year from now. I'm very impressed with the front office and the synergy between Kurt, Jasmine, and Travis, and working with them in regards to the draft and the current roster. I love the roster. We have some very, very talented pieces, and I wouldn't have left the situation that I had at South Florida for 25 years and one of the most successful mid-major programs in the country if I didn't think we can come here and do something special here in Dallas.
Now, I have to ask, is there any concern? I mean, you talk about loving the roster. It was another tough season. The last head coach only made it 10 months. If we're just being honest about things, is there any concern about maybe fighting that uphill battle?
I had no concerns. If I had any concerns, I wouldn't have taken the job. A lot of people were very concerned about this roster and the team and security. I wasn't. You got to feel confident in yourself that what we've done and what we've been able to accomplish from ground zero at South Florida to where we're at now, I can do it at the WNBA level.
Going from a place where you're established, you built something, you have something that you know people are walking into your system. How do you balance wanting to hit the ground running, but also knowing you have to build something again?
That's been the toughest part for me the last, I would say, week, because you have a routine every day at the college level. You get to the office, you got player development, you got staff meetings, there could be compliance meetings, academic meetings, fundraising functions. And the best part of the day is in the gym with player development and practice. Then post-practice film, and you get home at night and you're making recruiting calls.
Yeah.
So the last week and a half is something a lot different than I've been doing for the last 25 years.
Yeah.
So that's the exciting part.
Can you go back and just, because I'm familiar with the overall record, but not the process to get there, of how you were able to build things up out South Florida before you came here to Arlington and to Dallas?
It's a big part of who you surround yourself with in regards to your staff. I've been able to work with incredible people, and 6, 7 former assistants that became head coaches.
Did you say 6, 7 on purpose?
Mm-hmm. 6, 7.
Yeah,
you did
like
it.
6 or 7. And then the amount of players that we had drafted in WNBA and the amount of former players playing overseas. It starts with recruiting, player development, making sure you have the right pieces where you're successful on both the offensive and defensive side of the floor.
Because you have more than 100 players that were either drafted into the WNBA or playing professionally over your tenure thus far, right?
I couldn't tell you the number, but that probably sounds a lot right.
Okay.
If my formers, now I have a brand new /sports information director.
Right.
Who's going to help me with all this
We feel confident in those numbers.
Yes.
We feel confident in those numbers.
I'm not saying that this team is only Paige, but she's a big factor on this team. Does the universe start there? How does this team look?
Well, when you have the reigning WNBA Rookie of the Year, an All-Star, one of the faces of the league, yeah, it starts there.
Yeah.
Because that's what this franchise is looked upon. You're coaching one of the best players in the world. But we have a lot of youth in this roster currently. We also have the franchise's leading scorer on the roster. That's also has been an MVP in the All-Star game and also an All-Star. And we have the highest percentage of getting the first-round pick again. And then the following year, a slew of draft choices as well. So that's why there's so much excitement about next year and the seasons to come.
Yeah, it feels like that's a fun puzzle for somebody that wants that challenge. Is all right, now I know I got this, I know I got this. How do I get them all working together at their best?
Right.
And that's got to be that's got to be exciting from your perspective because you've done that before.
And the exciting part the great thing is I have the next 5 months to create and develop those relationships with these players.
Yeah.
Right. And a comfort level on both the offensive and defensive side of the ball, being able to get in the gym and see where they like to get the ball in space on the offensive end, going to Unrivaled, going to visit current players that are playing overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Want to see players that we're going to be interested in the draft. So that's what's exciting about the next 5 months.
That part of getting to, we were talking with Tim Brown yesterday, our Hall of Fame wide receiver, and we were talking about coaches and their impact, and he was like, man, the best coaches get to know you and know how to treat you. I think Jimmy Johnson was the one that says, I treat everyone the same differently. Because not every one of them is the same. How do you go, all right, I got to learn this person, so I'm going to take a present? Or do you just do you sit them down? How do you best get to know players?
Well, the biggest thing is everybody's different.
Yeah.
Every player, right, wants to be, is going to be coached differently. You're going to have the same expectations and the same standards, right? The really great teams, they don't have a lot of rules. They have standards, right? They hold each other accountable. So I think when you develop those relationships, you're going to understand how passionate, what fuels them, right? What are their values? How do they want to be coached? That's the key. The way that I coach you is going to be different than the way I coach you. Again,
that's probably why.
The same way you're gonna looks like you would learn differently than he would. Right?
Oh no, we're very different people. I probably need a arm over the shoulder and pat on the butt, and he probably just needs a do your job. And that I think
or you'll never be an all-star, and I'll be like, the hell I won't, Coach. Yeah. You just watch. You had just mentioned Unrivaled. Y'all have 4 players there: Paige, Arike, who you made reference to, and then 2 other players that are going to be in Unrivaled. Formally, informally, how does that WNBA relationship work with Unrivaled?
That's a good question. I think it gives the WNBA players an opportunity to continue to play at a high level. The game's totally different because you're playing full court and in a different style and different players on the floor. It really exposes you defensively if you can't contain the dribble and you can't guard pick and roll coverages. But it's really exciting. I think I attended 2-3 times. Was able to get down there to Miami.
Oh yeah,
and watch a former player of mine playing down there. But I enjoyed the marketing and their game day experience for the fans. It was really an incredible situation. And it was fast paced. It was fun to watch.
How do you stay updated, or how closely do you follow the potential for labor strife? Like, I realize your job is to get the team ready, but it is at a very fascinating time in the history of the WNBA.
I leave that to the front office.
Okay.
I'm staying away from those questions.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
I'm not getting in trouble on the first day on the job after I've been.
Then you probably wouldn't be back here, and I get it. It would be
not good,
a whole
man.
set of.
You brushed me off the plate there with a high fastball.
Jose Fernandez, News Dallas Wings head coach, joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I understand this question, man. I'm taking a risk with this one.
I have no idea what he's going to say.
We have a pretty massive male audience that we have out there, and they look at women's sports in a different way. Do you feel like communicating and coaching women is different than coaching men? And if there is a way, what do you see the difference is?
I started coaching men's basketball at the beginning of my career. I coached high school boys, junior college men, Division II men, right? I think... women and men, they're athletes, right? There's a lot of differences between the men's game and the women's game, right? The men's game's played above the rim. Now the women's game is getting closer to that. But as far as the level and the work ethic of the players in the W and the professionalism is unmatched. It's unbelievable. So they should be getting the attention that the men are getting playing professionally. I wouldn't coach them any differently.
Yeah, that's always like it feels like I watch my wife, she's competitive as hell. Like, she's more competitive than me. And so I see that when I watch, we covered so many girls' high school games, basketball, soccer, softball, covered boys' baseball, football, and it just seemed like the competitiveness was there at every level. That didn't some of the girls' basketball games between Plano East, West, and Senior were some of the most physical games I watched. It was a blast.
Yeah, and I know to a certain extent the last 2 years obviously have made a difference. Paige is a big part of that. Caitlin Clark is a big part of that. Asia Wilson dominating everywhere is a big part of that. But I want to go back maybe like 10 years. How much have you seen just the acceptance at all different levels change for so many women's sports, probably leading the way basketball?
Well, it's been great. It's great to see. I think there's also been an incredible support and an incredible investment in professional sports as well, to see how much women's professional sports has advanced. I think the coverage and the marketing has also increased. It's not where it should be or where we want it to be, but we're heading in the right direction.
Now, outside of basketball, is it more complicated to have 5 daughters or 8 rescue dogs? Which one is more complicated?
That's a good question. I'd probably defer to my wife to answer that one.
I'll say I have a rescue dog and 3 kids. The rescue dog's much more difficult to deal with.
How much are you impressed that they have taken it to the next level?
I applaud you. That's awesome. We've had 2 now. We're on our second one, and we love him to death. He's amazing. So.
Unconditional love.
Yeah, no, it's
every
so
day.
Cool. Yeah. This team with the roster that you have right now, I know that there's still some more you can add to it and more build on. What do you want? What style do you want this team to play with? Like, are you pushing? What are we doing out there on the court?
Well, the pro game's completely different than the college game, of course, with the shot clock differences. And, the level of play. Again, you're coaching the best of the best in the world. I think this roster, of course, everybody wants to. The first thing you say, we're going to play fast.
Yeah,
right. Everybody wants to play fast.
Yeah,
right. But if you're going to play fast, you're going to have to do a great job taking care of the ball, making sure that you're putting pressure on the defense with exceptional rim runs for easy baskets, getting the defense on their heels, attacking downhill, and being a threat and spreading the floor in transition where the three-point line is a weapon.
Yes.
Right? So I think it starts there. You can't play fast if you don't practice fast. And you play that way, and there's a belief and an accountability of playing fast. Then in the half court, we've been successful by getting our best players of basketball, and it's not going to be different here, right?
Same kind of question defensively, because I know this is a new era for you, obviously, and for the Wings, but defensively across the board, that was a huge struggle for the team last year.
Well, especially transition defense, you got to stop point of attack. You got to load ball side. You got to protect the basket, make sure you defend inside to outside, and usually good defensive teams, you're leaving the weak side guy, right? The last guy you're going to guard. So, but great defensive teams stop point of attack. They contain the dribble. They stop dribble penetration. The ball doesn't go middle. There's no paint touches. So those are going to be things that we have to do really, really well. But then the great defensive teams have multiple efforts, and they clean up the glass. So there's no second, third opportunities.
Now, I love to ask kind of this question. I know y'all are not having trouble selling tickets whatsoever, whether it's at the College Park Center or whether it's moving.
They're not coming to see me.
Fair. But what would be your message for the team and the next iteration of the Dallas Wings? If you've never been to a game, we recommend it. Why would you recommend going to check out the Dallas Wings this season?
Well, it's a fresh new start. We're hitting the reset button.
I like that. And you know what you're going to like, Corey? They brought us an autographed Paige Becker's jersey for Peace-a-thon.
That's awesome.
Boom.
That is awesome. We really appreciate that. That's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, and we would love to have you back anytime. I know you're excited. We're all excited. I think there's palpable excitement that is built for the Wings over the last several years.
I look forward to being back, and thank you for having me.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Jose Fernandez, the brand new Dallas Wings head coach, right here on The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, fellas, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and you desire to
I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course, it's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But this is hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Get to classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It has been quite a roller coaster today. We really appreciate Coach Hernandez for coming in and talking some Dallas Wings with us. We had an opportunity to try to bring some levity, have a little bit of fun, but for the most part, obviously what we've talked about, the vast majority of the day is the death of Marshawn Kneeland. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing pretty good, Hagee. How are you?
Yeah, we made it.
There?
Yeah, we made
Did
it.
a nice job.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And
bang up job, boys.
And again, thank you. If you missed it, Dallas Wings, they have given us an autographed Paige Becker's jersey for Peace-a-thon. So super
What's
cool.
the bidding start for that thing?
$2 billion.
Probably $400.
Take a check?
Yeah.
Oh, Broadus is trying to get ahead of this thing early.
I will. I'm going to bid $400 on that right now.
Yeah, we tried that once with an item I believe that Dawson wanted. I was like, all right, what are you willing to buy it for and donate to charity right now? We can make this happen. So
I want the jersey.
I've been hanging in my office.
Okay, yes. So this is a weird place to start, but I guess how did you find out the information or maybe how you processed it? Because one of the things I said was that can't be right, but it came from people that I trusted, and so I kind of knew deep down it was right, you know?
Yeah, when I woke up this morning, as most of us do, we check our phone, see what's happening in the world, and had an early morning text from Brian, saying that he'd been alerted that this had happened, so he was working on confirming it, and as the morning went on there, probably for the next hour or so, as I was getting ready to drop off Abby and make the kids, the food and all that, I thought, man, just don't let this be true.
Yeah.
And in the early hours, there was just a couple of mentions on Twitter, you know, when you were searching for it. So it was like, well, maybe this isn't. There's going to be no traction there. And then as it unfolded, it's just devastating and it's scary.
Do you hug the kiddos a little tighter?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is definitely a day for that. Remembering the things that are important, other than sports and business and all this stuff that we do to keep ourselves busy or keep ourselves entertained. When you have a moment like this, it really makes me, seek and feel for the people who might be needing help. And I'm in my brain going, who out there in my life might be very capable of putting a smile on their face. Like that's one of the crazy things about a lot of these stories is, yes, sometimes there's a dark depression that's obvious, and you're like, well, that adds up. But so often it's a smiling guy, a guy that's so well liked, and so I guess
Robin Williams is the example that I always think of.
Yeah,
and
so just a devastatingly sad day.
I know that, and I've seen a couple of people talk about it. I have not listened to the dispatch audio. I know for, news gathering purposes, probably should, but I also don't want to,
Yeah. Yeah, I did hear it, and
Did you?
It's just it's really just the professionals kind of going back and forth trying to figure things out. So I didn't hear any like emotional family member, girlfriend, like devastation or anything. You just hear them trying to professionally figure out what the deal is.
Okay.
And 2.5 minutes of them going through it, and then you kind of get to the finish there, which is just the horrific news.
Yeah. Broadus, I take it when you found out it was from somebody you trusted.
6 in the morning.
How did you start your process?
I remember getting a call about Dwayne Goodrich, and these are the calls you hate. These are the calls you hate when you work in personnel. You hate the call anyway, but these are the ones you really, really hate. That when a life is taken or something happens, and the more that you dug into this story, the more you realize that you don't really realize what everybody else is going through.
Yep.
You just don't. You walk into a lot of situations, you meet people, and you don't know. You just don't. And that's the sad thing about it is that, I didn't want to believe it, but like I said, when talking to people at the team early this morning, they were like, "Listen, this is something that we just feel like that you just don't have a plan for this. You just really don't." And it's just all around a very, very depressing day for not only his family, but his teammates and the people that his brothers and that cared a lot about him in that locker room. It's a very, very tough day for them too.
Did you ever worry more about the players on the bye week, or is that just not something you ever?
You worried players all the time.
Yeah,
all the time. You worried. I remember Parcells, and there used to be a time where you got to practice these guys, and you give them like Friday off. That was it. But now with the way but this is something. This is something completely. I mean, it fell on the bye week. It could have happened any time.
Mickey brought up something earlier that I hadn't really thought about. Is the one good thing if it wasn't a bye week is the guys would be together. And I know they can all communicate, but be together in person and. Not that solves anything, but maybe just having that person there would make it just that tiny, tiny, tiny bit easier.
Yeah, for sure. I can only imagine what is going on in the players' minds right now, and trying to deal with the loss of a friend like that. I mean, it's just it's really hard to fathom. And you feel for everyone involved, him, his family, there's no real recourse in how to try and deal with this.
Yeah.
And it's just as devastating as it gets, man.
Yeah, for people that have missed the news, Marshawn Neeland is passed away at the age of 24. We've talked about it. There was a wellness check. I know some people have said the wellness check was set up by his girlfriend because she was worried about him. And then we find out that eventually he was part of a high-speed chase. The cops lost sight of him. When they found the car, it looked as though it had been in an accident, and they found Marshawn Neeland with the self-inflicted gunshot wound. So if you've missed the news, that has unfortunately been the news of much of the day. Will continue to be tomorrow, next week, and on throughout the season. And people have asked football questions, and we've kind of responded and been like, "Hey, I'm not trying to dismiss your question, but I don't have it today. I'm not really ready to be like, what's the defensive rotation and all this and that."
Yeah, it's a tough day, and everybody copes with things like this differently.
That's true.
So I would just highly encourage everybody to be sensitive, towards others that might be going through something like this. And if you yourself are, please, do reach out. I think today's definitely a day for those kind of conversations and questions. It's always good to hear from people that say you helped us through a tough time in our lives by, being a distraction or from the real world, giving the entertainment or the connection that you guys do. So we're here for everybody. And I guess we'll take the broadcast baton here for the next 5 hours and do our best, Hagee.
And I mean, I know normally I ask, what do you got coming up on the program? Fair to say I can figure it out.
Well, yeah, we're going to see. We're just going to see how it goes.
That's
going to read the
pretty
text
much what happened with us. You can have all the content you want, but then it goes in a direction that you just I didn't anticipate.
And the studio obviously has given us a lot of chaos. We got to deal with that at the same time. So
Right.
yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've been trying to break the studio all day.
Might be a good nickname for the studio, Professor Chaos.
Professor, I like it. Just try to find the right button to shut everything down. It'd be kind of cool just to see if it happens.
Yeah, the shutdown button.
Yeah, I've been looking for the button. It's not underneath the table, so good luck.
It's probably hiding in plain sight somewhere.
Probably so.
Alec might
They'll never
disagree,
do it.
but the biggest mistake I know that we made today was they started to play music that I think we thought was like a break bed, but it was for our commercial, and we just didn't start talking for like several seconds.
We were just looking at Alec, and he was like, no, that's your cue,
Yeah,
guys.
he's like,
you can talk
Milo now. And I was like, oh, dip? I didn't realize that at all. So I'm sure he might have other mistakes that we've made, but that was the first one that I thought, all right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation tomorrow, hugs and fellowship at the Taco Bueno in Waxahachie, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run unsquare. You know the ones. Maybe it's the popular shop that just opened a new location by you, or the big sports bar that's always packed on game day. These places make the neighborhood, and the money spent there stays in your community. Square powers more than 4 million neighborhood businesses worldwide. To learn more, go to square.com, or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood.
Saffron Squad? Nutmeg Maidens? Recurve? No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. What's it, Saffron Squad?
Lucius Alexander is settling into his new Pimp Cup here at Master Control. 75 and 635 here at the Lakeside Studios. Show number 2 inside our new digs. Eric Chiafalo is in the house here, and Zach Wolchuk remains on paternity leave. The new bundle of joy arriving early yesterday morning. He's going to be out for a while, probably next week and a half or so. It'll be a while before we see the Roller Bully again. Other than social, doing a nice job posting on social media. Speaking of that, you can find us 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. There, Dallas Fan Cam if you want to watch online. We are streaming. Are these cameras live now? Don't need to do a zoom.
We're zooming right now.
Yeah,
I've got Lucius on the screen too with me here in the
very nice
zooming area. Yeah, there he is. Look at that. That's Lucius. That's a star right there.
Well, there is the link. I'll go ahead and jump in here as well. My bad, Carter, for being a few minutes late to the party here today.
At least he's yelling at you and not me today.
Yeah, you get it quite a bit. I think I'm Carter Freeman's punching bag, I think, on the text.
Oh, there you are.
As much as he comes after me. There we go. We're all up and running now. As just a incredibly surreal day. I go back 12 years to the Josh Brent, Jerry Brown story.
Oh, yeah.
We had a huge fan event that day at the Irving Convention Center. That news came down. We did roundtables all evening long talking about that, and it's just it's a totally different kind of show when this kind of stuff happens, and it's so sad. 24-year-old, second-year Cowboys defensive end, getting the post from his family, his parents, his grandparents, his cousins, everybody in mourning. Had a real promising future in pro football. I think we were talking about yesterday how it's not trending towards absolute stardom, but versatile, had some pass rush, incredibly strong, great athlete, had the recovery for the touchdown Monday night against Arizona. And, after injuries in year one as a rookie, he still produced, and his arrow was pointing up, and this was a guy that had a very bright future ahead of him in professional sports, but you never know, what's going on in people's lives and how they might be dealing with the stresses and the torments of life. I mean, life is a lot of suffering, and some people do an incredible job of putting a smiley face on it, and you don't know what kind of torment or demons they might be dealing with. But most everybody knows that the timeline at this point, they attempted to pull him over. He fled, he crashed, he left the vehicle, and then shot himself. The dispatch audio is incredibly eerie to listen to. I think it's about 2.5 minutes worth as they zeroed in on him, and they had a heat signature of him inside a porta potty, and then they just start describing it. Appears the figure is laying down, and there was like blood coming out of the porta potty. Just like you're listening to this kind of stuff, like, wow, this is in real time. Them discovering that he was in that porta potty after fleeing the scene of a single vehicle accident involving his car after speeding away from cops, and they had to break off the pursuit, but ultimately found him hours later. So, sad. And if you have thoughts on it at 877-881-1053, your memories. Just what a great football player, great football character. He was a Michigan guy, grew up there, went to Western Michigan, had a standout career. He was all Mid-American Conference in 2023, then a second-round pick by the Dallas Cowboys. Your guy Mike Zimmer loved him.
Yeah, I did. Mike absolutely loved him, and Mike was always, Mike is a hard guy to crack that way. Mike likes a certain type of player, and Mike always appreciates the guy that, and I'm not saying the try-hard guy, but I'm saying the guy that might not have all the ability, but has the work ethic, has the desire, has the just a great teammate. Mike always appreciated those guys. Mike's like, you guys want to bring these guys in, and I'm like, okay, but this was Mike's kind of guy. Just everything about him, and you were expecting this from year one to year two. You remember the Philadelphia game in week one? I think he played at a very, very high level, had a really good training camp as well. So you were very encouraged by what you were seeing as a player, and then he gets hurt. And then he's away from that. So then you're now having to start all over again. It was going to be like, boy, a really good run player, and he was developing as a pass rush guy. and you're thinking, okay, if he gets one or two, it's gonna take over for him here. And but you mentioned Mike. That's clearly his type of guy.
Yeah, Zimmer saying he was a great person, eager to learn, wanted to be great. He didn't take any crap from anyone on the field, studied hard, loved playing the game. He was one of the guys that, kind of fit this culture that, maybe Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, other new players that you're bringing in kind of fit. He said, my last conversation with him was keep being you. You're going to have a great career. So, thoughts and prayers to the family, obviously to the guys up there. Apparently the Cowboys have made counselors available to them throughout the day. It's going to be a tough stretch there for some of these guys on this team, and you wonder if they rally around it, or how that goes for the rest of the season for them.
Well, if I could, just from my experience, I mentioned Dwayne Goodridge, which was a terrible situation. But I was on the plane when they went to Cincinnati after Jerry Brown. And I'll never forget sitting on that plane knowing what happened. And, and then they were trying to, did everybody on the team know what happened? And also they cleared the airplane, we're all getting ready to take off, and they took all the media off the plane and basically told the team.
Oh,
and
wow.
then we were standing on the tarmac, and we all kind of knew what was happening. There's other medias with us, like, what's going on here? And we were all just kind of, on DallasCowboys.com, we were very tight-lipped about it. We just didn't want anything to get out or anything like that. But then we got back on the plane, and you could see those players, and it was just so quiet. The flight over to Cincinnati, we unloaded. They kind of took us into another area. We got up, the next day, played a game. Might have been the best Jason Garrett ever coached a game, with all that hanging over, their heads. And so, it's one of those things where you got to find a way to honor him, remember him, play hard for him, do all those things. And I say, I saw it with my own eyes. I was thinking, there is no way that we're about to win a football game here today. Those players found a way. They did. They rallied for their teammates, and they rallied for each other. And I think that's something that you could always talk about in times of tragedy, how people do rally, how they do find ways not to put it aside, but
gives you a bigger purpose sometimes.
The focus of just. Hey, and like I said, Jerry
eliminates distractions.
Yeah,
I think.
It really does, and so.
Or it could be the ultimate distraction. You never know. People.
You can use it. Yeah. It could break you down too. It could absolutely break you down.
I know many people, myself included, have been wondering throughout the day, what role did the high-speed chase and the Knights events play in this? Was he on his way to do this, or was this a tipping point for him? Crap, I'm about to be in trouble, and I'm going to end it now. I've been thinking about doing this. It sounded like his girlfriend talking to authorities says he will end it all. Maybe he had been talking with her about this, and this was just, it was the dramatic climax of an eventuality. Is that the kind of feeling you're getting from the story?
Yeah, I do. I think there was clearly something obviously very troubling to him, and he to lead to the things that how this all played out was, it's something that I think maybe some people well, that's why I think the wellness checks and all that, there were things that they were clearly thinking that he was potentially going to do something like this, and ultimately he did.
It's just so wild. I think being a person that's non-suicidal, right? I think everybody kind of goes through tough times in their life or whatever, but I've never considered doing that. And I've talked to people who deal with darker depressions, including Jeff. We used to have some really interesting conversations after stories like this with Kavanaugh. And I'd be like, man, why would somebody kill themselves when they have so much to live for? They have friends and family that are going to be at their funeral. When you're thinking about doing something, wouldn't it be in the back of your head my family members are going to be here, and it's going to ruin years of their life potentially? And the way he explained it was, it's just so chaotic internally that stuff it doesn't really enter the equation. It's just a different almost operating system that yourself is going through if you find yourself in one of these suicidal situations.
Yeah, when I first started working with you and Jeff, I remember sitting across from him in the old bullpen. And I go, hey, how you doing today? He goes, I'm about a 3. He goes, I'm feeling like a 3 right now. I said, man, I don't need you at 3. I need you at 8 today. But see, that's me not knowing. That's not me seeing the signs.
Yeah.
And I do a podcast with Jeff, and Trust the Tape. And Jeff always reminds everybody, you don't know what anybody's going through.
Yeah.
And so
it's not something you can just man up through.
Yeah.
It's
And I didn't know. Because I was trying to kind of cheerlead him, but he was in that mode of he wasn't feeling good. And I was like, no, man, I need you an 8 today. I don't need you 3. But honestly, it's, these signs that, now that anytime I hear somebody with that or potentially it's struggling, lend your ear, lend your thoughts and all that. Don't just try and talk a guy through, yeah, I need you to be an 8 today. Really see what he's saying. When people say, really believe what people are telling you when they're down.
Yeah.
Maybe ask a little bit more. Well, is there anything I could do to help you?
And that's why people need professional help, because people like you and me, we don't know what to say or don't understand it.
I didn't 6 years ago when Jeff. I didn't know the issues that Jeff was dealing with. Love Jeff like a brother, and when he said that, he was telling me, I'm not doing well, bro. Just don't push me here today.
Yeah, and I think that's why he's so passionate about mental health professionals, is because he understands how that's made his life significantly better.
Yeah.
And if anybody's out there struggling, like the 254 says, Dawson, for some people the only reason that they don't do it is the friends and the family. Whatever your reason is, I think could be helped by a professional that is skilled at walking people through getting a higher understanding of the issue and how they're interacting with it. And I think giving you tools to cope a little bit better with it. Okay, at 877-881-1053, if you have thoughts on that, we would love to hear from you. How you been doing with it today, Eric? You good?
Yeah, I mean, it's devastating, and it stops you dead in your tracks, like it's just an unfathomable situation that just randomly laps upon you when you wake up in the morning, and you're like, oh my gosh, and you're just, you're heartbroken for him to imagine that this whole time he had been going through whatever it was that he had been dealing with. And then his family, right? And then obviously all his friends and teammates in that locker room. Your heart goes out, man, and you don't really have words other than you're just totally devastated. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. And the same thing that you guys said of just like thinking about all the people in your life, and you're just like, man, you want to grab onto all of them and make sure everybody's doing well. It's so easy to just brush stuff under the rug. Saw Matt Rule, Nebraska's head coach. He took 3 minutes out of his daily press conference or whatever to just talk about this for a second. And he says, our generation of kids, he's like, my kids, they all just say, yeah, I'm fine, I'm straight. But he says, you really got to unearth it. That young man scored a TD just a couple of days ago, and to the outside world, you'd think he's at the pinnacle. But he was dealing with something, and nobody knows what it was, but we're praying for him and his family. And yeah, I think that's the conversation that happens all the time. How you doing? Oh, I'm good. And then it just stops right there, and there is some onus on the individual to be proactive about it and be honest with the way that you are feeling about certain things. And I think for the most part, I don't even know that it's that they need you to say anything, but being there just to hear them. Jeff comes in, I'm a 3. Well, just vent on me, man. Just pour it out on me. Amazing how much that can just take a weight off you when you share whatever it is that you have just totally eating you up inside. Yeah. And I can't imagine that feeling where it's to the point where you're like, I don't want to do any of this anymore.
Yeah, he talked a lot about that. Just saying the words out loud kind of takes the power away from him.
Yeah, I guarantee it. I guarantee it. How many times do we talk about things just being sort of therapeutic? Like, man, I needed to have that conversation. And it's not necessarily at the height of this type of thing, but whatever it is, it could be something small. And it's like, man, you know what? It felt good to be able to come home and just share that with my wife. She had nothing to say to me about it. She can't fix whatever it is, but gosh, I can go to sleep a little bit easier now because I just got that out.
All righty, at 877-881-1053, some Other interesting things coming in here. 903, currently in a pretty dark spot, but I keep going for my daughter. She deserves her daddy, says the 903.
Yes, dude.
I mean, there's something to that for sure. And, whatever reason you need to do to keep moving, I totally get it. But I kind of also, sympathize with that, I think, because if that's all you're doing it for, I think the mental health approach might allow you to have a little bit more joy in your life instead of just sacrificing so she can have her daddy. Maybe you could be a better daddy, if you go find the help and somebody skilled at talking you through those kind of things. 817, like my wife tells me it's okay to not be okay. It gets better. 214, I struggle every day not to end it all. And nobody has any idea that it's on my mind constantly. All right, 214, thoughts and prayers out to you. Please look into something. I think there's a stigma on looking for help. I think Texas is an incredibly tough, manly state.
Yeah.
And I'd say there's more pressure here than anywhere I've lived just to sort of handle your own stuff.
I totally, I'm coming from an era of just battle through, and that to me was the moment when I realized that sometimes not everybody battles through.
Yeah.
And you got to be a little bit more sympathetic. And when somebody tells you something like that, it's because we our everyday life. Hey, how you doing? I'm good.
Yeah.
We do that. It's
usually not.
Yeah, you're usually not.
Yeah.
And if you're not doing well, be like Jeff Kavanaugh. Say I'm feeling like a 3 today, and hopefully somebody on the other end will say, hey, well, what can I do for you, man? How could I help you?
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be back on this story here next hour. We got a G-Bag of the Day champ coming up on the other side. Then Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Chief, where are you taking us?
Okay, today is National Nachos Day. Woo! And I am excited about this list. This is going to be an educational list. Famous foods discovered by accident, ranked by how lucky the accident was. That's next here in the nation.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation.
making us part of your day. Segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklers never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Usually at this time we would go into the Pimp Cup and get the G-Bag of the day, but we have a transition going on, and access to the servers is currently not online is what I'm being told, so we do not have the audio of the G-Bag of the day, but maybe we'll have it in time for the champ tonight, 5:30, to face some challengers. Brian?
Let me just say something really ridiculous then, and that way it'll be G-Bag of the day, and we can all, Lucius could say, looking for the first time, It's kind of,
that's right. It's a live nominee.
Because I'm guaranteed to say something that will be at the end of the year when we vote.
Yeah.
Oh, once again, this is the fourth thing that Brian said.
Yeah, we're going to do the G-Bag of the Year nominees are going to be bracket style, and you're going to have your own broadest region.
Wow.
That's the type of run you have
prolific.
Been on. Yeah.
You really embraced it this year, from talking about the draft players you don't want to bust on you.
Yeah.
Your love for Dick's Sporting Goods.
Okay, listen, my love for Dick's Sporting Goods. Is it worse than what Choppy with the man rub on you thing?
Way better. Way better.
By the way, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but on the TikTok thing, all of a sudden it's that sound. What's that thing called? ESMA? What's it called when they put microphones by their wrists and stuff like that?
Oh, ASMR.
ASMR. Oh, you have to say there's not a word for that?
No.
ASMR is
you say it. Okay.
Yeah, it's like an acronym.
There was some lady that had Popeye arms and shoulders and all that.
Fat fingers?
But she was like she was doing it as attractive. Like she wasn't like you're thinking like I was.
The Rared Smoke Show with the Popeye forearms and the traps.
And I was telling, she's like an athlete. Like she was an athlete that became one of these.
Is this a masseuse or like a chiropractic situation?
It's like the chair massage. You put your face in the donut.
Oh yeah,
and that thing. Yeah, she was doing that whole thing, and I was almost said to Choppy like, "Bro, you're a fool." You're like, "You're going to turn this down?"
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. You do have those hybrids where you get the female that also has the qualities that you want from a strength standpoint, right? And that's clearly what he's going for.
Yeah.
The same feminine energy. I could go for that. I'll never find out about a male masseuse like I've said.
There's no
bet
way.
Payoff?
No. Sure.
Get them up here in studio and have them get to work on you.
Actually, you know what? I think I did have a male masseuse once.
By accident?
We were stumbling around New Orleans, and there was these people that had a pop-up tent. They were doing massages. I was like, hell yeah, I'll take a massage.
You just hammered.
Yeah, this Cajun dude just really laced into me there. I kept saying him just to keep going. I think it cost me like $200. I was there for like an hour and a half.
Okay, cat's out of the bag. Cat is out of the bag.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So we need to AI the Choppy clip into Dawson's voice, and I think it would ring just as true.
In Boudreaux massaging. Dawson.
ASMR is autonomous sensory meridian response.
Okay.
So it's like the tingly feeling that you get
in hell
from
I would say that.
different sounds.
I would mess that up so bad.
Pops. Yeah, the kids are really into it. Here's Chief with Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 220.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Happy National Nacho Day. A huge day.
Nacho Day?
I mean, well, all right.
I think the best nachos are homemade because you can get them just how you want them.
Yeah.
A restaurant plate of nachos is going to have way too much stuff to scrape off. The coverage might be an issue.
I'm so happy you said the word coverage because if you're making them at home and you lack in the coverage aspect of it,
fail.
Yeah, that's
shame on you for doing that.
No self-respect.
Yeah. Yes. If you put a plate of nachos out in front of somebody and they have to kind of scrape around to make sure that they get something on it, you have failed so bad.
It's not a plate of chips.
Yeah. Bingo.
No, I do like what some of these places are doing, though, where they're just taking individual chips and covering them, right?
Yeah.
So you get like a plate of, 8 to 12 chips, but they're all full coverage.
The rounds with some beans on top, the cheese.
And then whatever your meat of choice is.
So there's individually done ones where when you grab them.
Yes.
It's not like the trash can nachos that you had there in Vegas.
Where it's just the top layer and then everything else, it's just...
I've looked at those, that Guy Fieri nacho thing that to me seems like it never works out like it's supposed to. That does not look like that is to me appetizing the way that thing's done.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. Now you do need
too much. It's just like smashed. What?
You need to look into the Guy Fieri apple pie hot dog thing and see if you could reconcoct it. Because it's apparently like
apple pie inside of a hot dog.
I don't know exactly. Like that's why I need Broadus to kind of get a glimpse of it.
So is it apple pie crust around a hot dog?
I'm going to find out.
I want to say, but yeah, maybe you guys can help me with this because I stumbled upon it the other day and it was just like it was so much happening.
I'm about to recreate the meatball sub again for you guys.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Okay, so this is like a piece of apple pie but rectangled and sealed. Almost like the apple pie you'd get in a McDonald's back in the day in that sleeve.
Oh, like a fried pie.
And then a hot dog driven through it.
Okay.
Yeah, fried pie. I think we can do this. I think. But you don't want apple filling in it, do you?
Well, I don't know. I guess we got to ask Guy Fieri. Yeah, I don't know what the condiment of choice would be on that.
I'm not one to challenge Guy.
I would tell you what, maybe a smoky link. If you're doing it as a breakfast item, think about that, like an apple pie, like almost like a strudel with a breakfast sausage in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
the top 10 foods created unintentionally, as apparently nachos were. Now, you're outside looking in. I'm going to give you a little bit of a read-up on all of these in the top 10. Outside looking in, I'm just going to tell you the situation here, okay? And then you'll have to maybe piece together how this all took place. But, like, for instance, outside looking in, pink lemonade comes from dirty laundry, all right? Beer was supposed to be bread. That's at 14.
Yeah, we messed that up.
I think a lot of people know about this. Didn't work for Broadus. Cornflakes weren't supposed to flake, but they were supposed to stop.
Oh, the self-stimulation.
The self-stimulation.
Yeah.
The old chicken choker.
Oh.
Number 12.
Cornflakes, huh?
That's right. Yogurt was just spoiled milk. And then they stumbled upon greatness. I've become a yogurt guy here in the last probably 6 months or so.
Hey, Chief,
put some honey in there.
A lot of good to
put
it.
some granola or something.
Yeah.
Chief, I need you to help me on something.
Yeah.
I was watching a video last night while I was eating about how to make mozzarella cheese. It's 2 items. I need raw milk. Where do I get raw milk?
I got you. I'm picking up a fresh order tomorrow.
I need a gallon.
I got you.
All right, I'm going to make you some mozzarella cheese then.
Gosh, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm a Mott's guy.
Yep.
Okay, number 11, the creators of Worcestershire sauce did not like it.
That's Liam Perrin, right? The Liam Perrin stuff? Yep.
That's going to be, Liam Perrin.
Yeah.
There you go.
I have no idea how it stayed in business. I mean, you got A1 sitting right there.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I don't really need a steak sauce, but if I was going to go with one, it would definitely be that.
Yeah, if you're using steak sauce, I kind of question how you're cooking these things. Unless it's Béarnaise sauce or something like that, that kind of complements
the
it.
topping type deal they
exactly.
do.
Yeah,
dress it up a little more.
Crab meat on top of it or something like that. Yeah.
They'll really get you. They'll get you like for $12 a topping, but it's divine.
I would rather go with that than the mushroom topping, though. Myself.
Me too.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. You guys ready for this?
Yeah.
Number 10, coffee. Again, foods created unintentionally in honor of National Nacho Day. Number 10, coffee was discovered by goats. Apparently, one
Tom
day,
Brady, huh?
hundreds of years ago, an Ethiopian goatherd noticed a change in the behavior of his goats. He observed the goats were being unusually cheerful and energetic. So he followed them around. Turns out the goats had been devouring beans and leaves of a particular tree. So this dude ends up consuming them too. Also gave some to a monk that was having trouble staying awake throughout prayers. The monks loved the new drink because of its galvanizing effect and good taste. So we can thank goats for coffee, allegedly.
I always thought it was an acquired taste myself,
I think the beans, though, have you ever had chocolate-covered coffee beans?
Yeah.
Maybe the chocolate's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, but I don't know. I think the eating of the beans is probably more. That's not a bean you would flick away. I think that's a bean that you would immediately say, okay, I like this. I'll come back for more.
Good date activity.
No question. Number 9, cheese puffs, Cheetos, were once garbage. Okay, so in the 1930s, you had a company in Wisconsin had a machine that crushed grains to make feed for livestock, and corn kernels were used to reduce clogging. Somehow the machine's heat made the corn kernels puffy as they fell from the machine as waste, and so Edward Wilson literally picked up one of these puffs from the ground, added some seasoning, and then all of a sudden he was like, this is incredible. Now you have hundreds of companies that
Is that the original Cheeto then, or are we talking about the more airy ones?
Yeah, this is more like the
circular
Puff,
ones?
like the Cheeto Puff. I think they probably dialed in on the more of the crunch maybe later in time. But the original Puff was just garbage, happenstance. Number 8, the first cheese was broiled in the desert. Centuries ago, Arabian merchant made his journey across the desert.
First search name for grilled cheese?
Yeah, no. This is just straight up cheese.
Oh, okay.
And he took with him a supply of milk stored in a pouch made from a sheep's stomach.
There we go.
The heat of the desert sun and enzymes from the pouch curdled the milk, which he ate and loved. From there, cheese has traveled virtually to every part of the globe.
Add some vinegar to that, and you're making mozzarella.
Come on now.
Yeah, I was watching this video last night. I told you this. I'm repeating myself a lot.
Number 7.
We're used to it.
Standard business here in the G-Bag Nation.
It's a 5-hour show, Dawson. Maybe right.
Slurpees are frozen because a machine broke.
But the machine breaks all the time anyway.
Yeah, we do still have those issues.
Was this in Alaska?
No, it was the owner of a Dairy Queen franchise in Kentucky. Never meant for the customers to drink partially frozen sodas. It's just his fountain machine kept breaking down, so he had to store his sodas in the freezer, sometimes for too long, and his customers actually liked it. Oh. They kept ordering like one of those pops that were in the freezer a little bit longer. And so realizing that his disaster had turned into an opportunity, he built a new machine to deliberately produce that strange frozen drink. The icy dispenser was bought more than 300 companies have bought it before 7-Eleven licensed it in 1965 and then renamed the drink to Slurpees.
I always felt like the Slurpee was a little bit overrated. More of a Mr. Misty guy myself.
Oh, I
would have taken you as an Orange Julius guy.
No, Dairy Queen's Mr. Misties are outstanding.
Still to this day, they're still running them out?
Chief, you don't know what an Orange Julius is, do you?
I don't think I've ever had one.
Dawson, would it be the worst frozen drink you've ever tasted?
Yes.
Really?
It was like an orange juice Slurpee.
And it wasn't good.
I was going to say, because
not good at all.
I love orange stomach ache.
Yeah.
Made Brian have to crap.
Number 6.
He's not lying.
that poor soul's backyard, man. They're still doing hazmat suits out there.
I'm telling you what, always carry your rain pants in your bag. You'll never know when you need them.
Number 6 is the sandwich. It was created for a compulsive gambler, Dawson.
The sandwich?
Yeah.
You needed a meal on the go?
You need a meal on the go.
1762, John Montague was in the middle of an intense gambling session, wouldn't leave the game for meals. He instructed his cook to prepare a food which he could easily eat without leaving the table. So the cook, who we can't identify, unfortunately, tossed some beef in between 2 slices of toast. Sandwiches were invented. Look at that.
Brilliant.
A degenerate gambler gave us the beauty of the sandwich.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Amen. Number 5 is the nachos. This happened because Ignacio Nacho Araya, he was a manager at the Victory Club restaurant in Mexico.
Dun-dun-dun.
He was visited by 10 hungry military wives who had crossed the border, and he couldn't find the chef. So this dude Nacho improvised something on his own. He covered the tostadas with grated cheese and broiled it. To his surprise, the women loved his creation and became known as the Nacho Special. Now, of course, we have nachos, one of the greatest things ever created.
Huh. So he didn't know what to do with it, so he just threw the tortilla chips down and threw some meat and cheese on it and called it a deal?
Yeah.
I think he probably used flour tortillas myself, or maybe corn tortillas.
Maybe tostadas.
See, that's where I was thinking he might be going, is the tortillas had sat out for a while.
And cut them up a little bit. Oh, there you go,
Couldn't make any new ones.
Yeah.
Chefs weren't there, so said, well, I'll just make the most out of it. Cut these up.
How about this one? Number 4, the waffle cones were a last-minute inspiration.
Is that from the World's Fair?
1904 St. Louis World's Fair. Ding! Nice work, Broadus.
Thank you.
Vendor ran out of dishes to serve as ice cream.
Yeah.
So sold waffle-like crispy pastries. They were selling them next to him at the fair. So he just used those, rolled them up, threw the ice cream in it, and we've been rocking and rolling ever since.
Get this guy Brian on Jeopardy.
Seriously, that was a good pull.
All the trivia.
Number 3 is potato chips. They were created as a protest. How about this? So 1853, chef is frustrated after a customer sent back his fried potatoes over and over again, complaining that they were soggy and too thick. So to get back at the customer, the chef sliced them super thin, fried them, and covered them in a great deal of salt. Surprisingly, the customer loved them and spread the word about these thin, crunchy potato slices. Faced with growing demand, Chef Crumb opened his own restaurant called the Crumb's House. and the potato chip, maybe my favorite invention of all time.
I've been doing something similar, cutting them real thin, frying them up, salt, and then putting them in with ground beef and rice.
Oh, come
it's
on.
Divine. Abby's complaining that I only make like 4 things. So I'm trying to add stuff.
Yeah.
A little creativity on my own. I like that dish myself.
Oh, that
Maybe on
sounds
some teriyaki sauce.
awesome.
Your kid's like Italian?
Yes. Doing a lot of pasta.
There's a lot of simple things you can do Italian-wise, like manicotti, stuff like that. Lasagna, you could, as much as you do work with ground beef and stuff, like you could do lasagna pretty easy, I bet.
I mean, I was trying to explain to her it's all basically like one of 3 meats in either bread, rice, or potatoes. Yeah. You know, we're just combining it differently.
All 3, yeah.
I did.
A lot of starch going on there.
Yeah, I'm probably a 2 or 3 trick pony at the house as well. Number 2, popsicles were frozen by accident.
Next
11-year-old
Slurpees.
Frank Epperson, 11 years old, loves sodas. On a cold night in 1905, he left his soda-making equipment out on the porch. Morning came, little Frank found that his mixture had frozen, capturing the stirring stick upright. When he tried to remove the ice pop using the stick, that's when it hit him. This thing is awesome. He spent almost 20 years making the frozen treats for his friends and later his children before he applied for a patent for popsicles in 1923.
Who do you think invented those, Dawson, you remember this too, that like the
push pop?
Not the push pop, but the thing in the plastic, you know, that you cut the top off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's like syrup and the frozen, it's grape and
those took off like in the late 80s. All of a sudden they were everywhere.
Yeah. That was like a summertime treat. Yeah. Those things, man, too much. A lot of sugar in those things.
Give me the Flintstone push pop for the win. Number 1, chocolate chip cookies. They were meant to just be chocolate. Ruth Wakefield, a lodge owner, ran out of baker's chocolate when she was supposed to bake chocolate cookies for her guests, so she went with her instinct and grabbed a bag of Nestle's chocolate morsels,
there she goes,
assuming that they would melt and blend with the cookie dough. We can thank fate that she was wrong, and so the first batch of chocolate chip cookies was born. It wasn't long before people started to come over to her Massachusetts lodge just for the cookies. Nestle embraced its involvement in the happy accident by featuring variations of Ruth's original cookie recipe on the back of its products bags for years.
I kind of wonder, I thought you were going to say that somebody knocked something over into the dough. You know, it was like the chocolate chips were right next to the, and they just bumped it and it went into the cookie dough, and that's how they baked them.
So they used to make it basically with chocolate syrup, and it would just mix all in there, so the cookies would turn chocolatey.
Yeah.
Yes, this is so much better.
It is.
I almost prefer the part of the cookie that doesn't have any chocolate in it. That's delicious right there with the egg and the brown sugar and everything coming together.
It is amazing.
And then the chocolate chip just like complements it. It doesn't overpower it. Okay, there you have it. Wolchuk's Top 10. He's not here because baby number 2 arrived yesterday. Send that man some love on social. Let him know he's congratulated for being a 2-time dad now. Okay, a little college football coming up, Eric.
Yeah, we have ourselves a good old-fashioned source-off and some other coaching rumors around the world of college football next here in the nation. But
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for a college football darty with Eric Chiafalo. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. We got plenty to get to here right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. Bring the head cold.
You know the guy I feel worse for right now in college football? That Penn State quarterback who's had to take over for Drew Aller. Tough sled, man. His name is Ethan Grunkmeyer. And he takes over, and it's Ohio State, it's Iowa, just dominant defenses. And now he has the opportunity to take on the Fighting Google Me's of Indiana and Kurt Cignetti. Their defense, everything about him is incredible, and that's the type of fire he's been thrown into. Penn State's a disaster. Coach is gone. Drew Aller's hurt, and here comes Grunkmeyer. Go ahead and enjoy the Hawkeyes, the Buckeyes, and the Hoosiers.
My goodness.
Just wanted
Baptism by fire.
Yeah, it really is, man. It really is. So just wanted to pay some respects to that kid who is just fighting his tail off right now in a world where things are very, very difficult. Okay, so elsewhere around college football, we have, obviously, everybody is curious about the coaching things that are taking place. We know we had Hugh Freeze get gone, so there's another addition to the head coach vacancies.
Did you hear how that story got reported?
The tea time, right?
The tea time. It's a standing 1:20 tea time on Sundays.
Yeah, the Auburn, like the private Auburn golf course.
Yeah.
And so it got canceled, and then somebody from the country club decided to, I guess, screenshot that and crank it out like, here we go. Yeah. The news is about to hit. Hugh Freeze, for the first time ever, is not golfing at 1:20 on a Sunday afternoon. Yeah, that's college football at its finest, man. That's just, it means more, and everybody's trying to figure it out. And so even a tea time, we're reading all the tea leaves.
Yeah. At Auburn, it's amazing. They've had, ever since Gus Malzone got let go, we had 3 different coaches at that place. We had an interim coach there.
Yeah, Cadillac Williams.
Hey, man, that is amazing. And then you had Pat Dye that was there forever. So you've had these coaches that have, they've had really good runs. And then all of a sudden, now they can't hire a coach.
No. I mean, hell, Gene Chizik won it with him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Cam Newton?
Cam Newton sure did.
Fired 2 years later?
Yeah, it was Cam. That was Cam Newton, man. That was all Cam Newton. Nobody else from that roster did anything really in the NFL. I mean, he did.
It was Dak-like.
That was just truly dominant right there. But yeah, so we'll have to figure out what the Auburn plan is. If you look at LSU message boards, you're going to read that everybody's still feeling like Nick Saban's going to come out of that recliner.
I don't think so.
Take that comfy blanket off.
I would like to say that matter of fact, my old teammate, Verge Osbury, is the new AD there. So excited for Verge. I did see where the new president of the university said, yeah, we're happy. He took the interim tag off Verge and then came back and said, wait a minute, what am I doing? So no telling what's going on at my place right now. I'd like to believe that Verge has the resources to go get. I'd personally go after the guy at Ole Miss is who I would go after.
Oh, for sure.
I think he's what you need for your modern day college football program because he can handle everything thrown at him. I don't know if Nick Saban wants to embrace that.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But don't tell that to the LSU message boards right now.
I'm telling that to them right now.
I also wonder if NFL team's going to try and kick the tires on Lane Kiffin.
Would you think like Tennessee Titans maybe? Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, however many coaching vacancies there going to be? Like if Daboll's gone from the Giants, would he go saddle up with this guy Jackson Dart in New York? Cam Ward, absolutely. Good call with the Titans. I mean, we'll see what other teams come available. But
it's funny because he was a head coach at Tennessee. So do you think that the Titans would do that? I know I mentioned him, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but Lane Kiffin is absolutely a commodity right now. Now, it's interesting.
He's been fired some places now, 2-3 places. Lane Kiffin, Lane Kiffin has really become Lane Kiffin in the last 6-7 years. It's not.
Well, he got the Alabama rehab.
The rehab job really helped him.
And then you go to FAU, do a bunch of winning, and then bang, you're in the SEC, and they're rocking and rolling in the SEC right now. So Zach Gelb, all right. He is, Infinity
Zach
Sports?
Gelb.
Yeah, we hear this guy doing the CBS Sports Minutes and stuff like that, Odyssey Sports Minutes. And he says that Urban Meyer had strong interest in becoming the next head coach at Penn State. All right, so he goes and runs with this. He says the conversations didn't go far because Urban's answers on navigating the NIL world were, I guess, not up to snuff. So then Urban Meyer gets asked about it. And he says, it just cracks me up when people sit at a whatever microphone and make a story, man. So he's saying, no, this is not true. Then Zach Gelb circles back and says, Urban Meyer wants me to name my sources. How about we do a charity event? And he tagged Urban Meyer on Twitter. He says, we do a charity event instead and hook you up to a lie detector test to see if you still want to deny your previous interest in the Penn State job. I stand by my report. So we have a Gelb versus Urban Meyer.
Yeah, it's not hard to take Gelb's side on that one. Would you want Urban Meyer at LSU?
At one time in my life, I would have, but after what happened in Jacksonville, absolutely not.
Is it all because he kicked the kicker?
No, he just...
Or just because he sucked so bad?
I thought he was a team builder. I thought he was a guy that can handle that. And obviously, I was completely wrong. I wanted Dallas to interview him. Man, I have never been more wrong about a coach than I was him.
Oh, me too. Yeah. I was in the same boat. Yeah. Well, that was when they hired McCarthy, right? Yeah. And it was like that goes down as an all-time bad take for me,
I was like on the radio going, Jerry, you got to talk to Urban Meyer. I was doing that crap.
Yeah.
God.
All right, we just scratched the surface. I got a couple other college football clips that we can play a little bit later, but there's your Darty.
Right on. I was just checking on YouTube and Twitch and the Odyssey app because some people are saying they're hearing a different radio station that was playing music.
Just on the app as of right now. Just on the app. We're definitely on air, but off the app.
So we're good.
Stand by on that, huh?
I'll text these people back and say switch over to YouTube or the Fan, actual radio. But,
what a world.
Yeah, the Odyssey app.
Yeah, we listen to the Fan on Jack FM.
I mean, it's a major operation
for that. I'm not here for that.
Yeah.
We need to dunk on them.
It's been like 6 months in the making. I think they're going to still be working on this thing towards the end of December. The full transition, moving to radio stations. It's like a half-year event. Okay, thanks, Chief. A new low for the Mavs, a hilarious hockey goalie story, and I'm hanging on to 60 seconds on soccer. How can the MLS stand for this level of disrespect? It's next in the nation.
But Tolos, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The text is hilarious right now. Apparently, the radio broadcast freaked the bleep out during commercial for a full minute, just playing a high-pitched screeching. I don't know if that was on the app, but they were getting things switched over, and they're moving things around on the app. And so if you do get a little bit of technical difficulties, just laugh about it. You know, it's been a lot of fun the last couple of days, getting to be a piece of 105 through the Fan history, moving into a new building, watching all the bells and whistles get moved around and all the, I mean, basically the sausage get made. Yeah. Usually it's a perfect, well-oiled machine. It's been established for years and years of broadcast quality over 100,000 watts, and things are just moving more than they have in decades.
You said fun. I think Lucius is having a hell of a time in there.
Yes. I suppose
he's the friggin'...
It's a matter of perspective.
He's the crocodile hunter right now when it comes to these gators. He's knee-deep in swamp water, and he's just having to just go one verse about 1,000.
After the show last night, remember when he walked out and he sat down, he kind of looked at that guy at the
Popeyes.
The Popeyes guy.
He needed a cigarette so bad last night.
He was just sitting there looking at the ground, you know.
He's like Balboa in the corner talking with Mick.
Cut me.
Not gonna lie, bro, I had a little anxiety walking into this studio today. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I tried to fake it. But it's starting to recode up again.
Understandable for sure.
Just sitting there like, man, I need a drink.
Apparently we had some Bryan Adams playing on the Odyssey app last segment. It was playing music from one of our music stations that we have here at Odyssey Dallas. We had Under the Bridge Downtown playing, as well as these texts are hilarious. Thank you for making us part of your day and bearing with us. I do have a pretty good life hack that's hit me good this week. But I don't know why I hadn't stumbled on this before. Oh, I know why. Inflation.
Oh.
That'll do it.
But
that'll do it.
You know, so you have little kids, they want to go get something at the store. Daddy, can we go get this? Can we go get decorations? Can we get some candy? Can we get some toy? And you go to Target, and as we talked about yesterday, that's going to be a $75 to $150 trip.
Every time.
No two ways around that. But, man, this dollar store that's right down the road, it just popped up, so I wanted to swing into there. Like fake Barbie dolls, $1.75.
Is it called Dollar Tree?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Dollar Tree is a little sneaky one.
Yeah. I mean, so it is more than $1, you know, and there's some items that are upwards of $5 there. But I mean, a regular Barbie is $16 at Target.
Oh.
I've thrown a shutout on that one her entire life. The answer is always no.
Yeah.
You know, some of these mystery toys where you buy this box and you unwrap it, $8. They're $1.75 at most $5. So she is the happiest 4-year-old in DFW right now for $10 a trip. Yeah. You know, as compared to significantly more. So I just wanted to, you know, pass that along to anybody that might be looking for some relief there.
I'm still in the Dollar Tree zone, man.
Dude.
It still gets it done.
I swung through the food section. I picked up 2 things of pasta sauce.
Did you?
For $1 each, normally $5.
Check the date on those, please.
Some donuts from a couple years ago.
No, I didn't try the donuts, but I know some things can be hit or miss in there. Speaking of,
make sure those toys don't have any lid or anything like that on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem that I can tell so far,
checking for anthrax.
Yeah, a little bit. A little arsenic.
The hair's a little stringy, and the legs pop off. You know, but she doesn't mind it. We just turn it into a dramatic reenactment of something crazy.
You got bit by the shark.
Yeah. Where's my legs?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Mavericks fall to the Pelicans last night. I thought the Pelicans might have lost their legs because they were on the second of a back-to-back. They're sitting there at 1-6, probably an all-time low. Cooper Flagg had a great look to tie it up. I mean, some of this is shots are not falling, and I understand that from Jason Kidd. I don't know if the team is that bad, but you know, that's miserable. And looking at some of the numbers here, Bobby Carella posted they have the lowest relative offensive rating in the history of the league. Like, think of the worst offense you can possibly imagine, and for a lot of people, that might be last year's Washington Wizards. Mm-hmm. This team, 30% worse with their relative offensive rating, which compares them to the rest of the league at the time. So it's time controlled. I mean, going back into the late 90s, you scored 99 points. That was a terrific night.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you were maybe leading the league in offense. There was the rare 100-point game there, that very slow and depressing time of NBA basketball. But compared to their peers, the Mavs are historically the worst. Hopefully they don't finish the season like that. I mean, obviously, we all want them to rally and make the playoffs and everything. But, I mean...
Do we, though?
Yeah, I was going to ask you. On the other side of it, like, raise your hand at 877-881-1053. How many people out there are kind of like, sweet, that was awesome, we're going to get a better draft pick, and maybe get Nico fired, maybe force their hand to trade players? Like, I'm not a big team tank guy, especially this early in the season, but right now there's just too many benefits to it. I was kind of pleasantly pleased last night when that game ended. I'm like, cool, they lost again. I'm like, what is this feeling I'm having about this team right now? But I think it's the Nico hate boiling inside of me, Chief.
Yes, that has a lot to do with it. Nobody wants Nico to be proven right here. And so it's that weird thing. It's that weird thing where anytime you want your team to tank, you still are watching the game and like you want them to win. You have these like sort of mixed emotions or whatever.
Yeah.
But it really is so bad right now. And everything about it is as frustrating as it gets. Apparently, Ron Knows Sports on Twitter, who covers the Mavericks for All City Dallas, Ron Herod Jr., he said that the Mavs were playing Drake's song Marvin's Room at shoot-around yesterday.
Okay.
He said the players still seem to enjoy being around each other, but he said the vibe felt sad and dark. Like, Marvin's Room is not one of the Drake bangers that you hear at the club, right? That's when you kind of are getting into your feels. A
little emo Drake?
Yeah, this is some emo Drake. And even Tim Cato commented and said throwing Marvin's Room on the speakers at practice is flat out insane behavior.
Well,
that is not practice music, by the way.
Okay.
That's not practice music, fam.
I'm just saying you could do better.
That's 2 a.m. on your way home from the club with no woman.
Right.
You lost.
You lost. You took a L, bro.
It's a lonely Saturday night song.
That's the pregame music that they are trying to get in game mode with right now? I don't know. I mean, you allegedly have Klay Thompson at one point during the proceedings last night going up to a fan, guy sitting courtside. He was wearing a Doncic jersey. And Klay was walking by about to check in, and he just randomly points to the jersey and says, I miss that guy.
Ouch.
You have Najee Marshall commenting on a Luka post with him on the Lakers last night, being lethal, and the Lakers getting another victory with just sad face emojis on the Luka picture. I mean, that is where the team is, and that is certainly where the fan base is right now. The Mavericks lost at home to the Pelicans, who are a disaster class without Zion. They were on the second night of a road back-to-back.
Yeah.
And they couldn't even score 100 points.
Yeah.
What we're watching right now is as bad as you imagined it was going to be post-Luka trade. That's what we're witnessing right now. The only saving grace is you do have Cooper Flagg, who did look nice last night. Credit to him. Shout out to the alley-oop.
Created a lot of good looks.
Finishing with the left, rock and roll. I did, in that moment, at the end of the game, you want that Flagg shot to hit with 3.9 seconds to go, even though you also want to punch Nico Harrison right in the jugular.
Yeah. I think internally they're probably saying, well, we need AD, Kyrie, and Lively healthy, and then everything is going to be different. How much different will it be?
That is so funny to me. You built the most fragile roster in sports. That's what you did. So it's like you can talk about Anthony Davis being healthy, Kyrie Irving being healthy, Derek Lively being healthy. We've never seen it.
They probably will never be healthy again all at the same time.
No.
And if they are, it'll be for a very short period of time.
Yeah, you'll get random moments here or there, and it's like, wow, that was a fun 2 quarters of basketball. That was a fun 4 quarters of basketball. But lurking around the corner is Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, and we'll see about Kyrie. But, I mean, dude, this whole thing is just, it was built on a
thin ice.
Yes, and just a total misevaluation. Like this was Nico Harrison being emotional. Didn't like Luka anymore. He overvalued Anthony Davis at the highest level. And you can talk about if we were healthy. Let's not be surprised. Let's not act like this is prime LeBron James all of a sudden getting hurt and we've never seen it before, right? These are guys that are synonymous with being injured.
Yeah. Yeah, and
your dead ball's last in the West.
Yes, last place in the West, sitting here with just 2 wins. I guess I expect things to be better, but I mean, Eric, I think you make some great points. I don't know how much better that it can be, and again, you get what you kind of pay for when you bring in a shoe executive, and I think so much more now makes sense about how big of a mistake that was to bring in a guy that really didn't understand basketball construction and how things move together. I mean, you had an entire offseason to look at that and say, wow, we don't have nearly enough offense, and you really didn't change much. So at this point, I can only draw the conclusion that you just don't know how important it is, to get offensive players, or perhaps you're in denial. And I think that's another big part of the problem. Like, I wouldn't trust Nico to suddenly have the light bulb come on. He still sees Kyrie and AD as championship-level players.
Yeah.
So you got to get somebody new in here. And beyond that, they really need a cleaner break from the Luka trade. They need to bring in players that weren't here when that happened. Maybe coaches. Obviously, I feel that way about the GM, but I think it's going to weigh heavily. And for Klay Thompson to say that, for Najee Marshall to be on social media saying that, whenever you go through a tough time like this, it's going to be like, well, yeah, of course, we traded Luka. This is a stupid organization. It's kind of like the defense with Micah right now, maybe not buying in because they're so ticked off at everything that happened.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah,
it's hard to buy in when you feel like your own organization is actively playing defense against you doing anything fun in terms of winning.
Yeah,
right. I mean, Klay Thompson came here under the notion that he was going to be getting fed with wide open looks from Luka, and now he's having to come off the bench and watch D'Angelo Russell just embarrass himself.
Yeah, they were down 9-0 before you even got the TV on, with turnovers and easy opportunities at the rim, and they made a really good comeback. Like, you can see the effort is there, the skill is there, and the Pelicans are that bad that they let them back in the game. But, I mean, they weren't ready to play is what that first 5 minutes told me.
And then at the end of the game, how many fourth quarter turnovers did they have? I mean, you have Skin on the broadcast talking about Vaseline balls. Yeah. Like, there's Vaseline on these balls. It's just slipping out of everybody's hands.
That's what Puff Daddy was looking for, by the way. That's why he's in jail.
I think
we're saying, careful.
Devin Harris did say, is it Vaseline or baby oil? He actually said that on the broadcast last night.
Yeah, I mean, from personal experience, I think Vaseline could have helped last night. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, so they'll take on the Grizzlies tomorrow. They're at Memphis tomorrow. The Ja Morant trade deadline is starting to kick up, and it's interesting for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's drawing comparisons. Apparently, the insiders are comparing it to the Kyrie Irving trade that the Mavericks made, what was that now, 3 years ago, 4 years ago? The Kyrie Irving story was remarkable and interesting from a Ja Morant perspective because they're saying it might be a similar compensation package that could secure Morant because of how much his reputation has taken a hit. There was a story last week that a lot of coaches say they don't want to coach Ja Morant. He's got that uncoachable tag. And maybe that's a perfect job for Jason Kidd once again, who has had Kyrie Irving in the best headspace that he's been in for his career. So the Nets in that deal got from the Mavs Spencer Dinwiddie, Dorian Finney-Smith, and a 2029 unprotected first-round pick plus 2 second-rounders. I don't think Ja Morant fits right now with the Mavs because you'd have him and Kyrie Irving. But if there's any way to make that happen, those are the kind of trades that I think could maybe change the trajectory of where this franchise is headed.
Yeah, and I like it in theory because you're talking about a thoroughbred point guard who can score, high-flying, all those things. But that is another guy who, despite the whatever you want to call the character kind of stuff, he's also another guy who gets banged up.
Yeah.
He's a guy who gets injured at that size.
And he stopped high-flying as much to try to cut it down.
Right,
yeah,
right.
But there's only so much.
Yeah, there's only so much. Like, that's a huge part of his skill set and what made him one of the top picks that he was, right? What made him so great to start his career. But that's another guy who gets injured a lot. And I don't think you want to go ahead and double down on more injury-prone dudes.
Yeah.
That would be my pushback, even more so than the other stuff and malcontent or whatever it is that he's got going on there. I'm sure I'd be annoyed playing for that team as well at times, but the injury stuff would be my big concern.
Yeah, and for that reason, it might not be something you're that interested in. Plus, he's probably 8 to 10 years older than Cooper Flagg right now, so does it really match the Cooper Flagg timeline? You're probably looking, if you're making trades, you're looking for players under 25, maybe future draft picks if you're parting guys with expiring contracts coming back, but it's hard to, see the way out right now. I am kind of surprised at how down the locker room was last night. Like you said before the game, they're playing Drake. Like last night, they looked like a team that had just kicked away a 10-game division lead with a month to go in the regular season. Like the level of depression and anxiety about the losing is definitely hit Cooper Flagg, Jason Kidd, and I'm sure they're going to play better eventually, but how much better? Will they ever get back above 500 this year? I don't know. And I was pretty dang confident in this team coming in. But the other thing on Moran is, with Cuban and Kidd, they did a tremendous job taking players out of toxic situations. I mean, it wasn't just Kyrie Irving, but, Mark Cuban was finding players in the back half of Dirk's career and bringing them in, guys like Monte Ellis and O.J. Mayo, and finding good, comfortable spots for them to resume their career. And obviously the crown jewel of that is Kyrie Irving. I think now, instead of like a comforting place, the Mavs are one of the toxic situations that players would want to escape.
Right.
Like I'm starting to wonder, when are we going to get the P.J. Washington request for a trade? When is Najee Marshall going to say, I didn't come here to do this, send me somewhere else? And, I feel like Kyrie and AD are kind of at the hip with Nico. I don't think they will request a trade. I think they want to kind of see this thing through. Kyrie just did an extension. AD was traded here. He wants to make Nico right. But I just don't think this is a spot where you could bring in like that distressed asset and have him be like, oh man, this is so much better than where I was. Thank you for providing me this great positive working environment that, Mark Cuban insisted on and Jason Kidd insisted on, at least on the basketball side, that allowed those players to sort of relax and stop being defensive and feel like everybody's out to get them, like Kyrie Irving did in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't feel like the team had his back. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I got a couple other stories here real quick, just because I teased them. Funny situation on the ice last night. Alex Ovechkin had his 900th goal. Blues goalie Jordan Binnington was having a bad night.
Yeah.
He gave up 4 goals on 15 shots. And after the Ovechkin goal, he picked up the puck and slid it into his pants. And then sort of acted like he didn't know where it was. So the ref came over there and said, yeah, actually, we know the cameras caught you. You put that 900th career goal by Ovechkin in your pants. So he kind of begrudgingly gave it back. And then didn't talk to reporters after the game. The coach had no comment on it, said we didn't handle it the best that we could. Today, Binnington is back at practice talking to reporters saying, I didn't do that on purpose.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a mystery from hockey, but maybe a bitter guy getting lit up. Didn't want to give Ovi his 900th puck on that history-making goal there for Ovechkin, who looks like a grandpa himself.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just call that what it is. Okay, and then how about this disrespect for the MLS as I get you some 60 seconds on soccer? Argentina national team head coach Lionel Scaloni named the 24-player roster for the upcoming friendly against Angola next week, with Leo Messi and Rodrigo de Paul headlining the squad. Scaloni, now Miami is in a playoff push.
They're in a push, yeah.
Scaloni failed to include any players that feature in Argentina's Primera Division after the league announced action will not be paused during the November international window. They got their own tournament going on, the Clausura. And Aston Villa goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez was also excluded from the squad. And they did not call up any other players from Europe. So it's just the MLS that Argentina is looking at. And, Messi hasn't won the MLS Cup yet.
No, he has not.
So yeah, I don't think folks in Miami are too happy about that. That's your 60 seconds on soccer. We got Cowboys Twitter coming up and how the reaction to the tragic passing of Marshawn Neeland has played out across Cowboys Twitter is coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
And this is your hair. Okay.
be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Megan.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
everybody. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. A lot honoring and in remembrance of number 94, Marshawn Kneeland. Big old sign at the Star there at the Ford Center at the Stars. They have that giant video board that's out in front of it that they play games on and stuff and put different things. They have a great sign up right now remembering Marshon Neland as the second-round pick of 2024, passing away early this morning due to a reported self-inflicted gunshot wound. Dak Prescott's Ask for Help sign and slogan going viral. Just, surreal how you could have in your surroundings a guy who is so passionate about it and has spoken so much about it. Obviously, Dak Prescott going through the tragedy a few years ago of his brother committing suicide, and right under that nose is a player dealing with it deeper and more seriously than any player in professional sports this week. But it just goes to show you how, I guess, what's the word, cloaked or secretive. What's the word I'm looking for? What the Jets have, that you can't detect it. Yeah, it's stealth. That mental health can be real stealth.
Very stealth.
And hard to detect. I mean, you would imagine Dax is tuned into it as anybody, and this coaching staff is so much more dialed in, I think, asking how guys are doing, trying to connect with them, trying to create that, real human connection type of environment. But just sad, and we'll get you some of the reaction from around the league on it. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, here. Let's get to Greg Ellis. Todd Archer got a quote from him. Coached Marshawn Neland last year as a member of the coaching staff, saying he epitomized what you look for in a football player. He played the game hard. He was eager to learn. You hear a lot of things about this generation, but that wasn't Marshawn. He was still a yes, sir, no, sir kind of guy. And similar things said about him, his toughness, his football character, his integrity, his desire to get better. And, Brian, I felt like he was going to have himself a nice career. Like, this was a guy with a fairly bright future in pro football.
Yeah, coming out of the Western Michigan, when you watched him, and as a second-round pick, you were thinking, like, maybe a little rich for me at that point in time. But you loved when you watched the tape, you saw the toughness, you saw his ability he played hard every single snap. Probably didn't have the pass rushing skill, so that was going to be the question. The thought initially was, he's a Tank Lawrence replacement type of guy.
Yeah.
He's going to play left end, and he's going to play run defense, and he's going to learn how to rush the passer. And there were some times last year, his rookie year, where you started to see, like, we're talking about Donovan Ezeraku, and he's like, he's getting close. And then all of a sudden, Marshawn got hurt, and then you lost that momentum, and then going into training camp, we were watching him out there at Oxnard, and he was doing some good things. He had a really nice game in week 1 against Philadelphia. You're thinking, like, he needs to play more. And then it kind of went a little bit to, it wasn't as good the next games. But you were feeling like that if he could just break through on a couple of games and get, put some quality games together, that he would be a guy that'd be more consistent. But, man, he really fought it. And, unfortunately, though, like I said, he was, every time he would take that step forward, something would happen with.
He was still figuring it out.
He was getting
early
injured,
in his career.
Yeah, and it was. Yeah. And you're just kind of like, gosh, if he could just have a healthy 5 or 6 weeks in a row, you might have a really good player.
Jeffrey Simmons, really good player for the Titans, noted it on Twitter, saying it sucks seeing the news of our NFL brother. Even when someone is carrying the biggest smile, make sure to just check in on him. You just never know, man. Don't be afraid to ask for help. We all go through things that we sometimes hide. If you or anyone you may know that needs emotional support, reach out to the National Mental Health Headline. I guess it's 988. If you just call 988, you can get in touch with somebody pretty quick, or you text 988. Okay, Jeff Kolb from Fox 4 tweeted, "It's absolutely heartbreaking." He did a hell of a story, and it's going viral on Cowboys Twitter right now about Marshawn Lynch after he got drafted last year. And he tweeted, "Marshawn has the biggest laugh. He was always warm every time we connected, was realizing his NFL dream just after losing his mother. He lost his mom 2 months before he was drafted to the Cowboys, and it was an unexpected type of deal. It was tragic for him in that way." And he says, "This is so devastating. R.I.P. Marshawn, and may your memory always be a blessing to those who love you." So, yeah, I guess, he had that in common with Dak Prescott as well, and you can imagine the anguish. I know we have a number of people here at 105.3 The Fan that lost their mom early, including our very own Lucius Alexander several years ago, but others. And, that's a bridge nobody ever really wants to cross, and having to do it early, maybe that has a significant impact. Wanye Thomas tweeting, "Sick to my stomach. My brother, man," and just left it at that. Perry and Winfrey just posted a broken heart emoji. Very popular guy in that Cowboys locker room. And it's hard to find a guy who's universally loved on a football team because there's so many different guys and so many different perspectives and personality types, but he was one of them. Ed Werder posting, "In his final game, Marshawn Neland scored his first NFL touchdown on Monday Night Football. Now the 24-year-old Cowboys player has died. He was always so engaging and knowledgeable, seemingly full of hope and promise. Rest in eternal peace." And then his agent, Jonathan Persley, who might have had the best perspective and ability to encapsulate everything that goes into really an unexpected and just chaotic day as far as the people that are left to look at this. And I'll get you his tweet here before too long. Here it comes. He says, "I'm shattered to confirm my client and dearest friend Marshawn Neland passed away. I watched him fight his way from a hopeful kid at Western Michigan with a dream to being a respected professional for the Cowboys. Marshawn poured his heart into every snap, every practice, and every moment on the field. To lose someone with his talent, spirit, and goodness is a pain I can hardly put into words. My heart aches for his family, his teammates, and everyone who loved him, and I hope they feel the support of the entire football community during this unimaginable time. I ask that you please give his loved ones the privacy and compassion they need as they grieve this tremendous loss." And most people have. There was a time early in the morning where the speculation was running rampant, and obviously there's going to be idiots out there that are trying to jackass their way through Twitter to get engagement that have said some pretty stupid things. But I think for the most part, the reaction, the response has been very appropriate and respectful to the guy, and everybody just wonders now what happens next. What happens as we go into a football Friday and this weekend, and how this football team is going to recover from this really unspeakable tragedy that woke everybody up this morning.
Yeah, that's you never ever want to hear this news, but and what's interesting is this team now being on a bye. And how will things when they come back, Monday, and they have another day off on Tuesday, but how do the prep and getting ready, and they have the extra day and all, and there's so many things this team's now going to have to deal with getting ready for the Raiders, which is completely small in comparison to what's happening, but just the fact it is an open week and everybody's kind of at their own homes, or thinking about, wow, this really did happen. And
yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to get more details, like the unanswered questions of what role did the chase play? Was this inevitable that it was going to happen early this morning, or was a chain of events set off that made him feel like life's no longer worth living because, the police are looking for me or something like that? I just don't know, but it seemed like from the accounts that he had been dealing with mental health and maybe suicidal ideation.
Yeah, Karen Lacey, I don't know, from LSU.
Yeah, LSU, yeah.
Yeah, and the whole thing
just happened
with his, there's talk about, the accident. Was he going fast? Was he really a part of it? Was it somebody else's fault? And here's another young man with a very, very promising career, takes his life that way. And you just never know how these thoughts about dealing with the police, how it might affect you that way.
Yeah.
I don't mean that as a disrespect to the police. You just don't know what the anxiety that maybe that they're going through with that.
Yeah, you never know how something like that could tip you over the edge, but you never know, and it's just amazing and unfortunate. Like, no amount of success, I think, can insulate people from that kind of mental chaos, and the suicidal thoughts. It doesn't care if you're a successful football player and one of the absolute best at your position and just scored a touchdown. And it's crazy how these folks can have these tremendous highs in their lives right before, they make an ultimate decision like that. But it speaks to, how all-encompassing and overwhelming that kind of condition is. We got Krusty's Corner coming up here with Brian Broaddus every afternoon at 3:40. Where are you taking us today, brother?
Yeah, how good is really Quinnen Williams? We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about D&M Leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, it's one phone call away. Call D&M right here, right now, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com and then tell them what you want. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV, does not matter. D&M Leasing has access to anything and everything, and you're going to love the easy lease process because it's so easy. You just call them, you tell them what you want, they deliver it, you sign the documents in an app, and new vehicle acquired just like that. The payments, so much better than buying, traditional purchases. These sticker prices have gotten so outrageously large that folks are having to finance it for 7 years, 84 months of payments just to get the payment low enough. You don't have to do that. With the easy lease from D&M, we only pay for the part of the vehicle we're going to use, then we turn it back in, so the payments are lower, up to 50% less compared to buying. You don't have to worry about being upside down and have the negative equity for such a long-term loan. Okay, the easy lease from D&M, it's waiting for you. You're going to see why it's award-winning. You're going to see why I have 3 vehicles from D&M in my driveway every night. Wouldn't think about acquiring one any other way. It's 972 or 817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com.
If you've been waiting for mortgage rates to drop, they've already dropped. Call TexasHoney.com and get your refinance done right now. Mortgage rates are down about 1% from their highs recently. How much can 1% save you on a $240,000 loan? A 1% savings on your rate may save you $200 a month in interest. A $360,000 loan, 1% drop in rate is $300 in interest each month. Call us for the savings today. It's TexasHoney.com. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Fry and Jackson Brown was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. You order, we deliver. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time. How pros get more done.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
It's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation's end of the year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all Windows styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years. Plus, ask how you could get a free Dallas Cowboys jersey and 2 home game tickets. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll save money on lower utility bills. And come with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out. 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com to get started. Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get 50% off all styles of windows and make no payments with no interest for 24 months. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey, and you can even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We'll do some around the NFC East coming up at 4 o'clock and talk about things you can gamble on for the rest of the NFL season and beyond. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Welcome. Thank you.
Hey, let me ask you a question, and I'll ask Chief the same question here when he gets back. I know he's probably out there doing something important.
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil. All right, Chief.
Bathroom run, Chief.
Yeah.
First one.
Okay.
First one got it done. Shout out to the guy next to me.
Was there
he was
anxiety?
Getting after it.
Was there anxiety?
Well, I saw the janitorial crew came up here about 20 minutes ago, so I felt a little bit better about it. Yeah. My experience was great. I just wish I had some headphones, maybe some earplugs.
So that's your anxiety about public restroom? It's just that other people have been sitting down there throughout the day?
Yeah, just the general, like, oh, there's a leftover pube hair.
When that seat is nice and warm already?
Yeah, it's already warm.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
Shoot.
Yeah. it's really, really disappointing. DJ Pridemore's pointing at himself. That was my pube hair. That was a long one.
Oh, geez.
Gonna have to get him a little trimmer for Christmas.
Okay, I wanted to ask you guys this question, and it's a serious question, but I want to ask it in this way because I'm not trying to defend for a guy or anything like that, but I just want to know, does this change maybe what people think about the guy?
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to get into this Quinnen Williams stuff, but I want to ask this question. Do you feel like that after this trade that maybe some of the talk about Jerry not wanting to win would go away or quiet down? And I say this and I ask because if they had the bad loss against Arizona, he could have shut it down. He could have said, I ain't going to make a trade. I ain't going to try. That this team's not going anywhere. Does it make you feel any different that he still went and made a trade for Quinnen Williams despite the disappointment from the Arizona game?
I need to see follow-through on it. We need to get to March and have more team building. You got to keep George Pickens. You got to add a corner and a safety and an edge and a tackle. Right now, basically, you just replaced Micah Parsons. And teams for years across all sports, when their fan base sentiment gets low, they'll make a trade to goose season ticket sales.
Sure.
So this is still in the realm of more likely engagement farming than a Jerry Jones going for it move to me.
But you, Chief?
Yeah. I mean, it's always hard to tell.
I know there's 30 years of, all this crap at, and not being getting in the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl. And, it was funny. I saw something the other day. It's the 60th anniversary of the Super Bowl. The first 30 years, you could always count the Dallas Cowboys as being in championship games and Super Bowls. The last 30 years of the Super Bowl, it's a non-deal. But I just wonder if people out there, there's probably so much Jerry Jones disdain that this is not going to influence him at all. I just, like I say, I had the question in my mind. I'm like, because I know how I feel about it, but I wonder if this is one of those things that maybe said, okay, he is trying to win, giving up a first-round pick and a second-round pick to go get a guy that might not help the team, might not help him win more games, So I didn't know if you guys felt any different about that, but you gave good answers.
No, I do believe Jerry wants to win. I just don't think it's the most important thing to him, and this move doesn't change that.
Doesn't move the needle for you at all.
It doesn't move the needle. No, I mean you have other than the Bengals, you have the worst defense we've seen in a long time.
Sure.
Right? So this was just it was so glaring that. And it drums up excitement, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think this is I really want to win type move.
He'll never ever downlive drumming up excitement, right? He'll never downlive that.
Well, he could. Yeah. I mean, he could. If you spend a season or two living the way Eagles fans get to live, all of a sudden you're going to feel a little bit different. Absolutely.
Okay.
But one move is not going to mitigate all the things that we still know.
I wasn't asking of everything. I was saying, does it quiet the he doesn't want to win crowd?
No, I don't think so.
For just a little moment. Just a little moment.
Gives you pause and makes you think he has been talking about being 83. Maybe there is more urgency. But this isn't confirmation yet.
Yeah.
This could be the second step towards that.
I kind of feel like, though, you're right about the age. Like my mom's 82. This is the first time in my life she ever talked about being old. She went through some stuff and I'm just old now.
Held out.
Yeah, it's the first time, so maybe you do. Maybe you get to the point you realize, hey, I don't have this many campaigns left. Okay, how good is Quinnen Williams? And I take this as a look from not the scout's eye, but the metrics eye of it. And what I did was I had various categories as comparing him to other defensive tackles in the National Football League, the more well-known ones. And what I did was I had the categories of, total plays, run plays, pass plays, tackles, stops, or those snuffs that they make, quarterback pressures, sacks, quick quarterback pressures, double team quarterback pressures, and just overall how many times he's double teamed. And so I kind of went through and I was just comparing him to the other defensive tackles. And I'm just going to give you an example. His numbers going across, just looking at it. This year he's played 347 total plays, 146 against the run, 201 against the pass. He's got 32 tackles, 28 of those stops I talked about at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage, 16 quarterback pressures, 1 sack, 5 quick pressures, 8 double team pressures, quarterback pressures, and he's been double teamed 41% of the time. Just to give you an example of his teammates, Kenny Clark has played 396 plays. It's just way too much. 162 against the run, 223 against the pass. He's made 21 tackles this year. 15 of those stops I talked about, which is 13 less than what we've seen from Quinnen Williams. He does have 21 of the quarterback pressures, 2.5 sacks. He has 2 more of the quick pressures than what Quinnen Williams has. But the double team pressures, he's only got 6, and he's been double teamed 48.7% of the time. Oso Digizua, he's played 360 total plays, 147 against the run, 212 against the pass. He's got 25 tackles, 16 stops, 17 quarterback pressures. So they're all kind of right there. Kenny Clark with 21, Quinnen Williams with 16, Oso Digizua with 17. He also only has 1 sack. When you look at quick quarterback pressures, he's only had 4. He's been in double team pressures, he's only had 4. He's been double teamed 38.2% of the time. Okay, that's your Dallas Cowboys defensive tackles. When you start to look overall, though, and the various other tackles, for example, Derek Brown from the Carolina Panthers. Derek Brown's got 31 tackles for the Panthers. When you look at the say a guy like Jalen Carter, he's only got 15. Now Jalen Carter hadn't played in a couple of games, right?
Yeah, he's missed time.
He's missed some time.
Spitgate and whatnot.
Yeah. How about this one? If you think of a guy like Chris Jones. Chris Jones has played 387 snaps. Quinnen Williams has 32 tackles. Chris Jones only has 13. So we got 12 of those run stops where Quinnen Williams, again, has 28.
Wow.
Now, Chris Jones has 4 more pressures. He has 1 more sack. He's got 4 more of the quick pressures, 9-5, and he has 2 less of the double team pressures. I'm going to say this. There's only one other guy when it comes to those double team pressures. Vita Vea is the only, well, there's actually 2. Vita Vea has 11 of those double team pressures, and Jeffrey Simmons has 9 of the double team pressures.
And Quinnen has how many?
He has 8.
Okay.
So he's like, when you start to talk about those defensive tackles in the league.
Commanding a lot of attention, still being productive.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how about this for a guy like, we always think about Dexter Lawrence, right? Is Dexter Lawrence as being that guy?
Yeah.
Dexter Lawrence really having, for his numbers, like a down year. When you look at him, like with the quick pressures, again, Quinnen Williams with more, same amount of sacks, more of the double team stuff. When you look at Dexter Lawrence, he's double teamed almost 59% of the time, but he only has 2 of those double team pressures. Again, Quinnen Williams with 8 of those. The guy that's having the best year so far of these defensive tackles would be Byron Murphy, would be that guy. Byron Murphy's in that 33 tackle range, which is the most of the group that we've seen here so far, which is only 1 more tackle than Quinnen Williams. He's had 3 less of those stops or those stuffs that I've talked about. He's had 28 quarterback pressures. That puts him clearly ahead of Quinnen Williams. He's got 5 sacks this year, 7 of those quick quarterback pressures, and only 4 of the double team pressures, which is half, and he's been doubled only 32% of the time. So if you look at how Quinnen Williams has played this season, his numbers are better than several of these defensive tackles that we talked about, the quality of the guys, the Derek Browns, the Chris Jones, the Daron Paynes, the Jeffrey Simmons, guys like that. This is a player that when you get him into the mix, he is going to be a difference maker for your team because of the things in these categories. He thrives in these categories that defensive tackles live in, those quick pressures, not so much the sacks, but how many times you get double teamed, how many times you're able to defeat that. taking on those double teams like that helps others around. And I think Quinnen Williams is going to be that guy that not only helps others around, I think he's going to thrive. When they're going to play this 5-man line stuff, I think he's going to thrive. I really do.
So the answer is still very good, maybe the best?
He's one of the, when you start to compare him to the guys, and like Malik Collins is a guy who used to be here, his numbers are really, really good. But when you start to talk about the best ones, the Derek Browns, the Chris Jones, the Daron Paynes, the Jeffrey Simmons, the Vita Veas, his numbers are better than those guys, at least this season, when it comes to those main categories you want to look at.
And this isn't even his best year.
And it's not even his best year, no.
Well, that's awesome, man. I was hoping you would say that. I thought you were going to lead us down a path of maybe he's on a decline or something.
No, everything about him, like I say, the sack numbers are not. I was looking through all these guys' sack numbers, and all of them are like either 1, 2.5, 3, 2. You know, it's very rare. Like Byron Murphy's the one that has 5, and Jeffrey Simmons has 4.5. I'd love to have Jeffrey Simmons on my team, by the way, but I don't think Quinnen Williams is a bad get at all for this football team.
Maybe he'll turn the Cowboys around in a profound way. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
If you do believe this team's going to go 6-2 at worst down the stretch, like Bobby Belt told us he believes yesterday, maybe you want to look at the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl right now. Have you seen how much a $10 bet would yield you on that? We'll get into that and other things as we give you around the NFC East things you can gamble on next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
But Tolos, now is the time to transform your bathroom into a dream space. Zintex Remodeling Group has you covered. Since 2001, their family-owned team has been turning outdated bathrooms into modern masterpieces all across Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Right now, you can save $1,000 on a new bathtub or shower system, or you could choose 0% interest financing. Mention 105.3 The Fan to your design consultant, and you'll get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. From walk-in showers to tub-to-shower conversions, Zintex uses top-quality materials with installations done in just one day. How about that? Plus, enjoy peace of mind with their lifetime warranty on products and labor, and you can trust Zintex. That's why I love them. Proud winners of the 2022 BBB Torch Award for Ethics, and they were a 2024 finalist for the International Torch Award. At Zintex, they make it super easy with transparent pricing and flexible financing options. So go ahead and call right now for your free, no-obligation in-home consultation, 855-4-ZYNTEX. That's 855-4-ZYNTEX, or visit Zintex.com. That's ZINTEX.com. Zintex Remodeling Group, where your dream bathroom becomes reality.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with $0 down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with $0 down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it quits working. It's time to call the doctor, Garage Door Doctor. We've been Houston's go-to for over 35 years, and now the doctor is in the Big D. No subcontractors, just pros who show up and fix it right. If your garage door is loud, slow, or letting bugs in, don't ignore the symptoms. Call Garage Door Doctor. We've been all over Texas, and now we're right here in the Big D. Call Garage Door Doctor or schedule online at GarageDoor.com. drugstore.biz and ask about our $29.99 tune-up special.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Ownwell. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Sign up now, free. Don't pay unless you save. Text Dallas to 64,000. Text Dallas to 64,000. Text Dallas to 64,000.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Make your table shine this Thanksgiving with savings at Whole Foods Market. Take advantage of deals through December 2nd on no antibiotics ever whole turkey, organic produce, and more festive holiday finds. Shop Whole Foods Market in-store or online today.
The Vining family isn't just building roofs. They're building peace of mind. For quality roofing that lasts, trust your neighbors at Greystone Roofing. Family owned, locally trusted.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. And guys, when was the last time you felt unstoppable? Is it fatigue, weight gain, brain fog? Well, Men's T Clinic is here to help. Low testosterone doesn't just zap your energy, it steals your edge. And the team at Men's T Clinic is ready to restore it with targeted treatment plans just for you. Doesn't stop there. At Men's T Clinic has advanced hair replacement therapies, joint recovery, and complete bedroom wellness. They do it all. 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Check them out online, mensteclinic.com to schedule your appointment today.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 now of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much for making us part of your day and joining us here for this 5-hour sports journey. We'll talk more about the Marshawn Kneeland tragedy here in just a little bit, the very latest on the suicide from early this morning that we all woke up to. Definitely a day we'll be remembering and talking about in Cowboys history for a long, long time. And deepest condolences and thoughts go out to Marshawn Kneeland's friends and family that are no doubt dealing with it in a way that they never anticipated. But right here we have NFC East things you can gamble on. We go to ESPN.com. They have a betting story up. I guess their ESPN Bet platform, by the way, is evolving because it's involved somehow in the controversies involving players betting on games and the mafia being involved.
Ooh.
So I don't know if that brand is
dissolving? That you said
it's shifting. It's going to become like a news outlet. It's not a place you can gamble anymore. I guess they're teaming up with DraftKings.
Just going to give you some tips
to provide. Yes, but they're and I don't know if that's like because they're implicated somehow, or maybe there was stuff going on with their platform that was easy to exploit. It was not as easy to track or something to that effect. But I just wanted to throw that in as an aside because that story continues to evolve, and now ESPN, possibly the worldwide leader in sports, is shifting how they partner with betting platforms. And
I saw them go away with PIN. I think the thing I'm talking about was PIN. The PIN gambling people are going away.
Yes, and that's who manages ESPN Bet on the gambling side of it.
Right.
So they're taking the gambling side away and saying ESPN Bet is now a place where you can come and get content. We're a content machine, and we're bringing in a different operation to sort of partner with us, pay us. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work, but it is a very interesting branch on that gambling and sports topic tree. It does make me wonder, just as a quick aside before we get to this NFC East things you can gamble on, doesn't it seem like in football chances are greater than basketball that a player could be compromised? I mean, the opportunity to impact the game compared to a basketball starter or sixth man is significantly less. But what you have there is 80% of the roster making under $1 million a year. A lot of guys coming off practice squad. This might be my only game. And if you're on a practice squad, you're making $250,000. That's pretty good money. But this might be your opportunity to try to double that or provide friends and family with a broken play late that helps. I mean, hell, if I'm a starting safety, it's going to be real easy. As long as I don't get benched to impact that game late, hell yeah, I could shave some points.
Yeah, just take a terrible angle on a big run play. It was Saquon Barkley. Coach, it wasn't. I don't suck that bad. He's just that awesome.
He juked me. You see that little head nod right there? Dove inside.
He literally jumped over and spun in the air. There was nothing I could do.
I mean, I think that I'm not throwing any allegations at all, but I mean, you just look at the Cowboys group right here, and some of these guys, this might be the only NFL experience they ever have. So you play that out over an entire league. I wouldn't be surprised if, as this story unfolds, there could be football players involved as well.
No, you can't put it past anyone. And like you said, you don't want to speak out of turn and start pointing fingers or anything like that. But it's very clearly something that could happen to any team, any player in any sport. Really?
Yeah. Baseball, I don't know how difficult it would be, but I could guarantee I'm going to strike out every time tonight,
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing it with some of those pitchers right now, too, the Class A's and stuff like that of the world.
You got all sorts of player props and opportunities out there either to throw a game, and I just think, as we've talked about and I've said over the years in a variety of different contexts, greed is undefeated, and if you give a large group of human beings an opportunity to do something over a sustained period of time, you can almost guarantee that at least a couple of them are going to take the world up on that.
And the Cowboys defense is playing so bad that you couldn't really rule it out, right? If all 11 had the over in every single game that they've played.
Yeah, that could explain a lot as far as the buy-in. Okay, ESPN.com, though, gave you a prop for the rest of the season with the Cowboys. Their recommendation is Dak on comeback player of the year. It's maybe a high probability but low reward proposal at this point. It's plus 115. Carabel riding Prescott's the slight favorite here in a crowded field with no clear leader. I don't know how that adds up to bet Dak. I mean, you're basically getting even money in a crowded field. You have Christian McCaffrey. You have Aiden Hutchinson having a hell of a season for the Lions, coming off that torn ACL that he suffered against the Cowboys last year in like week 8. He got back pretty quick and has been damn good. And then Daniel Jones. The quarterback who appeared to have lost his career entirely, a la Carson Wentz. He's out there, kind of playing like an MVP. So, I mean, that seems to me like a 25% chance that if I'm only getting even money, I'm giving away a tremendous amount of value. But Carabel notes people will take notice if Prescott leads the league in passing yards and touchdowns, which is a possibility. The Cowboys might not make the playoffs, but few will be able to blame the quarterback. I thought early in the season when they looked like the best offense in the NFL and he was at like plus 800 or 900, I think last time we talked about it, that was your chance. Right now, it's just value's not there.
Yeah. I mean, earlier in the season, that would have been the time because he was not getting the type of love from the odds standpoint that you would have imagined.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, everything was about Aiden Hutchinson, a little bit about Joe Burrow before he obviously went down again. But it was been Hutchinson and McCaffrey have been the leaders in the clubhouse. Now all of a sudden Dak, his play has been good enough to where now he's climbed up as well. But
yeah, I thought it was worth a shot at that point, and I think the odds makers and the public was looking at it like, well, Dak had 11 touchdowns and 8 picks last year before the injury. He doesn't have better offensive line play. This is probably going to go about the same, but he he mitigated that to such an extent early in the career that the odds just basically flattened out. Okay, so I think what I would be looking at when it comes to the Cowboys is not comeback player of the year for Dak Prescott, but I mean, the playoff odds are pretty juicy right now. $100 would return you $2,000. That's a 20-to-1 shot on making the playoffs.
Wow.
And what we have yesterday, the FPI numbers or whatever put it at 7%.
Yeah.
So this is a 20-to-1 payout, which is 5%. You're getting positive expected value on that, I believe.
Look at you, man. You're doing the numbers gymnastics right now to make it palatable. That is a huge shot in the dark.
Yeah,
huge shot in the dark.
Yeah, that's a sprinkling. We're doing some fun player props just to, give you a shot to have a big payday at the end of the year. But if you really believed in the Cowboys, now maybe this is a Bobby Belt deal, the odds to win the Super Bowl. Now you get into the playoffs. This defense has crystallized. Diggs is back. Maybe Butler's come off IR. He's playing at a higher level for you. Deron Bland has escaped this horrible first half of the season. Your linebackers are better. You made the playoffs. How much better is your defense? Are you willing to go Super Bowl? It's plus 30,000, bro.
Oh my God!
$100 gives you a down payment on a house.
I would have
a really
guessed,
nice house.
I would have guessed like plus 10,000. Maybe plus 30,000. That actually makes plenty of sense. Mm-hmm. It is that much of a long shot.
I wouldn't want to flush a hundo on that, but I might do 10. 10 pays $3,000.
Yeah, throw a 10-ski on there.
Got a mortgage payment?
Yeah, why not?
So, at 877-881-1053, if you want to tell us how ridiculous either one of those ideas are, just leave your name.
Are you going to do it?
What would you rather do with $10 at 877-881-1053? I'd rather buy a gas station sandwich.
I tell you what, no, Dawson would buy a Barbie. Got 10 Barbies, right?
Oh, yeah, $1.75 at the Dollar Tree for a fake Barbie.
It's just a Barb, not a Barbie. It's just Barb.
Oh, it's just Barb? Just Barb. Yeah. And she's hollow. Yeah. She's not solid rubber.
I got a friend named Ann, and she's minus a leg.
She's got a smoker's cough. Yeah, but that's the best value in kids' toys. I don't know at what age they start getting like brand aware. Maybe that comes around 8 or 9, but right now the Dollar Tree is my toy section, and it's saving me 90%. I mean, that pays off 10-to-1 on its money right there. But would I do it? Yes, I would if I had like a poker thing going on right now. But I'm doing 2 different podcasts, and I don't think I have any time to sit down and play a poker tournament. And I don't anticipate that happening until the end of football season. But then I'm jumping in on the draft stuff this year. I'm gonna like actually watch. My goal is 100 players.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna mix it up and tell you and Wolchuk what you've been missing.
You need a list?
Scout Gavi?
You need a list of the guys that we're looking at, or what do you think?
Yeah, I'll take whatever resources we can get, but I don't have the time to start it yet. I need these games to get over with.
I've looked at 3 guys already.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. And I'm not going to take myself too seriously, but I look forward to seeing what I can learn. Yeah. I think that's the funnest thing about really diving into that is just the deeper and deeper layers of football understanding and personnel. You can get team needs. The draft process is really incredible for learning the entire league and then getting a baseline understanding for how these players are coming out. Okay, in Washington, the Bet ESPN highlights the over-under on wins. What do you think the win total from this point till the end of the season is for Washington? Like, how many wins are they going to end up with?
Where they're sitting at, how many wins do they have right now? Probably just 2 or 3 wins, maybe.
I think they're 3-5. So they go 3-5 in the second half. The over/under for wins for the Commanders for the rest of the season is 5.5.
They got them winning 2 or 3 more games, huh?
They're sitting here at 3-6. I thought, wow, this division got incredibly bad. And then they say take the under on that. So they have them going 2-7, 2-6 the rest of the way. Things have really fallen apart for Washington. And then with the New York Giants, they have the over-under now for the entire season at 4.5. They're sitting there at 2-7, saying as promising as Jackson Dart has looked, they've just lost too many good players there with Garrett Wilson being out to imagine they're going to have enough offense. I don't know. I think they'll figure out a way to get the over.
Man, I'll tell you, looking at the Commanders' schedule, it makes sense. They only have one easy team, and that's the Dolphins. Otherwise, the Commanders are taking on the Lions, the Broncos, the Vikings, the Eagles twice, then the Cowboys and the Giants.
It's just the NFC East having the worst schedule year of the last 2 decades, I feel like.
It's pretty tough, man.
Like, this is brutal. All the NFC East teams have some of the toughest schedules in the league. And then with the Eagles, they say actually wager on them to win the Super Bowl right now. They are plus 800. Eagles still have the NFC's deepest roster, says ESPN. They're loaded with offensive stars and added to the defensive lineup at the trade deadline. Also, Brandon Graham came back. They should be the NFC's top seed again. It will be hard to beat at home in January. That's terrifying. I do think the NFC is wide open. Maybe 800 is enough to make it good value, but I still feel like their running game is way down. Their pass rush and secondary is not the same. I don't think the trades they made are going to change their outlook that much.
Yeah, I do think Phillips will help them with the pass rush for sure. It is interesting because Jalen Hurts, since week 5, 6th in EPA per play, 3rd in completion percentage over expectation, 3rd in yards per attempt, 1st in passer rating, and 4th in terms of the PFF passing grade. So you are starting to see the passing game get going and Jalen Hurts get going a little bit here as of the last month or so.
Alrighty. And yeah, Jair Alexander was another addition. He is completely fallen off. He went from one of the best to one of the worst corners.
Yeah, I mean, he was a part of that Ravens defense that was pretty dang disgusting to start the year.
All right, let's talk some more hoop. What do you say?
Yeah, man, let's crank open a rim sesh featuring the moment I was made sick last night. That's next year in the nation. But Toles, let's talk about your hair for a sec. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair
Fan segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time now to crack open that rim section. Let's do this, Chief.
Yes, for the first time in new studio history, we go ahead and cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the intro works almost perfectly. Nice work, Lucius. This is outstanding stuff. Also a special occasion when your Dallas Mavericks are sitting dead balls last in the Western Conference. Now, I was made sick last night, and there's probably a multitude of reasons why that could have been. Just simply only scoring 99 points to the Zion-less Pelicans as they were on the second night of a road back-to-back. Could have been the 15 turnovers. Could have been Klay Thompson shooting the ball literally backwards over his head into the stands as Skin was talking about Vaseline on the balls. Turnovers left and right. And D'Angelo Russell could have been him making me sick. Going 3 of 10 from the field, turning the ball over a handful of times. Could have been just the lack of efficiency around the rim as we go around the rim right now. Just in the paint, can't get buckets. Could have been any one of those things, but the moment
snake bit right now.
The moment that really got to me was at 9:20 p.m. last night when I got a live ESPN notification that reads as such: Wemby versus Luka. 2 generational talents face off as Spurs visit Lakers. Tips off now on ESPN.
Hell of a matchup. You see what they did to Wemby?
Yeah, man, they got after him pretty good.
Yeah.
Got him in foul trouble.
Yeah, I guess Phoenix doubled him Sunday as soon as he caught it.
Yeah.
And they're trying to say, okay, can you pass out of this in an efficient way?
Mm-hmm.
And at least for the time being, it's worked in back-to-back games. I think he had 5 turnovers in both games.
Yeah.
Lost their first 2 games of the season.
Turnovers, foul trouble, stat lines not looking as good as they did, certainly versus the Mavs on opening night, and for the handful of games to follow, he was lighting it up. And now it's like the world's on notice, and everybody's is trying to come up with plans to stop him. And you saw that. You saw that last night for sure, and just throwing as many bodies at him as possible and praying to God that he either gets a foul or is turning the ball over, doing something like that. But you got to do whatever it takes. I mean, 3, 4, 5 guys, whatever you got to do to try and make sure that he is not totally revolutionizing the sport with his dominance. But
the refs have to let you bump him. You know, that's key. If there's a tight whistle, it's a Shaq situation where, okay, if we're not going to get any benefit of the doubt with the officiating, we're in trouble. The thing that made me sick to my stomach last night is seeing these memes of, I think the last one I saw was Luka's averaging more points per game than Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg combined.
That's true.
Yeah, he's averaging a ridiculous number right now. Just going scorched. He had, I think it was versus the Grizzlies over the weekend when he literally shook a guy out of his shoes. A guy, he breaks his ankles.
Ooh, think about the shoes.
Dude hits the deck and his left shoe goes flying off of his foot. That's what Luka is doing right now, demoralizing people. There was a moment, he made a pass last night, no look style. We've become accustomed to that here. But the look on...
I have to take a moment away from the team after that. Check me out my shoes, bro.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Seriously.
I'm going to take a moment away from the team.
No question.
Yeah.
That's a look in the mirror.
A mental day or two.
Yeah, bro. Let's get that mental health day cooked up because that is it's a bad look. It is. And then, of course, the...
Because, he was blaming it. I didn't tie it tight like I should.
Yeah,
He was blaming everything else other than the fact you got shook out your shoes.
Yeah. He's looking down at the shoes like, these damn Nikes, man. These have never been good. Yeah, I mean, Luka's dominating right now, and LeBron had a look on his face last night like even LeBron James has never seen something like that with the pass that he made. So it is as bad as you could ever imagine it being. With the Mavericks right now.
Things are settling in perfect. I think Marcus Smart has assumed the role of Luka's like bodyguard or protector. Anybody tries to fight Luka, I don't know if he knows that Luka wants the smoke, but I guess he was challenging Miami Heat Sunday night. Was that Jaquez?
Yeah, Jaquez.
Okay, yeah, from the bench there. But I just wonder, as the season goes on, if LA's looking at this now like maybe it is time to move on from LeBron James, or at least go down that path. Because I think when he comes back, Luka's averages are going to drop into the mid-20s. You know, like right now, you're getting the full Luka experience. Once LeBron steps on that court, it's going to be significantly different. And going off last year, they never really got him massaged out like Kyrie and Luka did.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things start to fit together when he comes back. We mentioned earlier that Ron Herod Jr. from All City Dallas had reported that last night the Mavs were playing Drake's Marvin's Room at shoot-around. And he said the vibe just felt sad and dark. You have Najee Harris commenting on Luka posts where he's in his Lakers uniform, and it's just sad face emojis. Klay Thompson's pointing to fans at the AAC wearing Luka jerseys, saying, "Yeah, I miss him too." It's just a down bad situation. Yeah, are you familiar with this song?
No, I just Googled it. It's a dark and emotional track about a heartache and a failed relationship.
This is how the Mavs got prepared to score 99 points and lose to the Zion-less road back-to-back Pelicans last night.
Well, I don't know who played that song. I think it might have been Shippy. You know, I'd be worried about, Nico having rabbit ears and thinking, why are we playing this? You know, why are we saying anything's down? But whatever the case, the morale and spirit of this Mavs team is as bad as I've ever seen it. You know, this is worse than those final Dirk years where you really didn't have a chance. You were playing out the string, but at least everything was fairly cool in your Mavs who are but now I think internally, absolutely from the fans on the outside, but internally, I couldn't help but think, man, we're on a sinking ship. Our owners are too worried about getting a casino built here. They really don't care about the fans. They're worried about the big payoff of getting this casino in here and drawing revenue out of, gamblers in the state of Texas, and the Mavs are just their vehicle to try to accomplish that.
Yeah. I mean, I totally get why any one of these players would just not be bought in right now and just be at the height of frustration with the way things are going. Was good to see Cooper Flagg put up a 20 spot and finish with the left a handful of times. The alley-oop was nice. So that was encouraging. Wish he would have been able to hit that floater right there at the end of the game, but didn't go in, and it's down bad in Mavs land right now.
Pretty cool to see the continuation of the Derek Queen, their rookie, who had a decent game.
Yeah.
He's just an old school big that's got soft hands and decent feet, even though he's not quick or athletic. He's a monster with skill.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
Got to know him pretty good in the tournament.
Sadiq Bey wasn't even in the league last year. Tearing you up. Frustrating night. Donovan Mitchell had 46 points last night for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And if you're wondering what motivated him, allow him to explain at the post-game presser.
I wouldn't put the game that I had based on the court. This kid pissed me off today. I was playing 2K. I've been playing 2K for like 2 hours, and I told him, too. I was like, just wait. He just called me washed up. He called me a bunch of things. But I love it, you know what I mean? He said he ain't seen a highlight from me in a minute. And I just told him, all right, we'll see. He said, tell me to go to sleep. Like, he was going in. So this game was for that kid or grown man, whoever that was. So I appreciate you. I told him I'd give him a shout out too. So that's what tonight was.
It was 2K motivation getting trash talked by like an 11-year-old probably. He wasn't sure if it was an adult or not, but I'd like to think it was some elementary age kid who was motivating him last night, inspiring him to go for 46.
It's the most 2025 thing ever. Video games inspiring this generations of pros to go out there and do their best. I love that when you're online and you can humble one of those kids, but it is incredible the age that comes across on the other side of those comms of some of the best video game players. You're like, how are you only 11? You know, how are you this freaking good at this game?
Because they play every day.
All the time in the world, yeah. I was at the height of my powers probably in 9th grade, man. Didn't want to fool with me. Now, my 9th grade self would tear me up. I mean, just BTA. That's what it would be. Jaylen Brown and the Celtics, he's now the number one option, and he's playing some good basketball. 35 points in 26 minutes last night. Only Luka and MJ have had a 35-5-5 game in less minutes played. So he's crushing it, averaging like 28 points per game, super efficient from the field. Unfortunately for him, though, he had another moment where his fake hairline
Oh, no, he's still painted on?
Yeah.
He didn't get a permanent solution?
No, he didn't. I guess we got ball sacked by his stream. But, they're playing the Wizards last night. He puts his fake dyed hair head into a defender, and then you could see the aftermath on the jersey of the Washington Wizards defender that was trying to guard him. So I don't know what maybe he's just leaning all the way into it, and he's going to go ahead and wrap his arms around it. But it seems like a weird choice. It absolutely does.
The way you lean into that is with a Bic. Michael Jordan blessed every player in basketball 40 years ago when he decided to shave that thing and make it okay for everybody. And I'm surprised more people don't take him up on that offer. The only thing more disgusting than that, I think, is super sweaty guy in a game of shirts and skins.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That dude's automatically a shirt.
You take you straight to the paint?
Yeah.
Backing you up in the paint, fam? Yes. You got it, buddy. You got it. Go ahead and take the layup.
Dude scored 18 on a game of 21.
It's your first game. Your T-shirt is totally dry, and he's been there for an hour and a half, and you can like feel and smell his sweat on you as you're running back down the court. It's disgusting, Brian.
And it's cold. When you first get going, and it's that cold sweat on you.
Oh, my goodness.
It's the rain dance scene from Along Came Polly. When they're out there, that's the
right?
That's part of the intro that we have. Also, shout out to Miami Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra, whose house was ablaze last night. Middle of the night, house just caught on fire. There's no details on how that actually happened. Everyone's safe, though, and it looks like he's going to be back coaching on the bench for the Heat as early as I think they play tomorrow. But, his house was just totally caught on fire.
Yeah, I heard it was so bad
to a crisp.
They had like 20 different units responding, including a chopper. Like they're fighting this thing from the sky.
Yeah, they went
such a blaze.
It was crazy. Huge house, and the fire was just as big.
And they were out of town, right?
I think he's like seen there like in the middle of the night, just like watching it all sort of burn down. But bummer of a situation. At least nobody got hurt.
That's right. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
RIM session in the books. Okay, we got the NHL commish absolutely putting the Mavs ownership in a body bag over the ridiculous lawsuit against the Stars and more. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan.
But Tolas, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand.
product? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something.
Welcome back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Second day of the new studio. Feeling good. Hope you are as well. Hope you've figured out a way to make some sense of what we woke up to this morning. We'll talk more about that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Condolences to the Cowboys and friends and family there of Marshawn Kneeland, number 94, gone way too soon at age 24. Okay, we had Cowboys to preview and react to the last couple of days that have been meaning to get to this story. You good, Brian?
I'm watching, we got Lucius on camera, and Lucius is touching things, and he puts his hands up like, what did I just do?
I don't know. It's like a hot oven.
I mean, it's like he's experimenting with these, like, okay, what does this one do? Oh, look out!
It's like, oh, we're still on air. Okay. All right.
Is there a delayed reaction coming off that board?
Everything.
My goodness.
Everything.
Well, we're making the most of it. It's kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's great to not have to worry about the crap that he has to worry about. One of my favorite things, though, is everybody concerned with Broadus's complexion on the
red face, Tom Coughlin face.
Yeah, you got that frozen tundra.
Play around a golf.
It doesn't look like it. Like in real person. Like, just rest assured to the Tolos and the Twolos and the YouTubers and whatnot. In person, Broadus looks like his normal pink pigmented self, just very run of the mill standard pink.
Very ham face.
On the fan cam though, it does appear like my man was either in the frozen tundra or in some Sahara Desert type sun for the better part of his 77 years of life.
Looks sun-scorched, and he's the only one. Like, I don't know. Dang near yellow.
It's just the angle, I guess.
Maybe it's a camera setting there.
I think you got jaundice is what you got. You're like a yellow guy.
Yeah, I'm yellow.
You do have some yellow, too. Yeah.
They've called me yellow for a long time.
By the way, that is Walchuk's final step of getting out of the hospital, is just handling the jaundice situation with young baby Leia.
No staying 2 months this time?
1 foot out the door. Yeah, no, absolutely not. The baby came right on time.
Nice.
Everything is rocking for the Wolchucks.
Well, I love the pictures of the happy family and him introducing baby number 1 to baby number 2. Got a picture of that, I think, late last night there on the social. Send the Wooly Bully some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Congratulate him there for the expanding family.
I cannot wait to ask him. I haven't yet, but I can't wait to ask him what was his POV when the baby arrived, when the arrival took place, because he was on the FaceTime, right?
Yeah, the first one,
sitting in coach.
How different is it?
All the way in Phoenix the last time this took place. So this was his first real experience getting up in there, and I'm just curious, what was the angle? Because that is a life-changing experience.
Yeah. I don't know what I'd recommend. I think to each his own. To his side.
I was to the side. Yeah.
I think I did head on once, and then maybe from the side the second time. I was just listening to what the doctor said, and the doctor, I think, wanted me a little bit more engaged the first time around. I'm not sure.
You're just being coachable.
It was just, it's overwhelming emotionally. I mean, when that kid comes out and you're like, holy crap, this is, everything. This is the meaning of life. I think the perspective on life changes. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, yes. That is the turning point of my existence.
Absolutely. I don't know if I'd be here right now, to be honest with you. Like, I was out of control, Maybe kind of like snaps you into much more of a dad mode.
Yes.
Like, okay, we gotta start to take care of something else here.
Responsibilities.
Okay, the Gary Bettman story, though, speaking of responsibilities, and salute to Gary. I think he's my new favorite commissioner in sports.
I watched a game with him one time at a table at Philadelphia. It was a playoff game, and I was at the end of the row at the press box. And I had an open seat, and he walked up to me and he goes, "Hey, is anybody sitting next to you here?" And I recognize him. I go, "Oh, no, sir, Mr. Bettman, please sit down." He goes, "Man, I'm sitting. They have a box next door. Nobody watches the effing game in there." He goes, they're all talking about crap, and they're all talking to me, and I don't want to answer any questions. And I go, "Well, I'm sorry." He goes, "You mind if I just sit down and watch the game with you?" And sure enough, what
game was it?
Flyers were playing the Sabres in a playoff game. And I was just sitting there, and he was...
And you're on, Radio Row?
I was, yeah.
In the media seating?
Yeah, their press box seating is like 100 feet above the ice.
Oh, perfect.
So we were up above that, and he had a booth, like the commissioner's booth, and he was hating everybody in the commissioner's booth.
Nice.
And so he comes, and he's like, we're sitting there watching the game, and he goes, hey, Brian, you want some popcorn? And I'm like, sir, you don't have to. He goes, you want a Coke with that too? And I'm like, sir, you don't have to. He goes, no, I got it. He comes back. He's got like popcorn and Cokes, in the big game day cups.
Love it.
And he's like, and we were just sitting there.
And he was the commissioner at the time. He's been the commissioner a long time.
He was the commissioner of the hockey league. And I mean, he was just like, and then everybody was standing around, like everybody at between periods. They come up around, and they're like, I was going to get up because I didn't want to be in the middle of that. Like the media was trying to ask him questions, and he goes, Brian, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for this all to get in your way here. And I'm like, sir, please don't worry about it. I mean,
you're the commissioner. I should be serving you.
I felt like getting up and just getting out of the way. And he said, no, you stay.
That's cool.
You stay.
Yeah.
But commissioner was super nice. I mean,
that is cool.
Story there.
A lot of people in that kind of position, they lose their ability to be normal, and they want security and everything cleared out, and don't make eye contact.
He was like, he goes, man, they're all in there effing talking about stuff I don't want to even talk about.
That's hilarious. The former lawyer, by the way, Gary Bettman, who served as the NBA's general counsel and senior VP before leaving that for his role with the NHL in 1993. So that's just a little bit of background on Gary Bettman. He's not like one of these slappy commissioners that's basically a yes man for the owners to help them execute their plan to get richer. This is a guy with an incredible legal background and a pro sports management background and knows the way things are supposed to go. Did not hold back with his indignation. He was on actually with Jerry Jones ahead of the Cowboys Monday Night Football game against the Cardinals to announce the Stars would host one of the NHL Stadium Series games at AT&T Stadium coming up in 2027. That's going to be kind of a bucket list type of deal. It's going to be open air.
It's got to be.
So it's going to be like Cotton Bowl type of feeling for that game you went to a couple of years back.
That was a blast. Yeah, if it's hopefully they'll take care of the ice, but it'll be cool to see it at AT&T all open up like that.
But his quotes, I am frankly somewhere between amazed and appalled by what I'm seeing. This is relative to the Mavs suing them for moving one of their offices to Frisco. He says, I get that's one of the tactics that the Mavericks are using to try to exert pressure on the Stars to do something that wouldn't be in the Stars' best interests. Said ultimately this will either get resolved by negotiation or the courts will resolve it. And being a bit of a lapsed lawyer, I like what I see from the Stars' side. Says, I understand the injunction that was initially issued was vacated today. No surprise there because I think the initial lawsuit is frivolous. I don't know what's motivating it. Says Tom Gallardi's been a terrific owner for 15 years. He was part of a partnership in running the American Airlines Center, and I guess someone new at the Mavs has decided, and I don't know if it's arrogance or bullying tactics or what have you, that they want to change the state of play. Quote, I don't get it. Says if I look at it long term, it seems to me the Mavs don't want to be at the AAC. They want to be somewhere else, doing something else. The Stars are committed to their fans and to Dallas, the greater Dallas area, and so this doesn't make sense on a whole host of levels unless it's just somebody who thinks they can be the Stars can be pushed around, and that's not the hockey mentality to be pushed around. It's not Stars owner Tom Gallardi's mentality. He says the Stars from an attendance standpoint do at least as well as the Mavs. I think their television ratings are significantly higher, so I don't get any of this, and hopefully it gets resolved quickly. So, it's a number of things. I don't know what exactly the Mavs mentality is here, but it's clear that they are very shrewd, calculating business people looking to get an edge in whatever way they can to satisfy their objectives. They're not Dallasites. They have no interest in making nice with the community. I think they're outsiders trying to figure out a way to get rich off of Texas.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stay true to my words. I'll probably be somewhere else when this happens. They're going to move that team.
Oh, for sure.
They're going to move that team.
Oh, out of Dallas.
Out of
DFW.
Like to Las Vegas. I think they're going to pull a Al Davis and say, okay, NBA, you want to challenge us on a move? You can't.
It's interesting you say that because a year or so ago, the NBA had a lot of momentum towards moving towards Las Vegas, and they have sort of backed off of that expansion idea to Las Vegas. So I would say, while I don't think that's going to happen, I see the probability and perspective that you are offering as greater than ever.
I see, the reason the NBA backed off is because the NBA is getting help from the Adelson family on how to do business out there.
We'll go here, and Alienating the entire city and making everybody hate you is a good step in that direction. Yeah. I think a number of people might like the idea of okay, you take the franchise, go name it something else in Las Vegas, and we'll start up a new Mavericks here in a couple of years because the NBA wouldn't want a top 5 media market with the infrastructure to host an NBA team, to not have an NBA team for long. I think you get another one fairly quickly, but I can see a world in which that actually happens. On the Stars' money being withheld, which is reportedly in the tens of millions of dollars, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman says it's not impacting the Stars. It's a non-issue, and that's the least of it under all this. Withholding funds from the Stars is not nice, and maybe the Mavericks think erroneously that somehow the Stars are desperate for the money. The Stars can take care of themselves. Tom Gallardi can take care of the Stars. It's not an issue, and says Tom has operated the Stars in that building for 15 years, and this all seems, unless there's another agenda going on, totally unnecessary. So you're up to date on that. We'll give you more as the legal proceedings will be underway next month. Chief, in addition to football's finest coming up.
Yeah, we have some stats of the day for you, and this down bad team is ready to get serious next in the nation.
Half the chat, Men's T. Clint.
Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're going to hit the expressway coming up in about 20 minutes. G-Bag of the Day, L.A. Live, and so much more still on the docket. Cowboys News of the Evening coming up at 6 o'clock as well. Here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of Football's Finest.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and football right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, here we go. Embarking on a football's finest journey. You heard Mike McDaniel there. To win the game, you can't lose the game, or whatever random thing he was spewing after ripping his pen at the podium. Looks like the Miami Dolphins, who are as disgusting a team in the league right now, they've pulled a Baltimore Ravens, and they have pulled the Papa Shot out of the locker room that was previously there. And their linebacker, Jordan Brooks, actually declined to comment when asked about it. So it's a bit of a sore subject right now.
But yeah, that's part of your routine. That Papa Shot can get addictive.
Oh, it really can. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about things that'll pull you out of the film room and pull you out of the playbook, and I mean, I think the Papa Shot would be right up there. That I didn't realize the Papa Shot. I mean, so many incredible things. You think of just like the ping pong table, you know, maybe a little loungy kind of area with a TV, but these teams have been pulling out all sorts of fun arcade-type games, and, well, if you don't win enough, you lose that luxury. Goodbye, Papa Shot with the Dolphins. See if it pays off for them.
Probably needed to be taken away anyway.
Yeah.
It's a tough balancing act, I think, as an organization managing that locker room as a coach. Like, do we want fun to get the vibes going and everybody's having a good time, or do you want to lock in and be serious? I think Belichick would say, let's be serious, the most serious. And if you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Mm-hmm. And he set the standard, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he absolutely did. Ruled with an iron fist, and they did a lot of winning, so it worked out for him.
You guys like Papa Shot?
Right up until he wasn't winning. Do we like Papa Shot?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right? Isn't that like, unless you're just terrible at shooting a basketball, doesn't everybody love it?
I would think that I would like Golden Tee better than Papa Shot.
Golden Tee, is that a golf thing?
Yeah.
Is that like the simulator?
It's the thing where you wheel the ball.
Yeah, you got to wheel.
The ball,
oh, yes.
Very popular bar game in the 90s and 2000s.
I would think I'd like skee ball better than Papa Shot, too.
Skee ball's a good game. Fell in love with it at Chuck E. Cheese back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, all those are a total blast, and now the Dolphins players will not get to enjoy those. Okay, tough guy alert. We got a couple of these. Tyler Shuck, Saints quarterback.
Oh, Shuck.
He said he couldn't close his jaw properly until yesterday because he got hit so hard in the face during a sack on Sunday. He said he got treatment via needles to his face and jaw area. Quote, hurt like bleep, but it's all part of it. It's just a crazy sport that we witness every single Sunday. And welcome to the NFL, man. You have needles in your jaw the day after your first game.
Jaw's too exposed. Some of these quarterbacks, you need a drop down of like chainmail or something that kind of connects, you know, maybe medieval style.
How about the hockey goalie neck protector
there you go.
thing?
Yeah. If I'm a quarterback, I'm probably dropping back in goalie gear to try and just protect every inch of my body if possible. You also have a gentleman for the Buffalo Bills, Michael Holt, tore his Achilles, finished the play, and then refused to go into the locker room so he could support his boys. That's how he approached it. He tears his Achilles on the play.
As it's rolled up in his calf.
Yeah. And then it's like, no, don't cart this thing. I'm going to one-leg hop back to the sidelines, and we'll worry about the necessary medical attention after this game's over because we're about to go beat Pat Mahomes.
Team guy. That's like how Leighton Vander Esch was talking about Overshown. You know, as he's going through his physical therapy, he got all the recovery guys like on the same page. It was a great interview. You guys heard that last night, Vander Esch? Yeah, like Overshown was rallying all the injured guys to be like, hey, this is our position group, and we're going to dominate this. And he took like a group that was, you know, kind of feeling down for themselves.
Yeah, who's the tight end guy that got hurt a couple of times that, oh, geez, help me, Chief. The tight end that was great in training camp.
John Stevens?
Yeah, John Stevens. That was his guy. Yeah. He rallied John Stevens and those guys is what he did. You're right.
But, I mean, those kind of guys, you can't get enough of them. You know, they put the team and they take a pride in supporting one another. You know, you juxtapose that with Micah Parsons laying on the training table. Those are the kind of guys you want around here.
No question about it, man. That's exactly what you want. Okay, couple of stats of the day for you. Who do you believe has the most catches without a drop this season? We'll call it the best hands in the NFL. The best hands in the National Football League.
How many receptions?
61.
Justin Jefferson.
Not in the top 5. I got the top 5 for you.
Puka Nacua.
Puka Nacua, football guy of the day. Brian Broaddus with his pink face on the fan cam absolutely nailed it. He does not have a drop on his 61 receptions this season.
Why do you think my face is so red on this thing?
Yeah,
You think it's my my camera on this 19?
Definitely the white balance.
You think
Yeah.
Definitely, most definitely that. You might want to get with Chris. Be like, hey, hook me up, fam.
No, man.
Pink balance to that thing.
I think
I'm looking like Santa.
I think this is the original computer that Steve Jobs and Wozniak and those guys came up with in the garage that I'm using right now.
Yeah, you look like Dana White when he was the sunburnt snowman before he got his health in order.
Rex Ryan in the off season.
I do look like a country ham. I do. Gosh, this is embarrassing.
We should play Slap the Ham on Broaddus' face.
I think it's the off-white background.
Think so?
Yeah. Because it's making me yellow.
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
Yellowish?
Just
I am yellow.
Just normal.
See, I thought I was more of a pink.
Lucius, what's up with your background? It's like you're in witness protection program.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
What it's like?
I don't know.
Let me see what's going on.
I'm using my old lady's
Lucius.
laptop. I haven't changed anything. I'm just riding with it.
Oh yeah, you got the blurred out background.
Like she's been using it for
nefarious things, apparently.
Zoom.
Talk to her when I get home.
What's going on?
So
Sugar?
open up your laptop today.
Well, I know background.
Man, I can't believe the skee ball hate on the text right now.
I can't believe skee ball hate.
A lot of love for the pinball. What's the best bar game? Is that what that is? Should we go bar game on that or just general arcade game?
I think Golden Tee is hard to beat.
Golden Tee is awesome. And 469 says they still have one.
Shuffleboard is good.
Oh, yeah, shuffleboard's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still a foosball guy. Give me some darts. You know, we'll rock and roll that way. And then some billiards. I'm bad at it, but you just kind of look like a badass when you're playing pool, don't you?
No.
I think so. You can.
Well, I mean, you can.
Not when you're
you can look
horrible.
foolish if you have a really bad form with the stick or whatever. If you do
Take
something
bad
weird.
angles.
Yeah.
You just look crazy.
You can look bad, but like a still shot of you at the billiards table.
Yeah.
Right? Is probably one
Chalking that stick a little bit as you're focusing on the next move.
Absolutely,
Like you know what
bro.
you're doing.
Looking locked in. Yeah.
No, what you do is
Cool hand Luke.
You immediately go get the bridge. You know the bridge thing?
Oh, yeah, that's embarrassing.
Go get that right off the jump. And they think you really know what you're doing. Oh, look at this guy. First move, he's going bridge.
This guy's serious, man. Okay, so it's Puka Nacua, leads the league most receptions without a drop
Come on,
this season.
man. Come up with a question I know.
Then it's going to be Trey McBride, the tight end for the Cardinals.
I was going to guess him next. I saw a video that says Puka Nacua is actually a tight end. It was fascinating.
With the way they play him?
Yeah.
Well, because he's a blocking machine. Mm-hmm. They put him in those tight splits, right? They do use him a little bit like a tight end. There's no question about it.
And he's effective. He's good at it.
He is.
He's better than a lot of tight ends.
He strikes fear into defenders with the way that it's like, okay, he's either going to catch the ball on me or he's going to embarrass me with a pancake.
Can I reach out to the Tolos out there? Can you guys text in who number 7 is for Texas Tech, the wide receiver? Do you guys know this? I mean, off the top of your head? I'm sure there's a Tech fan out there that knows who number 7 is. I could probably look it up, too.
Do you like this guy?
He is. You talk about a tough SOB blocking dude.
Khalik Lockett?
What year is he in Lubbock?
I don't know, but he's from Saxe, so
my
local product.
My guy is like a wide receiver lead blocker. Like they put him in the line of scrimmage blocking people at Tech. He was very impressive. I was watching
good routes and everything.
Oh yeah. I was watching him in they're playing Utah last night. So Utah's an offensive tackle, but this number 7 for Tech is like, boy, you talk about he's like a bully, like a big wide receiver bully.
Oh, okay. It actually, I think, is Terrence Carter Jr. He's from Killeen. They have him listed as a tight end, 6'2", 245.
Oh, he's a tight end?
That's how they have him listed.
Okay. Well, then no wonder he's sticking his nose there because he catches the ball well, but he also point of attack block. I thought he was a wide receiver when I was watching him play.
Okay, Terrence Carter.
I threw you off there. My bad.
No, it's all right. 806 describes him as a straight unit. And that's coming from the 806. This is a guy who's probably got an up-close and personal glimpse of that Warlock.
Hey, my scouting eye is still there.
Yeah, you still got it.
Yeah.
Scouting dudes. How many dudes in are you?
Oh, I've only done 3.
3 dudes?
3 dudes.
Who's your number one guy? Who's your big board number one?
Well, we'll get to we got big board report. Let me get
okay, it's not BBR season. You're right. I'm jumping the gun. I'm sorry.
Give me a little 5. I'll tell you what, though, that Ohio State linebacker, defensive ends,
Arvell Reese.
Reese is legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every week, man.
And then Georgia has a guy, C.J. Allen, linebacker. That's pretty good, too.
All right, good to know. Yep. We're going to need all the defenders. This should just be you should just scout out defensive players this year.
I feel bad that I always tell the Puka Nacua story, because I didn't scout him, and I looked at like 230 players and didn't scout him. So every time he does something tremendous, I'm kind of like, damn.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Yeah. Well, and right now,
Idiot
no
scout.
drops,
Yeah.
61 receptions. Yeah. Yards left on the field by a quarterback. One guy leads by a mile. His name is Bo Nix. He has left over 700 yards on the field with his inaccurate balls. His miss rate...
Except when he plays the Cowboys.
Exactly. The only quarterbacks with a higher miss rate right now than Bo Nix is Cam Ward, number 1 overall pick, rookie, and then the second-year man in Atlanta, Michael Penix. Dude's been all over the place. I do wonder if he is banged up because he's missing throws at a ridiculous rate, and he's not getting pressured that much either. So it's kind of a weird situation with him. You assume maybe he's banged up, or he's got a yip situation cooked up.
I mean, if he's banged up, wouldn't you go to Cousins?
They tried that one day.
Yeah, dude. Kirk Cousins. We watched that career die a couple weeks ago.
Who was that against? It was against the Dolphins.
Yeah, it was.
I think he started against the Dolphins.
Made the Dolphins look like a competent team. Ooh. That's when you know, man.
Curtains.
That's when you know. Okay, do you think the Dallas Cowboys are the worst in the sport when it comes to the rate of missed tackles?
Oh, yeah.
No, there's actually a team worse, I think. Cincinnati Bengals?
Cincinnati is actually far and away the leader here, 15% missed tackle rate. Then it's the Commanders, which we saw. Yeah. That was a talking point going into that game.
Oh, yeah.
Almost 12% missed tackle rate.
Yeah.
Then it's the Texans, interestingly enough, because they have a good defense. Then it's the Raiders, Jets, Steelers, Seahawks also have a good defense. And then the Cowboys. Cowboys just 25th here. And I think part of that is just because there's been so many times where a guy's so wide open, there's not even a chance at a tackle.
Yeah, he steps out of bounds or goes into the end zone.
Exactly. So maybe that's helping juice those numbers for him a little bit. But sitting there at 25th in the league, the Dallas Cowboys, in terms of missed tackle rate.
Man, it's incredible. There's worse teams than them.
I know.
I guess the lows have been incredibly low, and it looked like they couldn't do anything. But 25 is still pretty bad.
Yeah, and it was on full display versus the Cardinals. I mean, they had one of those drives where it was just, we're going to throw the ball to the right flat, and we're going to dare 11 guys to try and tackle. And you saw the results. Ended in a touchdown. The Texans have run 10 plays inside their opponent's 2-yard line this season. 10 plays, and 2 yards away from pay dirt.
Kicked 6 field goals.
They've scored 0 touchdowns.
Oh.
That is that's tough to watch football right there. We talked about our guy Rico Dowdle had the 2-pump penalty. Yeah, celebration.
Apparently it's down to a 1-pump max.
McCringleberry 2-pump celebration, and they went ahead and not only penalized him there, but they ended up going and fining him.
Oh,
can you believe that? They actually fined this guy
$5,200.
Yeah, it was. Oh gosh, well, I think it was $14,000.
Oh wow,
$14,000, and he turned it into a fundraising opportunity and started a GoFundMe, and now that money's going to get to go to charity, right? Children's Home Society of North Carolina.
So they matched it.
Yeah, so you have some donations going down. So he's turning it into a positive, but I still just can't believe that the NFL is now limiting you. Like, they should have sent out a memo that we're reducing the 3-pump max to now, or the 2-pump max to 1, right? Yeah. Don't you think that needs to be widespread? That needs to be like taped,
need a video.
Scotch tape it on every locker to make sure your guys know.
You guys can see what we're doing. Yeah. We can't go full sniper rifle, but we can, put our arm out like we might be holding a submachine gun. Apparently that's okay now.
Do you think the coach has to, sit everybody down? Hey, I got a new memo from the NFL.
Yes.
No longer 2 pumps. It's only 1 pump, fellas. I'm watching your pumps out here during the celebrations.
Keep your pumps to a minimum.
Keep your pumps to yourself in practice.
Do you think they're calling this?
I'm calling a team-wide meeting. I'm getting all personnel in here. I don't need anybody getting flagged for double pumps when we can only pump one down.
Do you think the league is cracking down on this because they got lady officials now?
Man, I don't know. I think they're just looking for every opportunity to steal money.
It's a good theory.
I mean, have you had a female official come out and complain about the pumps?
Do we have a female pump complainer?
Yeah. He was pumping in my direction. I felt offended.
I was offended.
He pointed at me first to get me a pump.
He looked me dead balls in the eyes and pumped 3 times.
I'm just saying, I wonder if the league's doing that more about their lady officials than they are the actual fan base.
I mean, I think as a lady, I'd be offended the less pumps you have. I want a good lengthy performance here.
You ever heard of a 2-pump chump?
Yeah, they don't like these things.
Real thing.
Yeah.
Will shame you.
They absolutely will.
Totally shame you.
There's actually, did you guys see the story about the former offensive lineman, Matt Khalil? We're going to put a pause on that.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you can go all the way into it after that pause.
Yeah, we're going to pause that. It's Ladies Night in LA Live, boys and girls. How about that?
Here we go. All righty. Thank you, Chief. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. LA Live is coming up at 5:40. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 5:30. We'll kick off the Expressway next. And some of the unanswered questions from this morning's tragedy involving Marshawn Kneeland of your Dallas Cowboys no longer with us. An unbelievable day here on your home of the Cowboys. And we're back to reset that and hand it off to Lucius for the G.
to forget something else. That is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I feel like this is your hair. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that?
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now to hit the expressway. It's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We're now 6 minutes from the G-Bag of the day with Lucius Alexander, followed by LA Live. C-Notes coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll take a look at the Cowboys news of the evening with you. How about this story? 5 months after authorities issued a warrant for the arrest of former NFL star wide receiver Antonio Brown for attempted murder with a firearm. Remember that story from last year where he fired shots at a guy that he was in an altercation with, or a couple of guys? The Super Bowl winning wide receiver is now in custody. Police say Brown was extradited from Dubai to the U.S. to face trial. This according to the Miami Herald. The May 16th altercation followed a celebrity boxing event in Miami. Several videos from the incident circulated on social media, as well as pictures of Brown in handcuffs. Brown claimed police detained him but released him that same night. And apparently he's been hiding out in Dubai, but apparently authorities found him there, and he has been moved back to the U.S. where he is going to face trial for attempted murder. I don't know the details of that story. I don't know what the laws are in that jurisdiction.
Yeah. I mean, he's adamant that he was simply protecting himself from people who were trying to jump him, rob him, kind of deal. But he fired off shots
into a crowd. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, pretty dang reckless. The O's have kicked off free agency by signing a World Series champion with your Texas Rangers. Not a major signing, but Leody Taveras has joined the Baltimore Orioles as the first signing of the 2025-2026 Hot Stove League. Brian,
he was in Seattle, right?
Was he?
Was he part of a trade? Or did
the Rangers?
Yeah,
I kind of lost track of him.
Yeah, I thought he was up in Seattle. I might have to look that up.
I mean, he had some big moments, some big plays in that World Series run.
Gosh,
so
yes. Catch, remember that catch against the Orioles there, Eric?
Yeah.
Out there, out in section 138? What was that section?
133.
133 we used to hang out, yeah.
He'd come up with some timely hits, a big home run in there in that postseason run, so nothing but respect and best of luck there for Leody Taveras with the Baltimore Orioles. But there is part of me that's happy that he's no longer a Texas Ranger. And we'll see what they do. I mean, you could argue they need multiple outfielders if Dooley does in fact move on. And I don't know about your confidence level in Evan Carter's production or health, but at best you need a platoon situation out there in center field. The Rockies are finalizing a deal to hire Paul DePodesta to run their baseball operations department. An interesting story. He's now 52 years old, going to leave the Cleveland Browns, where he spent the last decade as chief strategy officer. I remember 10 years ago talking about this middays in the G-Bag Nation when I believe he left the Mets to go work for the Cleveland Browns. He's a dual sport guy, and that used to happen quite often where guys would be working in one sport and then go to a different one, but it's rare these days. Paul DePodesta is he's heading back into baseball. So things I'm still wondering about with this Marshawn Kneeland story from this morning. What role did the chase or the accident play in the decision? If would he still be alive if he had decided to pull over? Was he already in a suicidal state and deciding that today is going to be the day I'm going to end it? And the police chase was just part of the circumstantial events that happened last night and into this morning. But after he avoided police successfully, must have been going incredibly fast. He crashed, survives the crash,
and then leaves his vehicle and committed suicide in a nearby porta potty. The first responder audio of the dispatch happening it's quite surreal. It's kind of eerie, as they had a heat signature of something inside, and then they saw actually blood leaking out of the porta potty. But the investigation, the details, just getting started, and we'll get more information there as this story evolves. But I think the most important thing today is just to acknowledge that we're never quite sure what could be happening. I know that Robin Williams meme going on where you're never sure the battle somebody's facing, even though he scored a touchdown 3 days ago and it was one of the guys that had the best and most infectious smile in the Cowboys locker room. He was dealing with a lot of mental health debilitation, to the extent that his girlfriend believed that he was going to end it all last night, and sent in a wellness call for him, but was unable to save him from that. And a reminder, I think, is, we've talked earlier in the show about people that we've worked in the past, like Jeff Kavanaugh. He testifies to the importance of finding a mental health professional, someone who's really good at walking people through, this very, troublesome part of their life where they think it's time to give up. But, I think if you can go find some help, whatever sort of reality you're dealing with right now can have a pretty dynamic and profound shift on your outlook. So hopefully if you know somebody in your life, or maybe you yourself are struggling with that, it's more than ever today here in North Texas, you can find the resources to get some help. Now, Eagles coach Nick Sirianni might have actually won over some fans here in Dallas. I never thought I'd be doing a positive Nick Sirianni story, but he opened up his press conference saying there's a brotherhood, and that was on our minds this morning. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his family and the Dallas Cowboys. So salute to Nick Sirianni for that. And Matt Rule up there in Nebraska said, I told our players, take your headphones off in the cafeteria, sit down with somebody and say, hey, how are you doing, man? What's going on with you? Because somebody that we're talking to, we're saying, what's wrong with that guy? That guy's messed up. It could be, this kind of stuff. And that's quite common. I think that people are dealing with some mental health issues, and you're like, wow, what's wrong with that guy? It's not that he's trying to be a jerk. It's that he's going through something, and maybe that's an opportunity to put your arm around a teammate, a brother, and help them in their path to recovery. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. It's day 2 in our new studios here, the Lakeside Studios at 75 and 635. And it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag today.
He did a little bit, I see. Yeah, he did a little bit there. Yeah, put a little space into it. Appreciate you, bro. Thoughts and prayers to everybody involved in that situation. All right, this is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up if there's anything you think I should be playing at Lucky Lucius P on social media. That is LUCIOUS. Our winner, I believe it's RJ Choppy, day 2, going for 3. I don't know, man. I'm so confused. These past 2 days have been crazy, son.
Yeah. I think it went to a vote off, and I think Chop did win.
Which one of these fools is Chop? All right, let's go to our morning show here on The Fan. The Sean and RJ show, as I call it, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Chop is the fool that he loves man hands, and he wants you to love it as well.
What's something men secretly love doing but pretend they don't?
Look, for me, this is easy. Getting a massage from a guy. All right.
Maybe this was Spittle did when he left our party after 20 minutes.
Crazy.
You can say all you want that you want a girl. But the moment a man, not a guy, a man with Popeye forearms and fat fingers gets his hands all up on you, it's over. You'll never go back to a woman again. So, a massage from a guy.
Yeah, okay. Appreciate you, Chop. Massage from a guy. Yeah, I believe
take your word for it.
Respect to his vulnerability in this time.
I believe you.
He was so confident right off the jump.
He just loves it. This is easy.
Yeah.
How about one of the muscle mommies? Instead of getting a man, can I get a muscle mommy to rub me down?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The big swole up. Probably did a few cycles of roids.
Yeah, maybe you swam for East Germany in the 80s. One of them gals.
Man, you talking real. No neck. No neck over there, them broads.
Vascularity.
Soccer player.
World records.
Shout out to the muscle mommies out there. All right, let's see what else we got right here. Oh, this is a Tolo caller. He called into the Fan After Dark. He's a big fan of us talking sports.
Cool.
Chief, where are you calling from?
Chief's calling from Arlington.
Okay, what you got, Chief, in Arlington?
Well, I'll tell you guys, you do a fantastic job. I tune into this station to hear about sports. I don't want to hear about what your kid did at the fair. I don't want to hear about your date. You guys talk about sports. I appreciate that. And I like the fact that you have great opinions, great ideas, and you kind of get things stirred up, which is awesome. I would like to hear more about college sports, about the Longhorns, the Aggies, and stuff like that. But, guys, you talk sports. I appreciate it.
Okay. So you've never heard us talk non-sports stuff here on the show?
I do. You just don't do it like the rest of the morning show is horrible. and the noon guys are the worst.
Oh, my God.
Chief, I'll tell you what. Well, give him a chance. Give him a chance. And let us know what you think. But Chief in Arlington, thank you so much for those kind words.
I don't care about what your daughter did at the fair.
Yeah, he sounds like a great guy. Shout out to Chief.
That's incredible, man.
I don't care. You know, it's got a little more college ball, but those other guys are ridiculous.
He was basically just treating that as like a suggestion box.
He was.
Of what we should discuss.
I disagree. I think the morning show has been outstanding since Bobby Belt joined it. You know, real upgrade for him.
What an acquisition.
Game changer.
Being serious sometimes. Hey, the Doobie Brothers did a Tiny Desk, y'all. Hey, I'm going to watch it at some point. Hey, they're calling this guy Salesman of the Year. Yeah. This man called in about renting a chainsaw. He got cut off in traffic. Salesman was on point.
Hey, sir, how are you?
Very good.
How much to rent a chainsaw for the day?
Sorry, we don't rent chainsaws.
You, what the f*** are you doing?
Just like that.
What the f***?
Hey, just like that.
You mother f***.
Too many people getting cut up and putting in holes.
Holy dude. Okay, Garmin, say video.
All we do is we just bury them. Now we rent excavators, we dig holes, and they just bury them now.
Wow. Tell you how to take care of these guys on the road cutting you off.
I hope he got that sale.
Yeah.
I hope he got that sale. Hey.
He was going to do everything he could to hang on to it. Mm-hmm. Kudos to that guy.
He sure was. There was no hanging up on him.
No.
You still with me there? This is not one, but I'm going to play it, get it out the way.
Winner.
His coach had to bench his player right before coming back from halftime because he messed up the halftime hype speech.
Right now they feel like they can play with you. What you going to do about it? What we going to do about it?
Get in that mouth.
Whoa. That's why you won't play. That's why you won't play.
Wow.
Kids.
Very aggressive, these kids these days. Where do they hear this stuff? Like they're all unsupervised with connected devices.
Hey, what is this, a Thursday?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, good. Yesterday's a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Get healthy, sir. Get healthy out there. No, you other gentlemen, get yourself checked out. That's what I'm trying to do. Still trying to find a doctor. I'm trying to find an old guy or old lady. Somebody that's been around the bush a few times. You know, they've seen it before.
Brian's got a pretty good one, don't you? Been meaning to ask you for that.
Yeah, I have a cardiologist. Yeah, it's
okay.
But that's it. Yeah, he's looking for. You're just a general doctor, right?
I want everything checked.
You think Choppy likes a fat-fingered doctor too?
Oh, you know he does. Choppy brings roses and everything. He's put on cologne when he walks in there. I'm going to the doctor, honey.
Man, I got one of those.
Thumb's fine. We don't need that.
Yeah, no, you good, man.
I got one of those full body scans, the 3D scans, a couple weeks ago. Amazing, like for peace of mind.
Really?
You know?
That's what I want, the peace of mind thing.
Yeah.
Reasonably priced?
Yeah, it was decent.
And they check for ball cancer?
Yeah.
They could see it in the scan, I think.
Yeah, it would light up. Okay. They call it popping hot, I think. I don't know what the industry term call it exactly.
Hope our balls are not popping hot.
Yeah.
Scared me a little bit.
Yours has plastic in them. Yeah.
Mine doesn't. Mine don't.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I still have some residuals from years of the plastic drinking, but I'm working that out.
You got to get it out of there.
Got to get it out of there.
Get it out of there.
Putting that work in.
We got a preacher right here that goes off on his online haters. Ooh.
Yeah. Preachers have a jet. This guy wrote me online today. I was wearing a hat. It's crazy how anti-prosperity people always know how much everything costs. They're the most covetous sons of guns you'd ever meet in your life. He's wearing $1,000 Gucci shoes. How do you know? Mr. Material things aren't important to me, but you know the price of every single thing? So this guy writes me on Instagram today, a grown man, how are you able to afford that hat you were wearing? You don't know how a guy that's almost 50 can afford a $200 hat? You need to take an economics class at a community college. Christian, of course. Of course it's a Christian. How are you able to afford that as a preacher? Oh. So you know what I wrote back to him? I'll tell you one of the ways is by minding my own business and not spending my time messaging strange men about their clothing. You half a homo.
Oh.
What?
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
And then applause. What was that for?
Whoa.
Yeah. You'll get a boyfriend and leave me alone.
Not the applause, bro.
Wow. And I'm not against the LGBT community.
No, you
Obviously,
are,
you can
sir.
tell from my jacket. I'm an ally, but leave me alone.
Oh, my God. He said the clapping. That's right. You tell him.
He found his audience.
Fantastic, bro.
50 years
I
old.
want to see what jacket he was wearing there.
All right, that's it, fam.
All right, we got our champ RJ chopping 2 or 3, looking for 3 or 4. We got Chief in Arlington. The morning show is horrible, he says. How much to rent a chainsaw? You got coach had to bench his player because he messed up the halftime hype speech. Or is it the church day blessings? How can he afford this $200 hat? Okay, man, it's tough. I could vote for any of these. I'm gonna go with Chief in Arlington there for speaking his mind about the radio station there. Lucius, how about you?
The preacher.
We're tied at 1, Chief.
I'm gonna go with the champ.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Brian.
The Chief.
Okay, you got by a score of 2-1 and a new G-Bag of the Day champion. Congrats, and thank you so much for your feedback there to the Chief in Arlington. It's time to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Hey, it's a ladies' night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a tub. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You be out of club, bar, right? You just kicking with your boys, and a girl walks by, and man, she looks good. She looks good. Not good in that classical way. I mean, you know, I'm talking good, like she got half her ass hanging out her skirt. They're all mashed together, popping out the top of her turtleneck and you with your buddies, right? You with your buddies, you got a couple drinks in you, and you see a girl, you might try to talk to her. This might not come out right. I don't know what you say, but damn, look at him. The girl gets mad and says, oh, wait a minute. Just because I'm dressed this way does not make me a whore. Which is true. Gentlemen, that is true. Just because they dress a certain way doesn't mean they are a certain way. Don't ever forget it. But ladies, you must understand that is confusing. Just is. Now that would be like me, Dave Chappelle the comedian, walking around the streets in a cop uniform. Somebody might run up on me. Oh, thank God. Officer, help us. Come on, they're over here. Help us. I'm like, oh. Just because I'm dressed this way does not make me a police officer. It's like, all right, lady, fine. You are not a whore. But you are wearing a whore's uniform, I'll tell you that.
The great Dave Chappelle. DC. This is LA Live for Thursday, November 6, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday, ladies' night edition of LA Live here. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to the station. You are appreciated. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. LA is sponsored by, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Big up to all the families that still have that Halloween candy in their bags. Big ups. I went by my cousin's house and they still have them Halloween bags. Oh my gosh, throw that stuff away. It's full of circus peanuts, Good and Plenties. We forgot to bring up Good and Plenties. Those are terrible.
Yeah, the worst.
They are terrible, bro. The pink and white, awful.
Terrible stuff.
Candy corns, and we didn't bring this enough, and he had this in the bag. Boxes of raisins.
Oh, it's a slap in the face.
The boxes of raisins, my guy.
Is there like a throwaway bag where they filter out all the trash?
The kids don't even go back to the bag anymore.
I don't
It's just sitting right there. Parents throw that damn thing away.
You only need 4 or 5 candies. Some Skittles, some Twix, Kit Kats, and some Reese's, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, shout out to that. Odessa, Texas, stand up. A rumble went down this past Saturday at the Bass Pro Shop. Y'all guys seen that? I know y'all seen that.
Yeah.
I know y'all seen the rumble at the Bass Pro Shop.
Seemed like guys were just deciding to join the scrum with whoever might also be standing around.
It looked like a wrestling event. The next dude just coming out of nowhere, jumping in there, and he's fighting. And then another dude coming out of nowhere, he's fighting. It's like
there were like 15 likes to fight guys at the same place at the same time.
15 likes
Hold on,
to
honey.
fight.
There's a fight going on over there. I kind of want to join it. Been a while.
Lumberjack match.
What the hell?
Just one after another. Just jumping in there fighting. Yeah, according to police, the clash was caused by one guy accusing another guy of hogging the restroom.
Hogging
the restroom.
Is that a euphemism?
Man, come on, dog. That's crazy. Like, imagine you using the restroom. Maybe you got mud butt that day.
Yeah.
You could.
Maybe you got some bowel situations going on. And now somebody wants to fight you when you step outside the bathroom?
Yeah.
Man, I was dealing with something in here, bro.
Right.
Yeah, it might not be done.
It might not be. I probably pinched it off.
Yeah. So it was a situation where it was a one-stall bathroom, and he's like, come on, man, I really got to go.
Yeah, he said his wife and his daughter had to use the bathroom, and that man was in there taking too long, and they ended up getting into it and fighting. Then all these other guys around the Bass Pro Shop was like, fight? Let's do it.
Yeah, dudes at a Bass Pro Shop are ready to throw down.
Clearly.
Guys running over from the gun section.
Clearly.
And I'm already a little embarrassed from being called out for taking a dump in public. You know, walking out of that restroom when somebody has realized it, I already got a little shame.
Already
I'm energized.
too much.
You know, I'm toxic right now. Don't play
Smells
with
a
me.
little bit. You know what I'm saying? You know you did that.
Yes.
And they're walking in. You're like, oh, excuse me.
Yeah. It's all around a bad situation.
Yeah.
Then you add fighting to it.
When I was watching that, it made me say, I didn't holler at Jeff Nemo, who has the boxing ring gym. He has the boxing gym in Grand Prairie. I need to go get my jab right.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, be
get
ready.
your 1-2s again. It's been a long time since I had a real fight. I want to get my 1-2s, 3s, and 4s.
Yeah, look real good with your footwork.
Yeah.
Lay the dude out.
Because you never know when you're going to step out the bathroom and have to fight a guy.
Yeah.
At the Bass Pro Shop.
That's why I usually come out of the bathroom in a fighting stance. But you wanna look good in that viral video.
Yes.
Wink at the camera.
Yeah.
You know, your kid's going to be looking at this forever.
Look at that guy's jabs.
Let me show you a picture of Grandpa back here in 2025, right in the Bass Pro Shop.
Oh, did you hear?
You don't want your pants hanging down, showing your butt while you're grappling with some dude.
Slipping looks bad.
Yeah, you just want to hear pop, pop.
Exactly. Did you hear that lady screaming during the fight? Hold on, let me play this on. Let's see if I can hear her.
Yeah.
Wonder why schools are falling apart. Look at the example you're setting. Hey, ladies, this is a ladies' night. Got a little advice for you. Screaming, stop! No, please, stop! Fred, stop! It's not going to get it done during the fight. These guys are going to fight.
Yeah.
And
it makes you look like an idiot.
Stay out of the way.
Yeah, it makes you look crazy. I love you, though, ladies.
Calm down and
I understand. They should not be fighting. You're totally right. But, yeah, they're not going to stop them. And shout out to comedian Corey Holcomb. He was talking about the Bass Pro Shop randomly because he's going up to Oklahoma City to do a comedy show. So if you're up there that way, you might enjoy it. He says Bass Pro Shop is his fishing spot. Listen to this.
Hey, I'm going to OKC, man. It's everywhere. Can I be strong enough to fight off thou? That Bass Pro Shop, boy, I be all them hoes in there. I be in that. You want that pocket knife, don't you? They be like, yeah. Bass Pro Shop is like the Gucci store. So these niggas in OKC
for a pocket knife
is
motherfucker. Go in Bass Pro Shop and sit in one of them boats. They gonna be like, you gonna get that boat right there?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Corey Holcomb. He's toxic. 5150 show. Very, very, very toxic. Don't turn your lady on to that show. That's something you need to watch by yourself, brother.
Toxically hilarious.
Yeah. Well,
sounds like to me.
Very much so. It's one of the kings of comedies right here. Going back to the night show.
Quick side top 5. What do you think the top 5 audios that are played while people are intercoursing?
817 texted in, my girlfriend would allow it if it was LA Live.
Wow. Okay.
Your girlfriend would allow it to Lu- So she's basically thinking of Lucius while you're freaky deaking her.
So when he said A, I said she'll allow it.
Freaky
LA Live
deaking
is
her.
still my idea. It's your idea. That doesn't make
I was gonna say, that doesn't make it better.
No, babe. I want to put it on.
I'm trying to find out what G back in the day is.
Also, LA Live, that's an early time to be getting it on.
Unless you're listening to it on the Odyssey app.
Imagine you're doing it live.
Well, unless you're listening to G-Bag Snacks.
LA Live's gonna come on, take our clothes off.
It comes on at 12:45. Hurry up. We got 5 minutes.
Yeah. Shout out to those guys. They're up next here on The Fan. Stick around and get down for that. Hey! LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a ladies' night. Now my man Eric was getting ready to jump into this because I knew this was a nosebleed special right here when I seen this headline. Have you ever heard of an NFL baller named Matt Khalil?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm saying it right?
Football guys in here, yeah. Matt Khalil.
Matt Khalil. Apparently he was married to a Sports Illustrated model, popular influence, Haley Bailey.
Sounds hot.
Yeah. Now, the photo was nice. She had some nice legs on the joint. I ain't lying, bro. Nice legs. But according to her, they had a great marriage, but ended up getting divorced because she couldn't take it anymore. She just wasn't the right fit for her. Just wasn't the right fit. They got divorced in 2022. Do you know when they got married? I tried to find that information, couldn't.
I don't know when they got married.
Because, at some point you got to consummate the marriage. You got to consummate. Did I say that right? Consummate.
Consummate.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
The marriage. You know what I'm saying?
It's like 2015.
2015?
Yeah.
7 years.
That's cap. I feel like there's some cap going on now. Okay. She said they had intimacy issues because Buddy was the size of 2 Coke cans.
Dang.
I think he does.
Wow. Yeah. That sounds like an affliction.
Yeah, it crossed the threshold of not being that cool anymore.
Last time I saw something like that, I was working the Trailblazers locker room.
Oh, my God.
Early 2000s.
Jeez, oh, my God.
I was on a farm the last time I saw something like that.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Is that the racetrack?
I thought it was a 5-legged horse, I swear.
Oh, my God. Yeah, man. I don't believe her right now that you say that. Because you didn't test drive this car at first, or you thought you were going to get through it. And that's a whole lot of years of biting the bullet.
Yeah. She alleges that she went to great lengths to try and keep this marriage working, trying different
stretching techniques.
Yeah, different
The Kegel joints,
plastic surgeries, lipo something. I don't know. She was trying to make this thing be the right fit.
Trying to make it fit, huh?
When I first saw the headline, I thought she was shaming him for being a micro. But turns out he's the ultimate macro.
Yeah, 0.01 of the percent of the population out here. This man is...
Yeah. Where it becomes actually...
It's crazy.
A nuisance for you, Or
she didn't ask for a photo first? Hey, send me a photo of that thing. Let me see what I'm working with.
She probably had a little bit of self-confidence.
I mean, we actually worked with a gal who had a similar experience, and she was married to this guy, and eventually they split up, and she said that was part of the reasoning that they couldn't be that together anymore. I don't know. Maybe as time goes on, he gets more used to it and is performing
crazy
for longer.
Yeah. No, that can be a problem.
And it's become a chore.
Yeah, it can be a problem. They put their hand on your stomach. Stop. Oh, I'm doing too much.
Is that what that's like?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Usually reaching around and pulling me closer.
Yeah. Pow, pow.
2 Coke cans, bro.
2 Coke cans. Let's listen to it real quick.
I was going to try it out. Yeah. Therapists, doctors.
You're lying.
Not even lying. Looked up lipo type shit. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What the
That's not trigger. It's
First of all, time out. Why is he so excited? Yeah. What? What the?
And you gave that up?
What? Show me a picture. I don't believe you.
Yeah.
What the not trigger. It's like kind of funny. It's like my life is a comedy and it writes itself.
But like, okay, was that the biggest factor?
Yeah, the biggest factor, yes.
Oh my God. But no chance, like no shot.
No, because it was like he's like 0.01% of the population.
Oh, it's like that?
Yeah.
You tried though?
Oh yeah, of course.
Like,
of course. We've tried everything. Impossible. Like, unless it, you're gonna be in tears.
And it was worth it for a while, apparently, for her.
Yeah, I don't believe her right now because of that time frame.
You think she might be, like, telling this story because it's blowing up the social media?
It's good, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it says influencer. Once you're the influence, you're chasing the algorithm at that point. I don't know what's going on with you, man.
Yeah.
What a great promotion for him, though, even though he's married now. I think he has a whole other relationship.
Yeah, all the size queens are Googling him right now.
Man, what a great advertisement for you, boy, if I was still in them streets. You heard my old girl say it? It was too much.
Yeah, too much.
Too much.
Imagine being the next guy trying to wife up this lady.
You need to pull him out.
I mean, that's tough sledding.
Yeah. Take this rope, bro. Come on out. Climb on out, fam. Reach there. Come on. You're almost there, dog. Give me your hand. Get tied around your waist.
Yeah, I think we probably need like some former teammate confirmation. You know what I mean? Like somebody being like, "Oh yeah, like this was ridiculous. It was like in college.
That'd be crazy.
Talk in the locker room.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Some dude come out and say, "Oh yeah, everything she said about Matt is real."
Totally true. Man.
My bet's on Choppy.
Yeah, I did an elephant walk with him back in college.
Oh, man. Before I get out of here, ladies, I got something for you to watch. I have a show for you. It's on Hulu. It's called All's Fair. All's Fair. It debuted with a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay? It's a new series by Ryan Murphy. All-female cast. Kim Kardashian, Naomi Watts, Niecy Nash, Tiana Taylor, Glenn Close. Come on. How do you get a 0 on this? So I want to see why there's a 0 on this. I'm going to check it out, ladies. You check it out, too. All is fair.
Nobody's liking it?
0%. That cast is crazy. Maybe Kim Kardashian might be awful, but Naomi Watts, Niecy Nash, Tiana Taylor, Glenn Close.
Yeah, they got Corella in there.
Yeah, what are we doing? So I want to see that, see how bad it really is, and make fun of it later and pass that on to the ladies. All right, my name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be back tomorrow, Lord willing. The creek don't rise. So I'll talk time. I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.
There he goes. LA Live every night about 5:40 here in the G-Mag Nation. Set your schedule accordingly. Okay, we got 1 hour to go. The Cowboys news of the evening coming up next here on The Fan.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable.